Chapter 1, Uchiha's Flowing Years, First Update, Begging for Flowers and Comments. On September 13, the 44th year of Konoha. Kikyo Mountain. A forest in the southwest area. Swish. 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 A series of air-breaking sounds rang out. And one Uchiha ninja after another was seen moving forward at a very fast speed. If you look closely, you will find that these Uchiha ninjas look very relaxed and calm, as if they are very confident in their own strength and ability. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, without any signs, deafening explosions suddenly sounded one after another. Not good. There is an ambush, an ambush. The 30 Uchiha ninjas who were moving at a very fast speed were caught off guard by the explosion, and all began to dodge in all directions at a very fast speed. But they found that the area was buried with detonating talismans. And not only that, the smoke produced by the explosion seemed to be poisoned, which made the body's movement speed much slower, and the chakra of the whole body began to be out of control. Swish! 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 There were sounds of breaking through the air. Countless kunai also came from all directions like an overwhelming force. So, under the net of poison gas, detonating talismans, and kunai everywhere, Sharingan had no room to play. In just half a minute, ah! Ah! Screams rang out one after another. 20 Uchiha Chunin and 9 Uchiha Jonin tried their best to dodge and resist. But they were useless and their bodies were still blown to pieces. Instantly, fresh meat flew everywhere. The head that was still open-eyed slammed hard on the ground. Another wave of detonating talismans exploded. Boom! A series of roars rang out again. Damn it! I told you to be careful. You are all so conceited and confident to the ultimate. Now we are ambushed and almost wiped out. Seeing this scene, one of the young men, who was wearing a black tight combat uniform with the Uchiha fan pattern printed on it, with red laminated armor on the outside and covered with strands of black chakra, looked extremely ugly. At this time, the young man relied on his superb physical fitness. Even if there were attacks from detonating talismans and kunai, he still withstood them. But others, the Uchiha ninja was not so lucky. Soon, when he realized that the enemy had not yet appeared, the young man strategically did not move around. Instead, he silently held his breath, clenched his fists, and entered a combat mode. Whoosh! 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 And in the next moment, a series of air-breaking sounds were heard, and more than 80 black shadows appeared around. They were wearing Tsunagakure's ninja uniforms. After a slight perception, none of them was below the elite Chunin level. And there were even more than 30 Jonin among them. These ninjas seemed to have taken antidotes in advance and knew where to bury the detonating talismans, resulting in different standing positions. Even when they saw that there was only one person left, they were very cautious and did not attack directly. The leading female elite Jonin took a step forward and showed an extremely excited expression. Ha ha ha, we worked hard to lurk behind Kikyo Mountain and set up a net, and finally ambushed a big fish. Uchiha Union, an alternative of the Uchiha clan, had almost no talent for ninjutsu training, but became a well-known physical genius in Konoha village. He once punched a cloud shinobi Jonin's head and was called together with another genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Light. You are now using the chakra armament haki that is said to be comparable to lightning-style chakra mode. Unfortunately, as a Taijutsu elite Jonin, you have been surrounded by us, and your legend seems to be coming to an end. When she said this, the female elite Jonin looked at the handsome Uchiha Union, and her expression fluctuated invisibly. How could this happen? The invisibility is so strong? No wonder the intelligence shows that Nine-Tails Jinkriki Kushina, the daughter of the Uchiha clan's chief elder Uchiha Mikoto, are both very close to him and are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. However, the female elite Jainin was still determined. She came to her senses in an instant and signaled to the sand shinobi around her, saying, "Be careful when sailing the 10,000 years ship. Facing such a famous genius taijutsu ninja, you should be cautious." The next second, the Jainin who had been standing in 8 different positions all made hand seals. Buzz! In an instant, a yellow light curtain suddenly opened and combined with the 8 people's positions to form an octagonal barrier. So cautious! Uchiha Union, whose whole body was wrapped in black chakra, had a helpless look in his eyes. It was so uncomfortable. It was difficult to leave, and now with the barrier and the invisible poisonous fog in the air, it was as if the sky was going to kill him. It's too difficult. You know, he relied on his personal charm and ability to steal Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto, but they haven't enjoyed it yet. It's so painful. That's right, Uchiha Union is actually a time traveler. By accident, he traveled to the world of Hokage Ninja and became a member of the Uchiha clan. When he was young, his parents died on the battlefield. In order to live well in the ninja world where the weak are the prey of the strong, he worked hard to practice self-discipline even though he had the blood limit, Sharingan. He almost vomited when he saw the Hokage rock at 4 a.m. However, ideals are full of hope, but reality is very bleak. He can cultivate chakra, but his talent in ninjutsu is almost zero. The only good news is that his talent in taijutsu is superior to others. He has no choice but to focus on taijutsu training. With his good talent and crazy training, he developed the ninja version of Marine 6 styles and the chakra version of armament haki. This also made him an outlier in the Uchiha clan, a genius who became famous by taijutsu. They all became geniuses. Besides, he was handsome and full of masculinity. He seemed to have a little attraction to precocious female ninjas. His classmates Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina both fell in love with him. That was all he could do. He didn't care about the bullshit plot and influence. He wanted it all. At the same time, he accepted the confessions of Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina. Not only that. The protagonist who saved Kushina in the original work also became him. With his powerful physical skills, he beat the Cloud Shinobi who somehow sneaked into Konoha village and PD'd them off. He also punched a Cloud Shinobi Jainin's head. He became famous in the ninja world. Until now, when he remembered that he was a hero and saved the beauty Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Dans, Yudatan Koharu. Mitokado Homura was obviously very frustrated and helpless, but he had to pretend to be happy and praise him. He couldn't help but want to laugh. Of course, it was impossible for Konoha F4 to suppress him openly. After all, he was also a physical genius of the Uchiha clan. In addition, he was the recognized grandson-in-law of the Uchiha clan's elder Uchiha Setsuna, Uchiha Mikoto's grandfather, so he had a little background. Therefore, Konoha's high-level officials temporarily acquiesced that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina would become one of his girlfriends. Alas! I just reached a bottleneck in my physical training. I wanted to break through, so I took the initiative to apply to join this batch of Uchiha teams to reinforce Kikyo Mountain. But I didn't expect that I would be hit on the head before I arrived at the battlefield. I learned a good lesson. Uchiha Union sighed helplessly. In the cruel ninja world, accidents happen every moment. The dead are the greatest. When a fellow Uchiha ninja died, he still felt a little sad and upset. Even though these ninjas were all on the side of the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Futon, even though they were a little arrogant and self-conceited after opening the Sharingan, thinking that the Sharingan was invincible and the Uchiha clan was awesome. There was nothing they could do. After the Uchiha ninjas opened their eyes, their personalities would change to some extent, and their spirits would be a little abnormal. Even though he was now a genius of the Uchiha clan and the grandson-in-law recognized by the great elder of the Uchiha clan. But, the Sharingan had not even opened a Megatama. So, The Uchiha ninjas who opened the Sharingan would have some sense of superiority and arrogance that was beyond words when facing him. So what if Uchiha Liunian was a recognized taijutsu genius? The Uchiha ninjas used the Sharingan, and if they opened the Mangeki Sharingan, they would have a promising future. However, things are unpredictable. This time, when he was attacked while reinforcing the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, he escaped with his strong physical fitness. When he thought of this, Uchiha Liunian clenched his fists, and the chakra armament color of his body surged. With a flicker of his figure, he flashed to the nearest corner of the barrier and punched out. Buzz! The fist with terrifying power hit the barrier. And the extremely terrifying power burst out, causing the surface of the barrier to tremble several times. But it did not break. It's stronger than I thought, a bit like the four purple flame formation. Looking at this scene, Uchiha Liunian retreated to the center and murmured in his heart, with my current strength, I can't break this barrier at all, unless... it's useless. The next second, the leading female ninja crossed her arms and sneered, unless you have the strength of the peak cage level, otherwise, you will be caught by us. You should be Scorch style Yakang. After hearing this, Uchiha Liunian frowned and looked at the female ninja in front of him. Some information emerged in his mind, and he said coldly, I didn't expect that you sand shinobi have sneaked into the territory of the Land of Fire. You are using detonating tags and poisoning. Aren't you afraid of being discovered and being surrounded in all directions without dead ends? Ha 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 ha. We will withdraw after this. This time, we killed more than 20 elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan and captured the genius of Konoha village. It is already a fruitful harvest. Before the voice fell, there was a series of proud uproars at the scene. Sand Shinobi present the ninjas of the Shinobi surprise attack team all showed excitement and excitement. This time, they took great risks and sneaked into the territory of the Land of Fire in a long circle, but they did not expect to encounter the reinforcement team of the Uchiha clan. They used the detonating tags and the poison specially made by Chosama to directly wipe out the whole pot. Fortunately, they encountered the Uchiha clan, which claimed to be the first family in the ninja world. They were so arrogant and confident that they didn't even send a scout. Now, as long as they catch Uchiha Liunian, not only can they hit Konoha village hard in the face, but they can also coerce the Uchiha clan, which will virtually make Tsunagakuer have the upper hand in this battle of Kikyo Mountain. Uchiha Liunian, it seems that you also know my name. Yakang said coldly, are you going to surrender, or are we going to catch you in the trap? Hehe. Uchiha Liunian narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, do you think you can defeat me? Yes. Yakang shrugged indifferently and said confidently, you are a genius, but Sharingan is not opened. If we only rely on physical skills, we can really defeat you. Ah! After hearing this, Uchiha Liunian sighed heavily. Not opening Sharingan is his eternal helplessness. Who doesn't want to open the awesome Sharingan? He also tried many ways to open it, but he couldn't open it. Just like learning ninjutsu, his talent is really almost zero. He can't learn it at all. In addition, his parents are dead, and he has no brothers or sisters. It is impossible to use strong emotions to stimulate him. Unless he raises his hands to give his girlfriend Uchiha Mikoto to Uchiha Fugaku, and another girlfriend Uzumaki Kushina to Namikaze Minato, with two big green hats on his head, such strong emotional stimulation should have a great stimulating effect on Sharingan. Unfortunately, Uchiha Liunian is not that kind of person. He has no talent for ninjutsu, and his Sharingan has not opened his eyes, so he will stick to taijutsu. Of course, he also has a trump card, which is to use the ninja version of Marine 6 styles and the 8 inner gates exchanged by 10,000 years genin might. If he wants to break through the siege and kill so many sand shinobi, he must open the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates. His current body should not be able to bear it. If he becomes a useless person with no value, then everything will be ruined. By then, everything he has now will become a passing cloud, and even Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto may not be saved. In that case, a cold light flashed in Uchiha Liunion's eyes. Then he can only open the doors one by one and take a risk. However, at this critical moment, Cheat, who had made Uchiha Liunion, the time traveler, wait for several years without awakening, acted as a savior and made a ding sound. Ding! Congratulations host, you have awakened the God-level item system, which can not only refresh and upgrade items for yourself and your wife, but also copy and plunder other people's items. Chapter 2 God-level entry system, second update, begging for flowers and comments. What? Has the cheat that is a must for time travelers finally come? After practicing hard for so many years. System. Do you know how I got here? However, it is a good thing that the system can awaken. Uchiha Liunion was delighted and asked silently. System, the situation is urgent now, please introduce yourself quickly. Ding, host, this system is called the God-level item system. Everyone has their own exclusive items. Items represent talents, potential, destiny, blood, ninjutsu, etc. This system can not only extract upgrade items for yourself and your wife, but also copy and plunder other people's items. Item extraction, every month, the host can draw once for himself and his wife for free, and get a brand new item at random. Item copy, when you defeat your opponent, you can randomly copy an item of your opponent. Item plunder, when you encounter a ninja in a dying or dead state, cannot be dead for too long, you can plunder all their items. Item upgrade, you can consume a certain amount of item experience to upgrade and evolve the original low-level items. After upgrading, there is a chance to refresh new extended items. Item levels are divided by color, from low to high, they are white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, black. Listening to the system's voice, Uchiha Liunion's heart suddenly understood, and had a general concept of the so-called God-level item system capabilities. Refresh, upgrade, copy, and plunder cover 4 aspects. The upper limit is ridiculously high. If he can make good use of it, he can completely walk sideways in the entire Hokage ninja world. Thinking of this, Uchiha Liunion subconsciously looked at the attribute panel that only he could see freely. Host, Uchiha Liunion. Age, 18 years old. Identity, Taijutsu Ninja of the Uchiha clan. Entry experience, 0, note, white, 1000, green, 10,000, blue, 100,000, purple, 10,000, orange, 10 million, gold, 100 million, black. Attribute entries, 8 inner gates, orange, charming, blue, extraordinary physique, blue, ninja 6 styles proficient, blue, shuriken proficient, blue, intermediate chakra, armament color, haki, blue, ninjutsu idiot, blue, sharingan, white. 8 inner gates, orange with your current strength, if you kill 1000 enemies, you will lose 800 of your own. If you burst out with all your strength, you can kill Chao Ying with 3 kicks, and you will be completely disabled or even die. Charming, blue handsome and masculine, your attraction to women increases by 30%. Extraordinary physique, blue your body is naturally strong, and you have extraordinary talent in physical training. 6 ninja styles proficient, blue you have mastered the 6 ninja styles, giving you excellent combat power. Intermediate chakra haki, blue you can skillfully wrap chakra haki around your body, improving your body's defense and attack power. Sharingan, white the Sharingan without eyes is slightly stronger than ordinary eyes. It is detected that it is very difficult for the host to open the eyes. It is recommended that the host use the upgrade entry to open the eyes and evolve. Ninjutsu idiot, blue you have almost no talent for ninjutsu training. After looking at some of the specific entries he had, I understood. Uchiha Union finally understood why he had been stuck at Elite Jonin, and why he was so attractive to female ninjas. Why he had outstanding talent in physical skills but no talent in ninjutsu, and why the Sharingan was unsuccessful in opening his eyes. If you want to break through, it is also very simple. Practicing the 6 styles of ninja to Grandmaster or practicing chakra, armament color, haki, blue, to advanced state. You should be a cage level taijutsu ninja. By that time, the Grandmaster level 6 styles of ninja and advanced chakra haki should be upgraded to purple entries. Of course, it is also possible that you will never break through and be stuck in taijutsu Elite Jonin for the rest of your life. When he thought of this, Uchiha Union looked at Yekeng and other sand shinobi outside the barrier. After a slight blink of an eye, sure enough, there are various entries on the heads of each ninja. Among them, Yekeng's entry is slightly more conspicuous. Ninja, Yekeng of Scorch style. Age, 25 years old. Identity, Elite Jonin of Tsunagakuer. Attribute entries, Scorch style bloodline limit, purple, tragic fate, blue, beautiful and sexy, blue, wind style proficient, blue, water style entry, white, and so on. Scorch style bloodline limit, purple, a new nature transformation created by combining wind chakra and fire chakra, powerful. Tragic fate, blue, even if you have made great contributions to Tsunagakuer, you are likely to become a victim of the village politics. Beautiful and sexy, blue, both your appearance and figure are among the best in Tsunagakuer, with a unique charm. Wind style proficiency, blue, you can skillfully use various wind style ninjutsu. After a quick glance, Uchiha Union showed a thoughtful look. Yakura has a purple talent, which means that if he practices hard, he should be able to break through from Elite Jonin to cage level. As for the tragic blue entry, it is understandable. Because in the anime, Yakura made great contributions to Tsunagakuer. But his achievements overshadowed his master. Because his achievements were too dazzling, he threatened the position of Kazekage. 4th Kazekage Luasha and Sand Shinobi high-level officials jointly decided to use him as a bargaining chip for reconciliation with Kirigakuer, which led to Yakura being sacrificed and killed by Kirigakuer ninjas. Uchiha Union's eyes flashed. Now the god-level entry system has awakened. You can refresh it for yourself and your wife once a month for free. Which means, now you have a chance to refresh the entry. And if you refresh the entry for your wife, the system does not stipulate that he can only have one wife, right? Hehe. In the future, I can become stronger by relying on the entries. And my wives can also benefit from it. P.S. The second update is here. Are there any readers who can read it? I beg for flowers and rewards with tears. Please, readers, I am a newbie, thank you readers. Chapter 3, First Plunder, Entry Metamorphosis, please give me flowers and comments for the third update. At this time, seeing Uchiha Union trapped in the barrier and motionless, the elite sand shinobi led by Yekeng smiled knowingly and were not so anxious for the time being. Anyway, the air in the barrier was filled with a brand new colorless and odorless poison specially made by Master Cho. The Uchiha Union in front of him could resist for a while with his strong physical fitness, but, if it lasted a little longer, he would definitely not be able to resist. By then, they would be able to capture the Uchiha clan's physical genius, Uchiha Union without bloodshed. Uchiha Union, you can't escape now. Yekeng crossed his arms and showed a hint of interest. This time she caught a big fish. After she returned, she would definitely be praised by Master 4th Kazekage and would be reused. If she could affect the large Konoha shinobi army on the Kikyo mountain battlefield, it would be even better. On the other side, not good. I feel my body is beginning to be affected. Uchiha Union, who was originally in deep thought, felt that his body was beginning to show abnormalities of poisoning, and his face suddenly became solemn. However, just as Uchiha Union was thinking, he suddenly glanced at the corner of his eyes, and was stunned there. On the bodies of the dead Uchiha ninjas, there were flashes of various colors, as if they would go out and disappear at any time. Ding! A large number of entries that can be fused or decomposed are found: Pride and Confidence, purple, X29, Rebellious Independence, purple, X29, Fire Style Proficiency, blue, X20, Yindun Proficiency, blue, X20, Lightning Style Proficiency, blue, X9, Body Flicker Technique Proficiency, blue, X6, Shadow Clone Proficiency, blue, X8, Shuriken Proficiency, blue, X10, 3 Tomo Sharingan, blue, X9, 2 Megatama Sharingan, green, X20, Yindun Entry, white, X20, Wind Style Entry, white, X13, Water Style Entry, white, X6, Earth Style Entry, white, X21, Taijutsu Entry, white, X16. No wonder we were almost wiped out. It turns out that we are too proud and confident and rebellious and independent. Looking at the flashing entries, Uchiha Union was secretly shocked. Relatively speaking, although he did not open Sharingan, but he had too many entries with good attributes. As for fusion, he did not intend to fuse any items such as Pride and Confidence, Rebellion and Independence, 3 Tomo Sharingan, and 2 Megatama Sharingan. On the one hand, it is most suitable for him to open his eyes and evolve by upgrading the items. On the other hand, it is the influence of fusion of Pride and Confidence and Rebellion and Independence on his personality. Just thinking about it makes people's scalp numb. Of course, ninjutsu items can be fused. Anyway, he is an idiot in ninjutsu. It is perfect to fuse other people's ninjutsu items and achieve progress. However, just as Uchiha Union was thinking, the fallen items began to flash violently, as if they were about to disappear at any time. Not good. It seems there is a time limit. Although you are all dead, you will live forever in my items. Loot all. Uchiha Union did not hesitate and hurriedly gave a silent order. The next moment, countless items that only Uchiha Union could see merged into his body. Among them, the items with more ninjutsu items were selectively fused one by one. The rest were all decomposed into entry experience. Then, after integrating some ninjutsu entries, Uchiha Union, who was originally a ninjutsu idiot, suddenly felt that he had opened his eyes, as if an invisible shackle in his body was opened, and he quickly mastered Yindun, Fire Style, and Lightning Style. Especially the integration of Yindun. Uchiha Union's mental power began to increase significantly. Yet, sensing that he was not a ninjutsu idiot, Uchiha Union's eyes flashed, and he tried to use the mental power of Yindun to activate Sharingan, but found that there was still no sign of opening his eyes. It seemed that the mental power improved by Yindun was still a little short. This is strange. Uchiha Union showed a puzzled look. And then he helplessly checked how much experience he had. Host, Uchiha Union. Age, 18 years old. Identity, Taijutsu Ninja of the Uchiha clan. Experience, 101,772. Note, white, 1,000, green, 10,000, blue, 100,000, purple, 10,000, orange, 10 million, gold, 100 million, red. Attribute entries, 8 inner gates, orange, charm, blue, extraordinary physique, blue, ninja 6 styles proficient, blue, fire style proficient, blue, Yindun proficient, blue, shadow clone proficient, blue, body flicker technique proficient, blue, shuriken proficient, blue, lightning style proficient, blue, intermediate chakra, armament color, haki, blue, Sharingan, white, etc. Experience, 101,772. These experiences are enough to make a blue entry evolve into a purple entry. Perfect. Uchiha Union glanced at his entry and breathed a sigh of relief. There is nothing to say. Since it is possible to upgrade the entry, it must be upgraded to improve the combat effectiveness. If you upgrade the extraordinary physique, blue, to the purple entry, there should be unexpected gains. Ding. Host, are you sure you want to spend 100,000 entry experience to evolve the extraordinary physique, blue, into the purple entry? Sure. Uchiha Union answered silently without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations host, you spent 100,000 entry experience to evolve the extraordinary physique, blue, into the steel bone, purple. Ding. Due to the uncontrollable chemical reaction with the intermediate chakra, armament color, haki, blue, ninja 6 style proficiency, blue, and other abilities during the evolution process, the steel bone, purple, began to upgrade. Ding. Congratulations host, your iron bones, purple, have been upgraded to steel balloon, orange. Term, steel balloon. Quality, orange. Effect, born with terrifying strange power, and extremely powerful defense, the body is not only not easy to get hurt, but also has the ability to recover quickly. Buzz. At the moment when the orange light term steel balloon appeared, Uchiha Union felt that his body had undergone a transformation from the inside out, and a warm current surged out, causing the 130 trillion cells in his body to tremble wildly. Boom. Without any signs, a terrifying breath wave came from Uchiha Union swept out, causing the octagonal barrier to tremble a few times. P.S. The third update is here. Are there any readers who can read it? I beg for flowers and rewards with tears. Please, readers, please, readers. I am a newbie, thank you readers. Chapter 4 Black Entries, Book Thunder, 4th update, begging for flowers and comments. FK. How is it possible? He seems to have made a breakthrough. The sudden change shocked Yekeng and other sand shinobi, especially when they saw the aura fluctuations that erupted from Uchiha Union's body shaking the barrier. Their eyes almost popped out. Hey! Are you kidding? Under such circumstances, can Uchiha Union make a breakthrough? What's going on? Yekeng was also stunned and almost dropped his jaw. You know. This time, the colorless and odorless poison that Elder Cho gave that could permeate the air. Even the elite Jainin would be greatly affected. I thought it was normal for Uchiha Union to be strong in physical skills and last a little longer, but I didn't expect him to break through. You can tell without thinking. Is this the rhythm of becoming a cage-level physical ninja? When he thought of this, Yekeng couldn't help but sweat on his forehead, and his body unconsciously entered a fighting state. A cage-level physical ninja is a nightmare for most ninjas. The third Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village, who is known as the strongest in history, is a living example. Now the Uchiha of Konoha Village Uchiha has also broken through, which means that the strength will undergo a transformation. On the other side, Uchiha Union showed a surprised look when sensing the influence of the orange steel balloon on his body. He had broken through now. Not only that, the quantitative change led to qualitative change, and the 6 styles of ninja, blue, also evolved into the 6 styles of ninja grandmaster, purple, and the intermediate chakra, armament color, haki, blue, also evolved into the advanced chakra, armament color, haki, purple. At the same time, his body also uncontrollably awakened a primary conqueror's haki, green, item. With his extremely powerful body after the transformation, he was completely immune to the colorless and tasteless poison in the air. Now I should be able to blow up this barrier with one punch, right? Uchiha Union's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he unconsciously clenched his fists, and the chakra, armament color, haki wrapped around his body surged wildly. Compared with just now, the invisible pressure has increased at least 10 times. Ding! Host, you still have a chance to draw a free entry once a month. Please choose whether to draw randomly. After hearing this, Uchiha Union, who was ready to explode, was stunned for a moment, and ordered silently without hesitation, draw. Ding! The entry is being randomly drawn, drawing. Ding! Congratulations host, you have obtained a brand new black entry, Book Thunder, do you want to merge it? What? Is it so outrageous? What kind of entry is this? Looking at the Book Thunder entry flashing with a black glow, Uchiha Union was completely dumbfounded. The God-level entry system is so terrifying. It is completely unconventional. He was still thinking about what new entries he would draw, but he didn't expect the system to directly come up with a phantom-level King Bomb entry, Book Thunder. As we all know, Reikage is not interested in women, but because of his skin color and extremely strong body, he was ruined. He has dark skin, yellow hair, uncle, strong body, high official position, rich, and his brother is also a rapper. Therefore, in general, facing female ninjas, the buffs of Book Thunder are stacked up. This is also the case. Entry, Book Thunder. Quality, Black. Effect, anyone who is related to women will not be able to compete with him. Even if he is powerful, he can only watch the recording at the door. Is it worthy of being a black entry above gold? Hey! Looking at the system prompt. Even Uchiha Union, who had been a little mentally prepared, took a breath of cold air. With this concept-level entry, even if Tsutsuki Kagaya jumped out of the seal, I'm afraid he would have to kneel on the ground and sing conquer, eat fried dough sticks, and have no power to fight back. There's no way. Concept-level entries are so unreasonable. Seeing Uchiha Union standing there in a daze, Yakang and other elite sand shinobi who had already entered the battle state were all puzzled. What happened? Why did Uchiha Union stand there without moving? Opportunities are rare and never come back. Yakang seemed to have thought of something. As her chakra surged, 4 fireballs like miniature suns appeared around her with a frightening power. Quickly open a hole. As the voice fell, Yakang suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh! 4 blazing fireballs suddenly flew out, emitting a frightening white light. In contrast, a hole quickly opened in a corner of the barrier, allowing 4 blazing fireballs to rush in. Seeing this scene, the sand shinobi at the scene all breathed a sigh of relief and smiled teasingly. Trapped in this barrier, facing the scorch style that Yakang boss had caught, even the 4th Kazekage would be in a mess, not to mention the others. Even if Uchiha Union had just broken through, he would still struggle in vain and could not escape the fate of being captured. The blood limit scorch style is indeed a bit tricky. Uchiha Union looked at the 4 blazing fireballs attacking him and showed a confident look. If he hadn't broken through, he would still be exhausted from dealing with it. Now that he has broken through and has 3 purple entries for physical skills, he doesn't need to dodge anything at all. He can just rely on his strong body to get through. So, in the next moment, something that shocked everyone to the ultimate happened. Boom! 4 blazing fireballs bombarded Uchiha Union's body, and an extremely terrifying energy shock wave erupted. Perhaps the shock wave was too strong, causing the barrier to begin to crumble, and the 8 Jainin who maintained the barrier all changed their expressions, trying their best to maintain the stability of the barrier. In the central area, the dust was so thick that it was a little unclear. However, a figure could be vaguely seen standing there proudly, as if it was not affected at all. No. It seems to be completely fine. How is it possible that he relied on his body to resist the scorch style of Lord Yakang, and he didn't seem to be injured? A series of uproars rang out, and the pupils of each sand shinobi shrank violently, revealing a trace of disbelief. They were really shocked. Something is wrong. Even Yekeng showed a look of surprise, and the chakra in her body suddenly surged like a conditioned reflex, and she was going to use her ultimate move, Scorch-style oversteaming explosion kill. If it still doesn't work, then all the Sand Shinobi will attack together. However, it was a little late. At the moment of being attacked, Uchiha Union had already merged his first black entry, Book Thunder. The charming, blue, entry exploded instantly. Because of the appearance of the Book Thunder entry, the so-called attraction to women can no longer be described in words. It belongs to the concept level ability. The entry steel balloon was strengthened again. Although it was still orange, it made multiple organs in the body strengthened again and became extremely terrifying, especially the kidneys, which achieved a sublimation, with the taste of endless life and immortality. This Book Thunder entry is really so terrifying. The only good news is that I didn't become a big muscle, my skin didn't turn black, and my hair didn't turn yellow. Sensing his body that had transformed again, Uchiha Union was in an extremely excited state. He looked directly at Yekeng, who was accumulating a big move. He wanted to experiment on Yekeng to see how terrifying the Book Thunder entry was. The dust began to dissipate. Buzz! Yekeng, who was about to use the ultimate move, Scorch-style oversteam explosion kill, just being glanced at by Uchiha Union from a distance, a blush appeared on her cheeks, and her soul trembled a few times. For some reason, her body began to drool uncontrollably. P.S. The fourth update is here. Are there any readers who can read it? I beg for flowers and rewards with tears. Please readers, I am a newbie, thank you readers. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 5, Conspiracy, Explode. Please give me flowers and comments for the 5th update. No. How could this happen? How could Uchiha Union's invisible charm surge so much? As an elite Jonin, Yekeng was completely in a state of disbelief. Her consciousness was still clear, but her body was completely out of control. For a moment, it seemed that even her soul was full of love and obsession with Uchiha Union, and she wanted to devote everything to Uchiha Union. What made Yekeng unbelievable was that she had lost the courage and impulse to attack again. Also, she didn't dare to speak at all. She could only tighten her arms and legs, fearing that she would be exposed if she spoke, which would be a huge shame. Boss Yekeng, what's wrong with you? Boss Yekeng, should we work together? Something is wrong, why don't we work together, make a quick decision, and kill Uchiha Union? The elite Sand Shinobi at the scene did not seem to notice that Yekeng was wrong, but their expressions became more solemn and serious. Originally, they wanted to take down Uchiha Union without bloodshed. But now it seems that it is not possible. The poison carefully developed by Cho seems to be useless for Uchiha Union. There is no other way. They can only work together. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. In response to these Sand Shinobi, Yekeng collapsed on the ground, seeming to be trying his best to endure something. What? Not good. Lord Yekura seems to have encountered an illusion attack. Step back for now. Seeing this scene, several Sand Shinobi behind Yekura were shocked and jumped back, looking at Lord Yekura, who seemed to be under an illusion with doubt. As for checking the specific situation, if you can't guarantee your own safety, forget it, right? After all, they are subordinate to the current Kazekage of Sunagakure, Lord Rosa. And Yekura has a high reputation in Sunagakure over the years and is also a hero of Sunagakure. After the disappearance of the third Kazekage, he did not clearly express his loyalty to Lord Rosa, who had just taken office. So, this time, the fourth Kazekage hinted that if Yekura had an accident, they would definitely be praised by Lord Rosa. Originally, she was expecting someone to help her. But Yakura didn't expect that all her men retreated more than 10 meters and had no intention of coming to help. It's terrifying to think about it. This is a bit intriguing. FK. Is the black entry of the book Thunder really pervert? Just a glance at Elite Jainin Yakura from a distance made her lose her combat power uncontrollably. It's worthy of a concept-level ability. On the other side, Uchiha Union, who was in the barrier, was in an excited state after integrating the book Thunder entry. And the invisible influence and effect of the book Thunder entry on women is more terrifying and terrible than imagined. So, after seeing what happened to Yakang, Uchiha Union's mouth slightly curved up, and he said in a light voice, "Yakang, it seems that someone from Tsunagakure wants you to die." What? After hearing this, Yakang, who was originally drooling, was shocked, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his confused eyes. She was diligent and loyal to Tsunagakure, and was also a hero of Tsunagakure. She was waiting to make great contributions to Tsunagakure in the Third Ninja World War and work hard for the rise of Tsunagakure. But what happened? Someone from Tsunagakure's upper echelons actually wanted her to die? When he thought of this, Yakang rarely suppressed the influence of the book Thunder on her, and stood up with all her might. Her flushed cheeks flashed with an undisguised coldness. She looked at the elite sand shinobi behind her, but found that the sand shinobi who were usually respectful to her avoided her eyes, and no one dared to look at her. "What's the matter?" Yakang showed a painful look. "Aren't you going to say anything?" "Lord Yakang, I'm sorry." After hearing this, one of the elite Jainin of Sand Shinobi showed a helpless look and said, "Just now I saw that you seemed to be under an illusion. We are just on the safe side and have no other intentions." "No other intentions?" Yakang's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness, and he said in a shocking way, "Is it the fourth Kazekage Rosa?" Silence. As soon as this sentence came out, the elite sand shinobi at the scene all fell into silence. They had no choice for many things. They could have remained calm, but now it seemed that they were going to tear their faces apart. In this case, several of the elite Jainin looked at each other, and they could see the resoluteness in their eyes. Since they have all discovered it, there is no need to pretend. Now that Lord Raza has just taken office, Yakang, the dissident who is unwilling to return, can take this opportunity to get rid of him. It can also be blamed on the genius of Konoha village, Uchiha Union. Why? Yakang showed a dejected and confused look. She thought she was worthy of Tsunagakure and was willing to work hard for the rise of Tsunagakure. This time, she secretly sneaked into the territory of the Land of Fire, and she took the initiative to ask for it. But she didn't expect that the fourth Kazekage Rosa would actually attack her. Please. Now that the Third Ninja World War has broken out, the Battle of Kikyo Mountain is still in a stalemate. Is it really the job of a Kazekage to eliminate dissidents at this time? I don't know, I don't understand. Yakura felt that her faith in the investigation had collapsed. She just felt that the disappearance of the third Kazekage was very abnormal, and she had to investigate it thoroughly. She also made a clear statement to the fourth Kazekage Rosa that she was loyal to Tsunagakure. Will she be liquidated like this? As expected, those who can become Kage are all very capable. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Union in the barrier did not change his expression at all. What Luasha did was child's play. The F4 of Konoha village was the most outrageous. Before the Third World War began, they made Hitaki White Fang, who was famous in the ninja world, commit suicide. For White Fang, Uchiha Union still admired it very much. It's a pity. After such a person was hit by the Konoha high level, the will of fire collapsed and he couldn't bear it and committed suicide. Do it. However, at this moment, the expressions of the elite Jainin of the Sand Shinobi did not fluctuate at all, and said, "The plan has changed. We will do our best and then retreat. The Konoha Shinobi on Mount Kikyo should be able to detect the movement here soon." Okay. Before the words fell, the sand shinobi at the scene began to push back one after another. And their hands began to enter the state of seals as the chakra in their bodies surged. However, boom! They wanted to do it. But Uchiha Union's speed of action was faster. The black chakra haki wrapped around his fist, and his whole body surged with an extremely powerful and sharp momentum, and his body flashed and swung his fist. I have a punch that can blow up everything. Boom! Under the unbelievable gaze of the sand shinobi at the scene, the standing octagonal yellow light curtain barrier was blown up by Uchiha Union's punch, and an extremely terrifying energy shock wave erupted. P.S. The 5th update is here. Are there any readers who can read it? I beg for flowers and rewards with tears. Please, readers, please, readers, I am a newbie. Thank you all readers. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 6 Monster Level Strength, Crushing Everything, First Update, Begging for Flowers and Comments. Puff. Puff. At the moment when the barrier was blown up, the faces of the 8 sand shinobi Jainin suddenly changed. They couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood due to the backlash of chakra. Their bodies were also hit by the energy shock wave and flew backwards, hitting the ground hard. Silence. The sudden change made the ninjas of the Sand Shinobi surprise attack team at the scene show incredible expressions. What's going on? Even if Uchiha Union broke through, how could his strength increase so much? The barrier cast by the 8 Jainin was actually blown up by a punch. Even the powerful Third Reikage couldn't become so perverted in the blink of an eye, right? Among the people present, who was most shocked, it was undoubtedly Yekeng of Scorch Style from Sand Shinobi Village. To put it bluntly, the barrier cast by 8 Jainin together, even one tail could not break out in a short time, but now Uchiha Union blew it up with one punch. He just broke through, and he has the strength of the peak cage level? Is he so weird? Isn't this another monster comparable to the Third Reikage? Yekeng's hair stood on end. He wanted to move his body, but he found that he only glanced at Uchiha Union. He didn't know what was going on, but he seemed to be restrained. His body began to become weak again. His body and mind uncontrollably wanted to get close to Uchiha Union and accept the whip from Uchiha Union. Bang! The next second, Yekeng's body collapsed on the ground again. She had no intention of attacking Uchiha Union at all. So, Yekeng could no longer hold back. 4th Kazekage Luosha wanted to eliminate dissidents through the third battle. Her body was still attracted by Uchiha Union and she began to drool again. This was too tragic and powerless. Are you shocked? Hehe. The good show has just begun. After blasting the barrier with one punch, Uchiha Union felt the incomparable power in his body and showed a proud look. This time, he came to the Kikyo Mountain battlefield to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough. It was really the right choice. The strength became stronger and more perverted. It was so cool. Swish! Almost at the next moment, Uchiha Union's body disappeared from the spot. Not good. One of the Sand Shinobi elite Jainin seemed to sense the crisis and began to quickly seal with his hands. Unfortunately, the seal was not completed yet. His body froze in place, and his hands were still in the seal position. A fist wrapped in black energy suddenly appeared, piercing his chest from behind, and blood spurted out in an instant. Feeling the pain in his body, the pupils of the Sand Shinobi elite Jainin shrank violently several times, revealing a trace of disbelief. He lowered his head slightly and found that the fist had disappeared, leaving a blood hole that kept spurting blood. How could it be? I can't react at all. He made the last sound with difficulty, and then he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Seeing this scene, the remaining ninjas of the Sand Shinobi surprise attack team all changed their faces, and their eyes were flashing with horror. What's going on? How can it be so fast? Even some of the perception-type sand shinobi were a little dumbfounded. Because Uchiha Union's speed was too fast, and their perception could not keep up. However, it was meaningless even if their perception could keep up. A black light flashed, and 3 more sand shinobi Jainin had no time to react. And their bodies were punched with a bloody hole by Uchiha Union's fist, and they fell to the ground stiffly. No. How can the strength become so strong? Although the body had lost the ability to resist. Yekang's expression changed several times, and she looked at the dead sand shinobi in disbelief. And for some reason, looking at these dead sand shinobi, she still felt a little relieved in her heart. 4th Kazekage Rosa. You want to take advantage of the Third Ninja War to eliminate dissidents without anyone noticing. But now you are shooting yourself in the foot. This time, the Sand Shinobi Surprise Attack Force personally released a physical monster from the Uchiha clan. Tremble. Tremble. Perhaps Yekang did not realize that. Under the influence of the thunder entry of Uchiha Union's book, she, the elite Jainin who made great contributions to Tsunagakuer, has gradually turned into the shape of Uchiha Union. At this time, boom boom. Continuous roars rang out. The detonating tags buried in this area were stepped on one by Uchiha Union's rapid movement, generating a series of explosive energy shock waves. Finally, Uchiha Union's body appeared in an open space, with an excited look on his face. It's so FG cool. After the upgrade of the item and the transformation of the body, his strength is no longer the same. Ninjas, fragile assassins, are like toy cars, which will break at the touch. Even elite Jainin can be beaten with one punch. No way. Let's attack together. If we continue like this, we will be defeated one by one. The remaining more than 70 Sand Shinobi gradually came to their senses, and looked at Uchiha Union with fear, as if they were looking at a monster. There was no way. Uchiha Union's slight move made them feel their whole body trembling. It felt like facing the third Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village. Okay, then you all come together. Uchiha Union didn't care so much, and stood there proudly, with chakra, armament color, haki flowing all over his body. In a flash of black metal, he directly pushed his power to ultimate and rushed up suddenly. Things have developed to this point. Facing the full-fire Uchiha Union, the remaining ninjas of the Sand Shinobi Surprise Attack Force, who have lost the initiative, have no choice but to bite the bullet and start to fight with all their strength. Boom! In an instant, the roar continued, as if the whole area was shaking like a landslide. P.S. The first update is here. Are there any readers who can read it? I beg for flowers and rewards with tears. Please, readers, please, readers, newbies, thank you all readers. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 7, Team Wiped Out, Top Conquerors Haki, second update, begging for flowers and comments. Boom. There was a continuous roar in an instant. And the area was shaking like a landslide. Dozens of ninjutsu flew around the scene. And Uchiha Union was like an invincible monster, bathing in black chakra haki, rushing through these messy ninjutsu. And wherever he went, he almost punched a sand shinobi. Monster. Our attacks are completely useless. Although the ninjas of the Sand Shinobi Surprise Attack Force had an absolute advantage in numbers, and the coordination between the ninjas was also very smooth, they were useless. Facing the current Uchiha Union, their attacks could not break the defense at all. Instead, screams continued to ring. Ah! Ah! Bang! 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 Just like a one-sided massacre. Clear explosions mixed with screams resounded. Many sand shinobi at the scene were blown up by the fists of the monster like Uchiha Union one after another. What shadow clone, body replacement technique, body flicker technique used? only delayed the death time by 1 second. For a while, blood was gushing. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. In the end, the remaining 20 or so sand shinobi were scared, and their foreheads were sweating as they fled in all directions in panic. However, resistance had no chance of success, and running away would have no chance of survival. Comparing speed with the current Uchiha Union was purely seeking death. Ah! Ah! Screams rang out one after another. 3 minutes later, except for Yekeng, who lost his combat power, the Sand Shinobi surprise attack force was completely wiped out. What? This, they were wiped out. Just after breaking through, they perverted like this, is it so scary? What kind of monster is Uchiha Union? At this time, Yekeng was stunned for a while, and her heart was almost blank, feeling like she was dreaming. She never thought that this operation would be full of twists and turns, and she would be wiped out by Uchiha Union. Add to that the fourth Kazekage Rosa's secret elimination of dissidents. What is this? The clown turned out to be herself in the end? Not only was she a tool of Tsunagakuer, but now her body was attracted by Uchiha Union and lost control, and her love gushed out uncontrollably. 1 second. 3 seconds. 10 seconds. As time passed, Yekeng gave up struggling, her face began to become a little shy, and she just sat there. On the other side, after wiping out the ninjas of the Sand Shinobi surprise attack team, Uchiha Union was in a state of excitement and anticipation. There was no other way. The dead Sand Shinobi had various colored points of light flickering on their bodies. Loot them all. Uchiha Union did not hesitate and hurriedly gave a silent command. Instantly, countless items began to flow into Uchiha Union's body. Similar to what happened just now, the ninjutsu items were selected and merged, and the rest were all decomposed into item experience. Perfect. Uchiha Union clenched his fists slightly and silently checked his latest attribute panel. Host, Uchiha Union. Age, 18 years old. Identity, Taijutsu Ninja of the Uchiha clan. Item experience, 227,872. Note, white, 1,000, green, 10,000, blue, 100,000, purple, 10,000, orange, 10 million, gold, 100 million, black. Attribute entries. Book Thunder, black, 8 inner gates, orange, upgraded steel balloon, orange, advanced chakra, armament color, haki, purple, ninja 6 styles grandmaster, purple, Yindun proficiency, blue, fire style proficiency, blue, lightning style proficiency, blue, wind style proficiency, blue, shadow clone proficiency, blue, body flicker technique proficiency, blue, shuriken proficiency, blue, elementary conquerors haki, green, sharingan, white, water style entry, white, earth style entry, white, etc. Another 200,000 plus item experience points have been credited. After a quick glance, Uchiha Union nodded silently, his eyes fell on his own attribute entries. Experience points. Then upgrade 2 more purple items. System, upgrade the elementary conquerors haki, green, upgraded to purple. Ding. Host, are you sure you want to spend 110,000 experience points to evolve the primary conqueror's haki, green, into a purple one? Sure. Uchiha Union answered silently without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations host, you spent 110,000 experience points to evolve the primary conqueror's haki, green, into the advanced conqueror's haki, purple. Term, Advanced Conqueror's Haki, green. Quality, purple. Effect, a true overlord with both mind, skills, and body. Just by increasing the momentum, Haki can be fully dispersed. You can also wrap Conqueror's Haki around weapons or attacks, which will increase the attack power after wrapping. Buzz. At the moment when the primary Conqueror's Haki, green, successfully evolved. Without any sign, Uchiha Union's body surged with a huge momentum wave, sweeping in all directions. Perhaps it was too strong, causing all the clouds in the sky to collapse. All the weeds and trees to fall down, as if it was a tidal wave, and even the ground had cracks visible to the naked eye. This is the top Conqueror's Haki, ruling the ninja world. The heaven and earth surrender. P.S. The second update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I beg for flowers and rewards, please, 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 thank you, newbie, thank you all readers. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 8 Conquering Yuking and refreshing the entry. Please give me flowers and comments for the third update. What? Is this the pressure of aura? At this time, Yuking, who was drooling and sitting on the ground, was the only one who could barely stay awake, but he was also sweating profusely, with a look of horror and fear on his face, looking at Uchiha Union in disbelief. Even if it was their missing third Kazekage, it was impossible for him to shatter the clouds in the sky and cause cracks to appear on the ground with just his aura. However, after releasing Conqueror's Haki a little, Uchiha Union fell into a state of indecision. Now the remaining entry experience is enough to upgrade a white entry to a purple entry. Originally, after integrating the blue entry of Yindun, he wanted to mobilize the powerful mental power to cooperate with the top Conqueror's Haki to see if he could open Sharingan, but found that it didn't work. Now the remaining 117,872 entry experience can completely upgrade Sharingan, white, directly to Manjiki Sharingan, purple. However, when he thought about the serious side effects of using Manjiki Sharingan, such as vision loss and blindness, mental stress and backlash, causing other physical discomfort, etc., Uchiha Union also fell into hesitation. As the system said, it is very difficult to open his Sharingan. Using the upgrade entry to open the eye and evolve is the best choice. Therefore, if you accumulate enough experience, you can upgrade Sharingan, white, to orange entry Eternal Manjiki Sharingan at once. By then, Eternal Manjiki Sharingan will be used without side effects. Wouldn't it be more fun? Then wait a little longer. Once the decisive battle of Kikyo Mountain breaks out, there will be no shortage of experience. System: upgrade Fire Style Proficiency, blue, to purple entry. Ding! Host, are you sure you want to spend 100,000 experience to upgrade Fire Style Proficiency, blue, to purple entry? Sure. Uchiha Union nodded resolutely. Ding! Congratulations host, you spent 100,000 experience to upgrade Fire Style Proficiency, blue, to purple entry Fire Style Grandmaster, purple. Entry: Fire Style Grandmaster, purple. Quality: purple. Effect: Grandmaster can use various fire style ninjutsu, and the speed of forming seals is second only to clapping hands. Whatever you say will come true, and the power of fire style is increased by 20%. Buzz. At the moment when Fire Style Grandmaster, purple, successfully evolved, Uchiha Union, who had already mastered various fire style ninjutsu, had a deeper understanding of fire style. Just like he had practiced fire style for decades in seclusion, and had reached the level of being able to do it easily. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. Buzz. With chakra gathering behind his throat, Uchiha Union spewed a huge fireball from his mouth to the front, bombarding an open space dozens of meters away in front. Boom! A deafening roar sounded, and the explosion produced a powerful heat shock wave, which swept out and affected the entire area. The place that was bombarded left a deep pit with a diameter of about 10 meters. Finally I can perform ninjutsu. Looking at the power of the great fireball technique, Uchiha Liunian nodded with satisfaction. It's good to have many skills. In the past, I had no choice but to stick to physical skills. Now, I don't have to worry about anything. I can use the God-level entry system to become stronger in all aspects. No. Monster, pervert. Konoha village and Uchiha clan leaders, are there problems with their brains? Is this AFG ninjutsu idiot? Yaking didn't know what to say anymore, and her heart was almost blank. She felt like she was having a nightmare and a wet dream. She never thought that Uchiha Liunian taijutsu perverted, and even fire style could be performed. The speed of the seal and the power of the great fireball technique could not be performed without 10 years of practice. It's all over. Uchiha Liunian couldn't help but smile, and then he looked at Yaking, who was still slumped on the ground with a teasing look. The book Thunder entry was indeed a little perverted. Elite Jainin like Yaking had no power to fight back. Now, he was going to experiment with the hidden power of the book Thunder entry, and by the way, let Yaking pay a price that he would never forget. You. Bang. It seemed that he felt that he was being stared at. Yaking felt that his body was getting more and more excited, and the whole person was a little desperate. Succubus. Uchiha Liunian is a succubus. Swish. A sound of breaking through the air was heard. Uchiha Liunian's body disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Yaking, who was pale, weak, and helpless, was hugged by Uchiha Liunian. Buzz. In an instant, Yaking felt his mind go blank. What a bullshit Tsunagakuer, what a bullshit nightmare, she had thrown it all behind her, she was now completely addicted to Uchiha Liunian. 3 hours later, Uchiha Liunian happily walked out of a cave and stretched his muscles leisurely. He has already experimented with the concept level entry, the hidden function of the book Thunder. After the intimate connection at a negative distance, Yaking will be 100% loyal to him. And also meet the system's so-called condition of refreshing a brand new entry for his wife every month. In short, Yaking is now completely in the shape of Uchiha Liunian. Master Liunian. A gentle voice of admiration sounded. Yaking, who was dressed, walked out of the cave with a face full of shame and anger. If you look closely, you will find that Yaking's legs are somewhat inconvenient to move, and there is still some blush on his cheeks. Looking at Yaking, Uchiha Liunian seemed to have thought of something, and said with a smile, since the fourth Kazekage is unkind, you don't have to be loyal to him. It would have been better if he didn't say it. As soon as he said it, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed across Yaking's cheek. Rosa, this guy, just came to power and eliminated dissidents. I suspect that the disappearance of the third Kazekage is related to him. The third Kazekage has been made into a human puppet. After hearing this, Uchiha Liunian thought for a while before saying shockingly, it was not Rosa who did it, but Chiyo's grandson Scorpion. What? Scorpion assassinated the third Kazekage? Yaking was completely dumbfounded, and Scorpion, who was naturally withdrawn and was known as a genius puppet stylist, appeared in his mind. After the disappearance of the third Kazekage, Scorpion betrayed Tsunagakuer for no reason. Because of Cho and Ebis, she didn't think much about it. She thought it was a conflict between the grandmother and grandson. Now, Yaking suddenly realized it. P.S. Here comes the third update. Are there any readers who are interested? I beg for flowers and rewards. Please, readers, please, readers. Thank you, newbie. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 9 Refreshing the Entry, Yaking's Ambition, 4th Update, Begging for Flowers and Comments. Of course, after realizing it, Yaking's pretty face flashed a trace of dejection and powerlessness. What's the use of knowing it? The third Kazekage is dead, and Sasori has defected. This time, the Sand Shinobi surprise attack force was completely wiped out. Although 29 of the 30 Uchiha clan ninjas who came to reinforce the Konoha shinobi force in Kikyo Mountain died, an Uchiha Liunion emerged who had completely conquered her body and mind. It can be predicted that once Uchiha Liunion joins the battle, the confrontation between the two armies in Kikyo Mountain will definitely be broken, and the victory will tilt towards Konoha village. Do you want to be the fifth Kazekage? The next second, Uchiha Liunion's mouth slightly curved, and he said in a light voice, Yusu Nagakure is facing the Konoha village with a deep foundation. The victory or defeat is actually already determined. The first to launch the three wars is just to ease the sharp internal conflicts. The fourth Kazekage Rosa is also waiting to stabilize his position as the wind shadow through the three wars. Be the fifth Kazekage. Yakang's eyes flashed with a trace of expectation, and then quickly became dim. With her current strength, she is really not worthy of being the wind shadow. In addition, Luasha is deeply rooted in Tsunagakure, and even if he loses the three wars, he will not abdicate. As for Uchiha Liunion saying that Tsunagakure is bound to lose, she did not make any excuses. This time Tsunagakure and Konoha village went to war. On the one hand, the third Kazekage disappeared and the internal conflicts were sharp. On the other hand, they just wanted to take a gamble. What if they won? Tsunagakure can eat until he becomes a big fat man. Also, fourth Kazekage Luosha has his own little thoughts. I can make you stronger. Uchiha Liunion smiled slightly and said something shocking. What? Yaking looked happy and said hurriedly, Lord Luole, can you help me break through to cage level? Yes. Uchiha Liunion nodded and said, it's very simple, you just need to squat down and pick up something. Yaking showed a confused look. However, looking at Uchiha Liunion's half-smile, she, who had already sunk in body and mind, almost understood it in seconds. So, Yakang's face flushed, and he snorted and rolled his eyes at Uchiha Liunion. Then, he could not wait to lower his head to pick up something. Hey! Uchiha Liunion took a deep breath, and then silently ordered. System, give me Yakang's free entry extraction opportunity. Ding! The entry is being randomly extracted. Ding! Congratulations host, Yakang has obtained a brand new purple entry, Magnet-style blood limit, should she fuse it? Fortunately, a purple entry was drawn. After hearing this, Uchiha Liunion breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he drew a purple entry, which was still good luck. And once the magnet-style blood limit entry is fused, it means that Yakang is also an elite Jainin with 2 blood limits. Breaking through the cage level, which is basically a done deal. 1 second. 5 minutes. 20 minutes. As time passed bit by bit, until half an hour later, Uchiha Liunion's body burst out with a breath fluctuation. And after receiving this breath fluctuation, Yakang, who had just stood up, covered his mouth and wanted to say something, but suddenly his eyes widened. What's going on? Is he just able to possess the magnet-style bloodline limit? No way. Wait a minute. After acquiring the magnet-style bloodline limit, Yakang, who had already reached a bottleneck in his practice, can go one step further in a trance. Buzz. Without any signs, a violent chakra wave swept out from Yakang's body, spreading in all directions, causing the air to tremble several times. Then, with Yakang as the center, some iron sand and gold sand hidden in the rocks and soil around flew out, suspended around Yakang's body. Snap! Yakang snapped his fingers again. These iron sand and gold sand were blessed by the scorch style, and they all burned, causing the surrounding temperature to rise suddenly. Has he broken through to cage level? Looking at Yekeng, who had undergone a transformation, Uchiha Liunian showed a look of surprise. He thought Yekeng would need to practice a little to break through the bottleneck. But he didn't expect that. After integrating the terms of Magnet Style's bloodline limit, he would break through directly. And he could also use Scorch Style and Magnet Style together, which meant that Yekeng's strength had also been greatly improved. Swish! 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 A few seconds later, the gold and iron sand blessed by Scorch Style flew out and hit an open space dozens of meters away. Boom! A series of deafening roars sounded, and the energy shock wave surged out. Actually, the whole area was shaken several times. Thank you, Master Uchiha Liunian. Seeing this, Yekeng subconsciously clenched her fists, revealing an extremely excited look. She actually possessed a magnet-style bloodline limit, and under the interaction of the two bloodlines, she also happily broke through to the cage level. Isn't this amazing? Thinking of this, Yekeng looked at Uchiha Liunian with expectation and surprise, as if she had discovered a new world. She got the magnet style in one go, and if she came a few more times, wouldn't she become even stronger? Wait a minute. Seeing Yekeng's undisguised impulsive eyes, Uchiha Liunian hurriedly waved his hands and said, "There is only one chance a month, don't think too much." Ah! Yekeng subconsciously licked her lips, revealing an extremely disappointed look. She thought it could be infinite. However, she is already very satisfied to have obtained magnet-style blood limit and further advanced to cage level. Next, as long as she practices step by step and increases the amount of chakra, her strength, with the blessing of 2 blood limits, will definitely not be weak among cage-level ninjas. She is also confident to compete for the position of 5th Kazekage. 4th Kazekage Rosa, you were unkind first, don't blame me for being unjust now. I had no choice before, now I want to be a real Tsunagakuer hero. Thinking of this, Yekeng gritted his teeth and squatted down to pick up things again. P.S. The 4th update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I am begging for flowers and rewards with tears. Please readers, I am begging readers. Thank you readers. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 10, Evil Uchiha. Kikyo Mountain. Backed by Kikyo Castle, an important town in the western border of the Land of Fire. After the outbreak of the Third Ninja World War, this place became the main battlefield for the battle between Konoha Village and Tsunagakuer. At present, the two sides have been fighting for more than half a month, and both have suffered casualties, and are still in a state of mutual confrontation for the time being. At this time, in the largest tent in the center of the Konoha camp on Kikyo Mountain, the commander-in-chief of the front line, Shimura Dans, and one of the deputy commanders of the Sunin, Orochimaru, are gathering here. The current situation is not favorable for our Konoha village, right? Shimura Dans glanced at an intelligence document in his hand, a gloomy look appeared on his cheeks, and he said, after the outbreak of the Third World War, in addition to Tsunagakuer, Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakuer, and even Kirigakuer, which did not participate in the Second World War, have begun to prepare for battle. Once they all point their spearheads at Konoha Village, the consequences will be somewhat serious. At this point, Shimura Dan stretched out his hand and rubbed his temples. In the First and Second Wars, Konoha Village laughed to the end and won the final victory. Now that the Third Ninja War has just begun, Konoha Village has become the target of public criticism. Now the Third Raikage, Third Tsuchikage, and Third Mizukage must be watching the Battle of Mount Kikyo between Konoha Village and Tsunagakuer. Orochimaru licked his lips and said in a serious tone, once Konoha Village loses, Iwagakuer, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Kirigakuer will definitely start to make trouble. More than that. After hearing this, Shimura Dan sighed and said, it is no exaggeration to say that the entire ninja world may be watching the Battle of Mount Kikyo. As long as we lose, other ninja villages may want to take a bite of fat meat from Konoha village. Silence. Orochimaru fell into silence. I thought the Battle of Mount Kikyo could be quickly resolved, but I didn't expect that Sand Shinobi would do his best and send more than 3 times the number of ninjas as Konoha, which made the situation stalemate. As for asking Konoha village to send more ninjas, a small-scale force is fine, but a large-scale force is definitely not possible. Because Konoha village also needs to guard against Cloud Shinobi village, Iwagakuer, Kirigakuer, Rain Shinobi village, etc. That's right. Suddenly, Orochimaru seemed to have thought of something and said, the Uchiha clan sent a team of 30 people. They should be here soon, right? Hehe, they are here to get gilded. Shimura Dance showed a disdainful smile and said, this time, the Uchiha clan's physical genius, Uchiha Union also applied to join them. Oh. Orochimaru showed a look of surprise and said, he is actually going to the Kikyo mountain battlefield. Yet. Shimura Dance nodded and said in a low voice, according to the information from the 3rd Hokage, Uchiha Union seems to want to go to the battlefield to train and see if he can break through to the cage level. Really? Orochimaru showed a wicked look and didn't say much. He still had a deep impression of Uchiha Rainen. Not only did he not open the Sharingan, but he was also the first ninjutsu idiot. After practicing taijutsu, a ninja of the Uchiha clan became a taijutsu elite Genin by accident. Unfortunately, it is not so easy to become a cage-level taijutsu ninja. Hehe. Shimura Den smiled indifferently and said, an elite Genin who specializes in taijutsu is already his limit. It is not so easy to break through the cage-level taijutsu master. Of course, Shimura Dens didn't say anything else, that is, Uchiha Rainen disrupted many arrangements of the Konoha village's top management. One of them was the hero-saving beauty plan carefully set up by the Konoha village's top management. As a result, Namikaze Minato was not caught in the trap yet. The Cloud Shinobi that they deliberately put into Konoha village were solved by Uchiha Union with one punch, making the hero saving the beauty plan a wedding dress for Uchiha Union. When he thought of this, Shimura Dens couldn't help but complain a few words in his heart. Evil Uchiha! How come there are so many freaks? The only thing that made Shimura Dens feel a little better was that now the Uchiha clan, the clan leader Uchiha Fushun and the great elder Uchiha Setsuna were divided into 2 factions. And they stood on the side of the 2 geniuses of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Union respectively. Among them, Uchiha Fugaku, who had already opened the 3 Tomo Sharingan, obviously had the upper hand. While Uchiha Union, as a physical skill elite Genin, was at a disadvantage. It is said that many open-minded Uchiha clan ninjas don't look down on Uchiha Union, who hasn't even opened the Sharingan. The 29 Uchiha ninjas who came this time are all the clan leader, Uchiha Fushun, and an Uchiha Union who has not opened the Sharingan. I really hope you will have an internal fight and die on the way to the Kikyo mountain battlefield. Shimura Dens took a sip of the teacup, and cursed viciously in his heart. Hehe. Looking at Shimura Dens with a gloomy and uncertain expression, Orochimaru looked indifferent. Konoha's high-level officials and the Uchiha clan have always had conflicts. He was too lazy to care, and didn't want to get involved. Life is fragile. He just wanted to wait until the Battle of Kikyo Mountain was over, and then secretly do what he likes and tap into the hidden power contained in the human body. However, when Shimura Dens and Orochimaru were each thinking about their own things, a figure rushed into the tent, knelt on one knee in front of them, and reported anxiously, "Report to Lord Denzo, Lord Orochimaru, the support team sent by the Uchiha clan to Mount Kikyo seems to have been wiped out." Silence. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became solemn, especially Shimura Dens' heart skipped a beat. Is his curse so powerful? Then I want to be Hokage, why haven't I succeeded? Orochimaru's face changed suddenly after he reacted. Uchiha's support team was wiped out, which means that Sand Shinobi sneaked into the Land of Fire. Once it gets out, it will greatly affect the morale of the large Konoha Shinobi army in Mount Kikyo. In addition, the Uchiha clan in Konoha village will definitely have opinions. When did it happen? The next second. Orochimaru asked hurriedly. Today at noon. The contact ninja's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he urgently reported, our sensory ninja felt a terrifying breath that dispersed the clouds in the sky, so we sent ninjas to check it out. As a result, we found corpses all over the ground. There were Uchiha clan members and Sand Shinobi members. The scene was very bloody and tragic. According to our investigation of the scene, the Uchiha support team should have been ambushed. A large number of detonating tags were buried in that area, and there were poisonous gas residues in the air. But the strange thing is that we found that about 82 Sand Shinobi died through the inspection of the bodies, and they all had no heads. 29 Uchiha ninjas died. Bang! Bang! Before the voice fell, Shimura Dance and Orochimaru stood up suddenly, looking confused. What's wrong? Detonating talismans, poisoning, how come so many Sand Shinobi died? Something is wrong. It is extremely abnormal. P.S. The first update is here, are there any readers who read it? I beg for flowers and rewards, please, 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 thank you, newbie. Thank you, readers. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 11, Shocked Orochimaru and Danzo. It seems that all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan were ambushed and killed, but, all the Sand Shinobi were killed by someone. Either their heads were gone or their chests were pierced with a fist-sized blood hole. Looking at Orochimaru and Shimura Dance, who were in shock. The contact ninja still had a look of disbelief on his face, and added with a trembling voice, according to our repeated confirmation, those Sand Shinobi should have been unilaterally crushed by a ninja who was good at physical skills. Among them, there were 29 Jonin and 53 Chunin. By the way, the heads of these Sand Shinobi seemed to have been taken away by the person who did it. Speaking of this, the contact ninja wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and couldn't help swallowing carefully. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Orochimaru and Shimura Dance, who were already in a state of horror, hurriedly shook their heads, and their eyes flashed with a look of complete disbelief. They are not fools or idiots. There are 30 Uchiha ninjas in total. And 29 of them died. The victorious 82 Sand Shinobi were killed by a Taijutsu ninja. There is no need for the contact ninja to report. Orochimaru and Shimura Dance knew the underlying meaning he wanted to express. There are 30 Uchiha ninjas in total, and now 29 of them are dead. The one who is not dead is most likely Uchiha Rainen. Not only is he not dead, he also killed 82 Sand Shinobi with Taijutsu. This is a joke. If it was the third Raikage who is good at Taijutsu, Orochimaru and Shimura Dance would still believe it, but Uchiha Rainen is just a Taijutsu elite Jonin. Why? Orochimaru's expression became uncertain. The front battlefield was still in a stalemate, and now there was a problem in the rear. If we don't figure it out, if one thing leads to another, affecting the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, the consequences will be serious. Shimura Dance's face was also a little gloomy and cold. But most of it was disguised. The more evil Uchiha ninjas died, the better. The only thing that made him a little worried was whether Uchiha Liunion was dead or not. And who killed those Sand Shinobi? In any case, Shimura Dance would never believe that Uchiha Liunion did it. Increase the intensity of the investigation. After a while, Orochimaru took a deep breath and ordered in a deep voice, mobilize more sensory ninjas and make sure to investigate what happened. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. After hearing this, the contact ninja was shocked and wanted to turn around and leave with his head down. No need. Swish! A sound of breaking through the air was heard. Before Orochimaru and Shimura-dan's could react, Uchiha Liunion's body appeared in the tent. Perhaps because the speed was too fast, many perceptive ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army had not yet sensed that there was already one more person in the tent. Buzz! Facing the sudden appearance of one more person, Orochimaru and Shimura-dan's almost reflexively released a terrifying aura. But, after seeing the person clearly, Orochimaru and Shimura-dan's eyes suddenly shrank several times, their heads began to buzz, and their hearts were surging and shaking, and then they became blank. What? Whatever you say, it will happen. They don't believe that Uchiha Liunion killed 82 Sand Shinobi of the Sand Shinobi Surprise Attack Force. Now, Uchiha Liunion relied on his powerful body to burst out with terrifying speed, and entered the general command tent in the central area of the Konoha Shinobi force without anyone in sight. This also indirectly shows that Uchiha Liunion has broken through, his strength has become stronger, and he has become a real cage-level physical ninja. As for the contact ninja, he has already fallen into a state of stagnation and shock, and can't say anything at all. Not good. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Quick, quick, someone broke into the tent where Lord Orochimaru and Lord Danzo were meeting. At this moment, a series of extremely horrified uproars rang out. And in an instant, accompanied by waves of chakra, the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army came from all directions with panic on their faces. Surrounding the tent where Orochimaru and Shimura-dan's were meeting with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and countless doubtful eyes were gathered on the tent in the central area. They were waiting for the order from Lord Orochimaru and Lord Shimura-dan's. As long as the order was given, the whole army would attack and take down the intruder directly. 1 second. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. As time passed by little, inside the tent. But no sound came out, which made the atmosphere solemn and depressing to the ultimate. Many Konoha shinobi had cold sweat on their foreheads, and some even swallowed their saliva carefully. The mysterious ninja broke into the commander-in-chief's tent as if he was in an empty space. It was obvious that his strength should not be underestimated. At this time, in the tent, even the well-informed Orochimaru and Shimura-dan's had not come back to their senses. They really didn't believe it at all, but the facts were in front of them, and they seemed to have to believe it. However, Uchiha Liunion, who had just arrived, didn't care about that. Instead, he found a seat and sat down, picked up the teacup and poured a cup of tea leisurely. While drinking, he glanced at Orochimaru and Shimura-dan's. He checked the entries they had. Ninja, Orochimaru. Identity, one of the Sunin. Attribute entries, Mad Scientist, orange, gifted, purple, Master of Ninjutsu, purple, ambitious, purple, immortality seeker, purple, knowledgeable, blue, androgynous, green, etc. Exclusive concept entry of nothingness, Orochimaru who is not sick, orange, if there were no physical illness and side effects of various experiments, Orochimaru would be even better. Mad Scientist, orange the exploration of ninjutsu goes beyond the traditional boundaries and introduces the thinking mode of scientific experiments into ninjutsu research. Gifted, purple he has shown extremely high talent since he was a child and was praised by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen as a genius once in a century. Master of Ninjutsu, purple Grand Master has many ninjutsu and profound attainments in ninjutsu. Ambitious, purple he desires to obtain powerful power and immortality to control the world. Eternal life seeker, purple he is deeply disturbed by the fragility of life, so he has been pursuing immortality all his life. Knowledgeable, blue he has a very extensive knowledge of ninjutsu. Androgynous, green gender differences are just stumbling blocks on the road to success. Ninja, Shimura-dan's. Identity. Leader of the route of Konoha village. Attribute entries: dark of Konoha, orange, ambitious, purple, inferiority and arrogance, purple, wind style grandmaster, purple, seal grandmaster, purple, good at hiding, blue, etc. Exclusive nihilistic concept entry: reason Danzo, orange. If you can have enough reason and not be dominated by ambition and desire, you will become more powerful, difficult, and terrifying. Dark of Konoha, orange, doing all kinds of unknown things for Konoha in the dark, full of blood, violence, cruelty, and coldness. Inferiority and conceit, purple, living under the shadow of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen for a long time, inferiority, and extremely conceited. Wind style grandmaster, purple, mastering powerful and grandmaster wind style ninjutsu, one of the best in the entire ninja world. Ambitious, purple, always eager to become Hokage, and do whatever it takes to achieve this. Seal master, purple, mastering many powerful sealing techniques. Good at hiding, blue, always hiding his true intentions and strength, and will not easily reveal until the critical moment. P.S. The second update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I am begging for flowers and rewards with tears. Please readers, newbies. Thank you all readers. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 12 Danzo, I don't believe it, please give me flowers and comments. After a quick glance, Uchiha Liunion's expression remained unchanged on the surface, but his heart was shaken with surprise. As for the attribute entries of Orochimaru and Shimura Dan's, he just took a quick look, and they were similar to what he imagined. But the exclusive concept entry of nothingness made Uchiha Liunion look extremely surprised. A healthy Orochimaru and a rational Danzo, both exist only in the concept, and now through the God-level entry system, it can be seen, which is really incredible. Doesn't that mean that he can also see the concept entries of healthy Itaki, intelligence Jiraiya, home Minato, girl Kagaya, experience Madara, head kick Guy, will identification Obito, etc. through the God-level entry system? Well, these are not the most important. He is more curious about whether the book Thunder entry he has can deal with the concept God entry Butsuden Sakura and girl Kagaya entries. However, when he saw the entry about Orochimaru being androgynous, Uchiha Liunion suddenly couldn't hold back. Uncle Snake and Aunt Snake are really not his type. Subconsciously, he restrained his damn charm, fearing that Orochimaru would be affected by the book Thunder and wanted to go for the man. However, Uchiha Liunion didn't know why. The first impression Orochimaru had when he saw him was that he was still charming, and he was his type. However, now Orochimaru hadn't turned into Ant Snake, and he quickly reacted and showed an unbelievable look. Illusion. I was definitely affected by the invisible illusion. She was actually interested in men. This Uchiha Liunion, even if he hadn't awakened the Sharingan, didn't seem to be a simple character. Hey! Thinking of this, Orochimaru took a deep breath first, showed a wicked smile, and said, Liunion-jun, long time no see. Before, Orochimaru always called Uchiha Liunion by his name. Now that he has strength, he has become Liunion-jun and is placed on the same level. Hee. After hearing this, Uchiha Liunion took another sip of tea leisurely and said in a light voice, A Sand Shinobi surprise attack force of more than 80 people sneaked into the back of Kikyo Mountain. It is indeed almost impossible to meet. Orochimaru's expression froze for a moment, and he could only smile awkwardly. Uchiha Liunion. Shimura Dan's also reacted and said in a questioning tone, Did you really kill more than 80 elite Sand Shinobi? After hearing this, Uchiha Liunion sighed and pretended to be sad and said, After being ambushed by Sand Shinobi, the Uchiha ninjas who were traveling with me suffered heavy casualties. I was about to give up, Fortunately, I turned my grief and anger into strength and broke through at the critical moment, and killed more than 80 elite sand shinobi in seconds. No. Shimura-dan's gloomy face was still full of doubts, and he said in a doubtful tone, even if you broke through, you can't kill more than 80 elite sand shinobi? Unless you awaken Mangeki Sharingan. Speaking of this, Shimura-dan stared at Uchiha Liunian with a torch-like gaze. Of course. Shimura-dan still had one more word to say. That is, all the Uchiha ninjas clearly stand on the side of the clan leader, Uchiha Fusion. They are just teammates on the surface. Uchiha Liunian will never turn grief and anger into strength. If you don't believe me, forget it. My Sharingan still doesn't work. Hehe. Sand Shinobi sneaked into the back and stole the house. You didn't notice it at all. Uchiha Liunian shrugged indifferently and said in a calm voice, anyway, 29 Uchiha clan ninjas died this time. As the commander-in-chief of Kaikyoyama, you have to bear the main responsibility. What? Shimura-dan's widened his eyes in anger and said, you Uchiha ninjas are arrogant and arrogant. You didn't find your own reasons after being ambushed, but blamed me. What else? Uchiha Liunian's mouth corners slightly curved, and said, this time I wiped out the Sand Shinobi surprise attack team, and I have to take credit for it. Don't go too far. Shimura-dan's couldn't suppress the angry expression on his cheeks anymore, and pointed at Uchiha Liunian, you are not worthy of bargaining with me. I will investigate this matter thoroughly instead of listening to your one-sided words. I said the same thing again. If you hadn't awakened Mangeki Sharingan, it would be impossible to unilaterally crush the elite Sand Shinobi. Do you really think you are the third Raikage? There must be some unknown secrets in this. Speaking of this, Shimura-dan seemed to feel that he had taken the initiative, and a sneer finally appeared on his gloomy cheeks. He is the leader of the Konoha route and the commander-in-chief of the large force of Konoha shinobi in Kikyo Mountain. No matter what status Uchiha Liunian has, even if his strength has become stronger, he does not need to give Uchiha Liunian any face. Orochimaru did not speak, just standing there quietly. He was very curious. What would Uchiha Liunian do? Now, Shimura-dan's, the commander-in-chief of the Konoha shinobi army in Kikyo Mountain, wants to use his power to suppress others. Unless the third Hokage comes, there is really no way. Who told Shimura-dan's to have a high status and identity in Konoha village? In a sense, he, one of the Sunin, cannot compare. As for the contact ninja, he has no idea what he is thinking. He only has one thought in his heart, who am I? Where am I? I have forgotten everything that happened in the tent. Okay. Then I will prove my strength. Let Lord Danzo know what level I am. Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Liunian, who was originally smiling, had become extremely teasing, and slowly put down the teacup in his hand, and a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Uchiha Liunian's body disappeared from the spot. Not good. Shimura-dan's had never thought that Uchiha Liunian would attack without saying anything. When he was about to activate chakra to counterattack, he found that the distance was too close. And Uchiha Liunian was too fast, so he was too late. Pa! A crisp slapping sound was heard. Shimura-dan's old face twisted for a while, and was slapped away by a slap, piercing through the tent and smashing out fiercely. P.S. The third update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I beg for flowers and rewards with tears. Please, readers, please, readers, newbies. Thank you all readers. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 13, Angry Shimura-dan's, first update, begging for flowers and comments. What? Seeing Shimura-dan's being slapped away, Orochimaru, who was watching the show, was completely stunned. His eyes widened and he was shocked. No, he just started fighting. Uchiha is a little too unconventional, isn't he? You know, this is the leader of Konoha village, the commander-in-chief of the Konoha shinobi army in Kikyo Mountain. You just started fighting without saying anything. Don't you think too much of Shimura-dan's? Of course, seeing that Shimura-dan's didn't even react, Orochimaru also had a new estimate of Uchiha Ryuin's strength. After all, Shimura-dan's strength is not weak. Facing Uchiha Ryuin's attack, he didn't react. I'm afraid he really broke through the bottleneck and killed more than 80 sand shinobi ninjas. Get out of the way. Something is flying out. As Shimura-dan's flew out, the Konoha shinobi who were surrounded outside the tent retreated reflexively. Bang! Shimura-dan's body hit an open space hard, accompanied by a puff of dust. Shimura-dan's old face on the left side was already red and swollen, and he appeared in front of the Konoha shinobi with a dusty face. Silence. The most feared thing is the sudden silence in the air. Especially the Konoha shinobi who just dodged the fastest, all showed dumbfounded expressions. If they had known that it was Master Danzo who flew out, they would definitely catch him steadily, instead of retreating and watching Master Danzo fall to the ground. Among them, some ninjas of the route could not help but rub their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. But, the facts were in front of them. The high and mighty Lord Danzo seemed to have been slapped out by someone. FK. How did Lord Danzo fly out? No, Lord Danzo was beaten out. A few seconds later, some genin of the ninja army came back to their senses first. All of them showed extremely horrified expressions. They had never thought that Lord Shimura-dan's, the commander-in-chief of the Konoha shinobi army, would be beaten out. Who would be so bold and presumptuous? This is the rhythm of not taking Lord Danzo seriously at all? Cough cough. At this time, Shimura-dan's coughed heavily a few times, feeling the burning left face, clenched his fists, and the whole person was in a state of exasperation and uncontrollable anger. For so many years, no one has ever dared to slap him in the face so recklessly. They didn't give him any face at all. No, they didn't take him, a high-ranking Konoha official, seriously. What made Danzo even more terrified was that Uchiha Ryuin's strength was a little beyond his expectations. Even he didn't react. That meant that Uchiha Ryuin really broke through to become a cage-level taijutsu ninja. It was terrifying to think about it. A ninja from the Uchiha clan, who hadn't even opened the Sharingan, became a cage-level taijutsu ninja. If the Sharingan was opened to the Manjiki state in the future, would his overall strength be heaven-defying? Uchiha Ryuin, you are dead. No one can save you. The next second, Shimura-dan's took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and ordered, all Konoha shinobi, listen to my order, capture Uchiha Ryuin who committed insubordination. Ah! Catch Uchiha Ryuin. Could it be that Uchiha Ryuin knocked Lord Danzo out? After hearing this, the Konoha shinobi at the scene all showed extremely surprised expressions. They knew about Konoha's genius taijutsu ninja, Uchiha Ryuin. He was a genius second only to Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hyuga Hayashi. At a young age, he could rely on taijutsu to defeat Cloud Shinobi Genin who sneaked into Konoha village to secretly capture Nine Tails Jinkriki Uzumaki Kushina. Now he actually attacked Lord Danzo again. Is this going to be a big deal? Of course. Thinking so, the Konoha shinobi at the scene have all entered a state of battle. Danzo is the commander-in-chief of the Konoha shinobi force after all. Although they have many doubts in their hearts, they have to obey orders. And the ninjas of the route, needless to say, the chakra fluctuations on their bodies have been surging wildly. However, at such a tense moment, okay, everyone disperse. Orochimaru walked out of the tent and said casually, it's just a misunderstanding, there is no need to make a big fuss. Hey! After hearing this, The ninjas of the Konoha shinobi force at the scene were all confused and stood stiffly in place. What's going on? The orders of Lord Danzo and Lord Orochimaru. Who should we listen to? Orochimaru. Shimura Dan's face became more and more gloomy. What do you mean? Nothing. Orochimaru paused for a moment, then said slowly, now our first task is to deal with the Sand Shinobi army. This is not the time for internal strife. We can't attack Uchiha Union. You. Shimura Dan's body trembled with anger. He pointed to his cheek and said, did I take this slap in vain? Hee. It must be in vain. Don't you believe that I wiped out the Sand Shinobi surprise attack team? Don't you say that you and I are not on the same level. I can only prove it well. Before Orochimaru spoke, Uchiha Union walked out of the tent with his arms folded across his chest, looking very calm and composed. Just kidding. I didn't have the strength before. And by the way, I had to consider Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina, so I could only work hard to become stronger and keep a low profile. Now, the God-level entry system has awakened. And my strength has also undergone a revolutionary transformation. I can't keep a low profile, can I? If I keep a low profile when I am weak, and I keep a low profile when I am strong, then wouldn't the system have awakened in vain? So, there is no need to wrong myself. Just do whatever you want. As long as you are strong enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, will weigh the pros and cons himself. P.S. The first update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I beg for flowers and rewards, please, 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 thank you, newbie, thank you, readers. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 14, Is this AFG Ninjutsu Idiot? Second update, begging for flowers and comments. Sharp-tongued. If you dare to attack me and don't take me, the leader of the Root and the commander-in-chief of the Konoha Shinobi of Mount Kikyo seriously, then there is no room for recovery. When he thought of losing face in front of so many Konoha Shinobi, Shimura Dan's looked extremely cold and said in a cold tone, I am the commander-in-chief of the Konoha Shinobi of Mount Kikyo, and I have absolute command power, so everyone, take action and capture Uchiha Union. Whoever doesn't take action will be punished by military law. Okay. After realizing Uchiha Rinan's strength, Shimura Dan's could no longer suppress his murderous intent, jealousy, fear, madness, and other emotions. The evil Uchiha clan had produced another super taijutsu genius, and they didn't take him, a high-ranking official in Konoha, seriously. Sorry, even if he would be punished by Sarutobi Hiruzen this time, he would capture Uchiha Rinan first and make him a piece of meat on the chopping board. He believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely support him in doing so. Orochimaru showed a helpless look. A higher rank can crush a lower rank. It was already his limit to speak first. Now Danzo had to issue orders as the commander-in-chief of the Konoha Shinobi army, so there was nothing he could do. Buzz. 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 Accompanied by waves of chakra, more than 50 root ninjas took the lead in entering the battle form, with the sense of being ready to attack at any time. Wait a minute. I advise you to think it over before giving the order. At this time, Uchiha Union took out a sealing scroll from his arm slowly, and with his chakra flowing, he formed a seal with his hands. Puff. After a flash of white smoke, more than 80 bloody heads fell to the ground. This time, the Uchiha reinforcement team was almost wiped out. Fortunately, I broke through at the critical moment and launched a strong counterattack. Uchiha Union pointed at the heads on the ground slowly, and said calmly, everyone has seen that the ninjas of the Sand Shinobi surprise attack force who sneaked into the back of Kikyo Mountain are all dead, including 3 elite Jonin, 27 Jonin, and more than 50 elite Chunin. Hiss. Hiss. Hiss! Instantly, many Konoha shinobi around them widened their eyes and could not help but gasp. There were more than 80 heads, which gave people too much visual stimulation. What made many Konoha shinobi scalps numb was that the Sand Shinobi surprise attack force actually sneaked into the rear and destroyed a reinforcement Uchiha team. It just happened to stimulate Uchiha Union, a physical genius, and he wiped out the Sand Shinobi surprise attack force. This was a terrible record. Once it was spread, I am afraid that the whole ninja world would be shaken. So, in this situation, more than 50 root ninjas who had just burst out chakra and entered the combat state suddenly lost their fire and broke out in a cold sweat. They were not fools. Uchiha Union had started to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. If they took action, they would be overestimating their own strength. They could only look at Shimura-dan's with hesitation. Shimura-dan's expression also became uncertain. He calmed down instantly when he saw those heads with their eyes wide open. They fought with the Sand Shinobi for such a long time. Not to mention the elite Genin, even the casualties of the Genin were very small. Almost all the dead were Genin and Chunin. The result was good. Uchiha Union killed 3 elite Genin, 27 Genin, and more than 50 elite Chunin at once. That means if the root ninjas take action, they will probably just be defeated. If the Konoha shinobi's large army of ninjas attack, they will probably kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of their own. Danzo, why don't I use ninjutsu to compete with you? At this time, Uchiha Union seemed to have thought of something, and said meaningfully, if I lose, then I will let you hit that slap back. If you win, then you must bow your head and admit your mistake in front of so many Konoha shinobi. Do you dare to compete? Are you sure you want to fight with ninjutsu? Hearing this, Shimura-dan's eyes flickered a few times, and he still said uncertainly, your Sharingan is really not open. Sharingan is indeed not open. Uchiha Union's hands were paralyzed, and he said slowly, I can't use any physical skills. We will decide the winner with ninjutsu. Orochimaru can be the referee. It seems that after your physical skills have broken through to cage level, you are also very confident in ninjutsu. Shimura-dan showed a sneer on his cold cheeks. As a Konoha village recognized as a ninjutsu idiot. Even if he could practice ninjutsu, he couldn't practice it very deeply all at once. Okay. Ninjutsu battle, come on, who's afraid of who? Thinking of this, Shimura-dan showed a confident look. Just kidding. His strength and ability are not weak. Especially his wind style, which is well known in the whole ninja world. He still doesn't believe that he can't beat a ninjutsu idiot. Everyone back off. Orochimaru also showed an interested look, and gestured to the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army on the scene. This Uchiha Union is getting more and more interested in him. Swish! 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 In an instant, a series of air-breaking sounds rang out. And there was no one around Uchiha Union and Shimura-dan's within 300 meters. Wind-style vacuum wave. As Shimura-dan's chakra surged throughout his body, his hands quickly formed seals, and a sharp breath similar to that of a sickle weasel spit out from his mouth, cutting through the air, and he roared away thinking of Uchiha Union. It's my turn. Then let me show you the power of the Fire-style Grandmaster. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Union also began to form seals, and chakra gathered behind his throat and spewed out a huge fireball from his mouth to the front, blasting it out. Boom boom. Accompanied by a roaring sound. The vacuum wave and the fireball suddenly collided, erupting an extremely terrifying power shock wave, sweeping in all directions, shaking the area. However, because the flame can make the wind help combustion and produce a more powerful flame effect, and the high temperature of the fire can also consume the airflow energy brought by the wind, the vacuum wave was completely crushed by the flame energy after a stalemate of 5 seconds. So much so that the fireball also bombarded Shimura-dan's Swish. Shimura-den's face was ugly. Ultimate. His body flashed. He dodged this wave of attacks. Randomly stretched out his right arm that was shaking with anger and pointed at Uchiha Union. Who can tell me? This is AFG ninjutsu idiot. P.S. The second update is here, are there any readers who can read it? I beg for flowers and rewards with tears, please readers, I am a newbie, thank you all readers. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 15, Defeat Denzo, copy the entry, please give me flowers and comments for the third update. Who can tell me, this is AFG ninjutsu idiot. Angry. Shimura-den's was shaking with anger, he was really a little incompetent and furious. An expert can tell the difference with one move. Uchiha Union seemed to simply perform a fire-style great fireball technique. But any ninja with a little bit of insight could tell from the speed of the seal, the hand gestures, and the power that Uchiha Union's fire style had also been cultivated to the Grandmaster level. A recognized ninjutsu idiot. After breaking through from the Taijutsu Elite Jainin to the Cage level Taijutsu Ninja, his fire style also reached the Grandmaster level. Isn't this totally unreasonable? There is only one possibility, that is, Uchiha Union is actually a ninjutsu genius, but he is good at hiding his shortcomings, so he deceived everyone and made everyone think he was a ninjutsu idiot. Now that he has strength, he doesn't pretend anymore, he shows his cards directly, he doesn't intend to show himself as a ninjutsu idiot, he uses the Grandmaster level fire style. Union, this is too hidden, isn't it? Orochimaru's golden eyes flashed with disbelief. In fact, this Uchiha Union gave him too many surprises and turned into shock. You know, Danzo's wind style has already reached the Grandmaster level, and his ability and strength are beyond doubt. Now, Uchiha Union said that he doesn't need physical skills, but his proficiency in fire style is so high. He has also reached the Grandmaster level. Isn't it really a bit perverted? FK. Didn't you say that Uchiha Union is an idiot in ninjutsu? Damn it, his proficiency in fire style is so high, it's incredible. The ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army who had already retreated, after realizing it belatedly, looked at each other, and each of them could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. We are all ninjas, of course we can see how proficient Uchiha Union is in performing fire-style great fireball technique. He is a recognized ninjutsu idiot, but he can perform fire style so well, and his physical skills are so strong. Isn't he a bit too genius? However, after witnessing Uchiha Union's powerful strength, the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army were looking forward to it. A top-level combat force that suddenly appeared can definitely affect the direction of the battlefield and the balance of victory. After the fusion of the proficient terms of Yin Dun, combined with the transformed body, the chakra also increased a lot and visibly. At this time, Uchiha Union didn't care so much, sensing the chakra surging all over his body, showing a look of surprise. And when I think of chakra, which generally refers to the product of an average mixture of spiritual energy and physical energy, his spiritual power has been greatly improved now. Although Sharingan has not yet opened its eyes, with the extremely strong body, chakra has soared to cage level, which seems to be a very normal thing. So much so that Uchiha Union's eyes looking at Shimura-den's are full of teasing. What else can I say? Even if he doesn't use physical skills, Shimura-den's entry is a duplicate, and no one can stop him. Shimura-den's also gradually stabilized his mind, and he was more and more wary and afraid of Uchiha Union in his heart. He thought he was a super old coin who was good at hiding. Now compared with Uchiha Union, he is undoubtedly a small witch compared to a big witch. He is really too cowardly and too good at disguising and hiding. However, what Shimura-den's didn't know was that Uchiha Union was indeed an idiot in ninjutsu. But, at the critical moment of life and death, Cheat awakened and achieved a super transformation in life. I don't believe it. The next second, Shimura Dance took a deep breath. And as the chakra in his body surged, his hands began to form seals. Wind style great breakthrough. Wind style vacuum wave. Wind style vacuum big ball. Swish. 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 Shimura Dance performed wind style ninjutsu one by one, which released a terrifying energy wave, and attacked the area where Uchiha Union was frantically. Good. Fire style Phoenix Claw Red. Fire style Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Fire style How Long Huo Technique. Uchiha Union saw this, and as his chakra surged, he began to form seals with his hands, performing fire styles one by one, and bombarded him head-on. Boom! A few seconds later, a series of deafening explosions rang out. A top wind style and a top fire style master had a direct confrontation, and a terrifying energy shock wave broke out. Perhaps the power was too great, making the air so hot that it trembled, and large gullies appeared on the ground, and flames mixed with dust and smoke flew all over the sky, and the scene was very shocking. However, as the battle continued, the fire over wind became more and more obvious, especially when Shimura Dance's wind style could not gain an advantage. Uchiha's fire style gradually began to gain the upper hand, resulting in Shimura Dance's defeat, and his wind style began to be suppressed. He began to use various clone techniques and body replacement techniques to avoid the aftermath of the fire style. Fire overcomes wind, wind overcomes thunder, thunder overcomes earth, earth overcomes water, and water overcomes fire. Orochimaru shook his head slightly and muttered to himself, the 5 attributes of chakra are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining, and Danzo wind style is suppressed by Uchiha's fire style. That's right, attribute restraint may not be absolute. Factors such as the ninja's strength, chakra volume, level of ninjutsu, and usage skills will affect the actual effect of the restraint relationship. But, the actual situation now is that Uchiha's fire style has also reached the Grandmaster level, which is the same level as Shimura Dance's Grandmaster level wind style, so wind style will definitely be eaten to death. This is also the case. As the wind style and fire style fought crazily, Shimura Dance's expression became more and more gloomy and ugly, and wisps of hot sweat appeared on his forehead. His heart was in the torture of ice and fire. Unless he casts a sealing technique. But, a powerful sealing technique usually kills 1,000 enemies and injures 800 of his own. Until the critical moment, he will not use a sealing technique at all costs. Uncomfortable. Shimura Dance looked extremely frustrated and uncomfortable. He was slapped by Uchiha Union, and now he can't even win a ninjutsu battle. This time in Kikyo Mountain, he has lost all his face, and the prestige he has accumulated for many years has also been burned. Once it gets out, I'm afraid that not only Konoha village, but the entire ninja world will laugh at him, Shimura Dance. However, when he thought of Uchiha Union's strength, Shimura Dance's face changed several times, as if he had made a decision. His body paused, and he said loudly, Uchiha Union, you win, I admit defeat. Before he finished speaking, boom! A deafening roar sounded. Shimura Dance, who thought Uchiha Union would stop, was hit by the hot aftermath and flew backwards. Swish! Swish! The 3 root ninjas did not make the same mistake as before, and flew out in a flash. They caught the embarrassed Shimura Dance steadily. Have you given up? A curve appeared at the corner of Uchiha Union's mouth, revealing a calm and composed look. This Danzo is quite flexible. Ding! Congratulations host, Shimura Dance took the initiative to give up, and you can randomly copy one of his entries. Please choose whether to copy randomly. P.S. The 3rd update is here, are there any readers to read it? I am begging for flowers and rewards with tears, please readers, please readers, please readers, Meng Xin, thank you all readers. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16 Win Style Grandmaster, Danzo's Frustration, first update, begging for flowers and comments. Ding! Congratulations host, Shimura Danz has voluntarily admitted defeat. Now you can randomly copy one of his entries. Please choose whether to randomly copy. Can I randomly copy the entries? Uchiha Union took another look at the entries owned by Shimura Danz, and couldn't help showing a look of disdain. Okay. Even if it was Shimura Danz's exclusive conceptual entry of nothingness, reason Danzo, orange. He looked down on it. Because the exclusive conceptual entry of nothingness, reason Danzo, orange. For Shimura Danz, it was a dream orange entry, but for Uchiha Union, it was a chicken rib. As for the entries of Konoha's darkness, orange, ambitious, purple, inferiority and arrogance, purple, Win Style Grandmaster, purple, Master of Seals, purple, etc. Uchiha Union only looked up to the two purple entries of Win Style Grandmaster, purple, and Master of Seals, purple. System, copy randomly. When he thought of this, Uchiha Union silently ordered in his heart. Anyway, I copied an entry that I don't like. Then I will decompose it into entry experience, and I will make a small profit no matter what. Ding! The entry is being copied randomly, copying. Ding! Congratulations host, congratulations host, it has been copied to Wine Style Grandmaster, purple, do you want to merge it? Yeah, I'm lucky. Listening to the system's prompt, Uchiha Union showed a touch of joy, and merged the entry of Win Style Grandmaster without thinking. Buzz! In an instant, Shimura Danz's experience of practicing Win Style for decades appeared in Uchiha Union's mind, and he mastered Win Style to the Grandmaster level in an instant. And the green entry that was originally proficient in Win Style was also upgraded to the purple entry of Win Style Grandmaster. System, can the exclusive conceptual terms of nothingness be copied? After the copied terms were merged, Uchiha Union asked curiously as if he had thought of something. Ding! Host, even conceptual terms of nothingness can be copied by you. Then can I help the ninja with the exclusive conceptual terms of nothingness to materialize this term that does not exist? Ding! Host, you can help others materialize conceptual terms of nothingness, but it will cost 3 times the term experience. 3 times the term experience. Uchiha Union shook his head and didn't think about it directly. Just kidding. Helping others awaken conceptual terms. Isn't this just looking for something to do when you have nothing to do? On the other side. Hey! Danzo, who was caught by the root ninja, couldn't help but take a deep breath, trying his best to suppress the frustration and unhappiness in his heart. Endure. Must endure again and again. Anyway, the embarrassment is already too great, so the best option is to admit defeat. Uchiha Union is now strong enough, and he must return to Konoha village to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan has another pervert-level genius, who is no less talented than Namikaze Minato, who is now the focus of the Konoha village high-level officials. Shimura Danz, it's time to fulfill your promise and admit your mistakes in front of so many Konoha shinobis. A smile flashed in Uchiha Union's eyes, and he added slowly, this time, 29 members of the Uchiha clan's support team died. And you are still responsible for it. You. Seeing Uchiha Union so aggressive, Shimura Danz felt that he was going crazy. I took the initiative to admit defeat. Is it not enough? You have to be so unreserved. And make him, a Konoha high-level official, lose face? It's uncomfortable. It's really uncomfortable. Having been a high-ranking official in Konoha for so many years, Shimura Dan still encountered such a frustrating and helpless thing for the first time. If he had the character when he was young, he would have directly started a full-scale war without caring about everything. Now, as a shrewd politician, he should not be impulsive and show off his power in many things. Soon, after weighing the pros and cons, Shimura Dan said loudly with an extremely firm look, "I'm sorry. Uchiha Union, I just spoke too loudly, and I shouldn't have questioned you or doubted you. Shimura Dan's, I really know I was wrong." Silence. The whole audience was silent. Originally, seeing Danzo take the initiative to admit defeat, the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army at the scene were shocked by Uchiha Union's strength, and thought that the matter was over, but they didn't expect that. As a high-ranking official in Konoha, the commander-in-chief of the Konoha shinobi army in Kaikyoyama Shimura Dan's, he was forced to lower his posture and admit his mistakes in public. It really made the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army dare not even breathe. "Okay. I accept your admission of fault." Swish. A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Uchiha Union used the shaving to appear in front of Shimura Dan's in a flash. Perhaps because the speed was too fast, Shimura Dan's was frightened and took 3 steps back. His body tensed up, and cold sweat overflowed on his forehead. He said in an unconfident tone, "What do you want to do?" He. Uchiha Union did not speak. Directly stretched out his right hand and started at a speed faster than lightning. "UBD. Laozi and Uzumaki Kushina are in love. How can you, the Konoha high-level officials, oppose it? In the past, I didn't have strong strength. I could only endure it. With the power of the great elder Uchiha Setsuna. Now I have strength. New and old grudges must be settled together." Ninja. Shimura Dan's body was tense and he was caught in a struggle between heaven and man. In the end, he was still trembling with fear and did not fight back. He was betting that Uchiha Union would not dare to kill him in front of so many people. Crack. The sound of a bone being broken was heard. Shimura Dan's body trembled a few times in pain, and cold sweat ran down his body. This. Witnessing the commander-in-chief Shimura Dan's shoulder being broken by Uchiha Union, many Konoha shinobi and even dozens of root ninjas at the scene swallowed their saliva carefully. It was too domineering, too violent, and too unscrupulous. As the situation became more and more complicated, they could only look at Orochimaru. What else could they say? Whether it was Shimura Dan's, or the no longer low-key Uchiha Union, they could not afford to offend him, and dared not say anything more. They could only see how Lord Orochimaru, one of the Sunin, would deal with it. Unfortunately, what disappointed everyone was that, from beginning to end, Orochimaru had no intention of speaking, but showed a trace of interest. Especially when he looked at Uchiha Union, as if he was looking at some beauty. "I know you are very unhappy, but, just hold it in." Uchiha Union said coldly, "Now you know what level I am, whether I am qualified to talk to you." Feeling the pain from his shoulder, Shimura Dan's was in pain and wanted to collapse. He just said something about Uchiha Union's level, but he was still hated until now. The evil Uchiha was too damned. Of course, Shimura Dan's also knew very well that there must be a reason why their Konoha high-level officials strongly opposed Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Union's friendship, and often put pressure on the great elder of the Uzumaki clan, Uchiha Setsuna, and secretly suppressed Uchiha Union. Now the situation has changed. Uchiha Union is in power and is not forgiving anyone. There is also Orochimaru, the super sixth brother. From the beginning to the end, there is no intention to stop him. After all, they are like-minded. No. To put it wrong, they are like-minded. When something happens, they just stay neutral and silent. It's really too real. Hehe. Uchiha Union shrugged and said indifferently, report what happened today to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha village. Okay. Shimura Dan's body was trembling slightly in pain. How could he dare to say anything more? Besides, he was already injured. It was embarrassing in front of everyone. That means that staying in the Kikyo Mountain battlefield will not play a big role. Returning to Konoha village is the best choice. P.S. Here is the first update. Are there any readers who read it? I beg for flowers and rewards. Please, readers, please, readers. I am a newbie. Thank you, readers. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 17 Grandmaster, Shocked Luoshat, second update, begging for flowers and comments. The next thing was very simple. Shimura Dans, who had lost all face, did not dare to hesitate at all. He endured the pain in his body and gestured to several trusted subordinates. He was supported, like a dog that had lost its home. Under the gaze of thousands of ninjas from the Kikyo Mountain Konoha Shinobi Force, he left the Kikyo Mountain camp without looking back and flew towards the direction of Konoha village. Silence. Looking at the Konoha high-level officials, Shimura Dans, the commander-in-chief of the Kikyo Mountain Konoha Shinobi Force, left with his head down like a defeated rooster. The Konoha shinobi in the camp all fell into silence and shock. With different expressions of fear, shock, disbelief, etc. in their eyes, they looked at Uchiha Union, who was standing in the middle. Strange, really too strange. Uchiha Union used to be a physical genius famous in Konoha village. Everyone knows that. Now, he has followed the Uchiha support team to the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, and has undergone a drastic transformation. Not only has his strength become stronger, but his style of doing things has become tougher and more resolute. Not giving face to anyone. Even the famous root boss, Lord Danzo, was defeated and had to swallow his anger. The only good news. Perhaps even if Lord Danzo left, he was replaced by a more terrifying Uchiha Union. The overall strength of the large Konoha shinobi force in Kikyo Mountain has not only not weakened, but has been greatly enhanced. Ah! At this time, Orochimaru, who had been silent, took a deep breath and sighed, "Li Union, your style of doing things is really surprising." Speaking of this, Orochimaru paused for a moment, and then said slowly, "Danzo was forced to leave the Kikyo Mountain battlefield by you, and our ninja army has lost a high-end combat force. It may affect the overall situation." Oh! Uchiha Union raised his eyebrows and said, "It won't affect the overall situation. At most, Konoha village will be shaken violently." Yes. Orochimaru understood immediately and showed a thoughtful look. It seems that teacher Sarutobi will have a headache again, and the Uchiha clan will also be shaken. Hehe. After hearing this, Uchiha Union smiled and said, "This has just begun. Then I am looking forward to it more and more." Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Union with deep eyes. He now can no longer see through Uchiha Union. Konoha village seems to be getting more and more lively. The next second, Orochimaru took the initiative to change the subject and said, "Danzo has left, so let's fight quickly and launch a general attack on the Sand Shinobi army in a day." Okay. Uchiha Union smiled and nodded, saying, "It just so happens that I also want to have a good outbreak and become famous in the entire ninja world." Of course. Uchiha Union has one more thing to say. That is, plunder and upgrade items. Nothing is more suitable than the battlefield. He has begun to look forward to his strength and ability to reach a higher level. Okay. A ray of expectation flashed in Orochimaru's snake eyes. This time Uchiha Union appeared out of nowhere. Once he kills everyone in the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, it is a sure thing that he will be famous in the ninja world. As for Shimura Dan's experience, what does it have to do with Orochimaru? One of his sonin? Hey! It's okay. It's okay. With the joining of Uchiha, we have a better chance of winning this battle. The ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army at the scene also reacted belatedly, showing a look of excitement and expectation, and some even clenched their fists in excitement. Now, it's too late to feel sorry for Danzo-sama. And we should be happy for the joining of Uchiha-sama. At the same time, in another direction of Mount Kikyo, the camp of the Sand Shinobi army, the disappearance of the third Kazekage has led to sharp internal conflicts in Tsunagakure. So, this time when the war against Konoha village began, Tsunagakure almost chose a full-scale attack from the beginning. And almost all the ninjas in the village were bet on the front battlefield. And only let Tsunagakure's elder Cho lead a small number of old, weak, sick, and disabled ninjas to stay in Tsunagakure to prevent any accidents. At this time, in the camp of the Sand Shinobi army, in the central tent, 4th Kazekage Rosa and Chief of Staff Ebis, as well as several Tsunagakure high-ranking officials were sitting there without saying a word, with very ugly faces. Because just now they have received the latest intelligence. That is, the Sand Shinobi surprise attack force led by Sand Shinobi elite Jainin Yakura has lost contact in the Land of Fire. With the strength of the Sand Shinobi surprise attack force and the large amount of detonating talismans they carry, combined with the latest poison configured by Elder Cho, it should be impossible for all of them to lose contact at once. Seeing that the Kazekage and Ebis did not speak, one of the Tsunagakure senior officials hesitated for a moment before saying in an unbelievable tone, "The large force of Kikyo Mountain Konoha shinobi has not been mobilized on a large scale, so they should not have discovered the Sand Shinobi surprise attack force yet." Yes. Another Sand Shinobi senior official also nodded and responded, "The situation of the three wars is very complicated now. Konoha village has to guard against Cloud Shinobi village, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure, and it is impossible to send ninjas to reinforce on a large scale. I can't figure it out, I can't figure it out." Ebis rubbed his temple, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his deep eyes. The front battlefield was deadlocked. So they wanted to let the Sand Shinobi surprise attack force sneak into the Land of Fire to break the deadlock. But they didn't expect that. They all lost contact inexplicably. As the 4th Kazekage, Raza glanced at Ebis and other Tsunagakure seniors, and a trace of imperceptible light flashed in his expressionless eyes. At present, among all the cages of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, his strength is the weakest. If the 3rd Kazekage, who was in his prime, hadn't suddenly disappeared, he wouldn't have been able to sit on the 4th Kazekage. More importantly, after he took the position of the 4th Kazekage, Tsunagakure was a mess with sharp internal conflicts. There was nothing he could do. In order to improve his control over the village and maintain his position as the 4th Kazekage, he could only go to war with Konoha village and start the Third Ninja World War. He didn't care about the outcome of the war or casualties. He mainly wanted to weaken some families and high-ranking officials in Tsunagakure, and to cultivate his own trusted elite subordinates through war. Now the Sand Shinobi surprise attack team is missing, and it seems that it is not going to be a good thing. P.S. The second update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I beg for flowers and rewards. Please, readers, please, readers, newbies. Thank you, readers. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 18 Shocked and Unbelievable. Please give me flowers and comments at the third update. Of course. Though he thought so. Luo Sha showed an extremely serious look on the surface, and said in a deep voice, "Since we have lost contact now, we must prepare for the worst. Once the Sand Shinobi surprise attack force is confirmed to be wiped out, we will immediately start a full-scale war on the front battlefield and not give public opinion time to ferment. After hearing this, Ebis looked at Luo Sha with deep eyes and said, "Yes, the battlefield changes rapidly, and we must prepare for the worst. The meeting will be held here for the time being." Luo Sha took a deep breath and said with an unchanged expression, "You guys hurry up and go back to sleep and rest." Alas! It's time to rest. Ebis nodded and sighed, a trace of worry appeared on his face, and muttered to himself, "I don't know why, I have a vague sense of foreboding." After saying this, Ebis and several Sunagakuer executives stood up, prepared to leave the tent. However, at this moment, a ninja from Sand Shinobi Anbu rushed into the tent and knelt on one knee to Luosha, reporting in a somewhat horrified voice, "Report to Lord Kazekage, we just got the latest intelligence news that our surprise attack team that sneaked into the Land of Fire has been wiped out by Konoha Shinobi." Silence. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Several high-level officials of Sunagakuer stomped uncontrollably, and Ebis's body was also a little stiff, his eyes widened. Is it really what he said? Missing, they still had a little bit of luck. As a result, they were wiped out? Luosha's expression suddenly changed, but he was actually relieved in his heart. If the surprise attack team had been wiped out, then Yakang, who chose to stand on the Sunagakuer side, must have died. This is more beneficial for him to sit firmly on the position of 4th Kazekage. No. I don't believe it. More than 80 elite Sand Shinobi were wiped out without even the time to pass on information, unless hundreds of Konoha Shinobi were dispatched to besiege them. The next second, Ebis hurriedly asked, could it be that Konoha village has sent another large ninja force to Kikyo Mountain? That's right. After hearing this, the ninja from Sand Shinobi Anbu suppressed his inner horror and said in a trembling voice, Konoha village sent a 30-man Uchiha support team, but it was ambushed by our Sand Shinobi surprise attack team before it reached Kikyo Mountain, and 29 of them died. Hearing this, Ebis and others were surprised at first, and then suddenly showed a hint of joy. A 30-man Uchiha support team was ambushed and 29 died. The Sand Shinobi surprise attack team did not disappoint them. It's amazing. Wait a minute. Something's wrong? Didn't we just report that the Sand Shinobi surprise attack team was wiped out? Just as Ebis, 4th Kazekage, and others looked strange. The Sand Shinobi Anbu ninja suppressed his inner throbbing and added with a trembling voice. As a result, the last remaining Uchiha ninja broke out of despair and killed all the ninjas of our Sand Shinobi surprise attack team with his own powerful strength. 4th Kazekage Rosa, Ebis and other Sand Shinobi high-level officials were silent at first. Then, there was a look of complete disbelief in his eyes. Are you kidding? One person killed more than 80 elite Sand Shinobi. This is completely impossible. Even if the remaining Uchiha clan ninja is strong, it is impossible to be so strong. This is impossible. Did the Uchiha clan ninja use Mangeki Sharingan? Although they knew that since Anbu reported it, it must be true, but 4th Kazekage Rosa, Ebis and other Sand Shinobi high-level officials still couldn't believe it in their hearts. Because this is simply incredible. Even if Mangeki Sharingan was used, it is impossible for the ninjas of the Sand Shinobi surprise attack force to have no chance to escape, right? That Uchiha clan ninja didn't use the Mangeki Sharingan. The Sand Shinobi Anbu ninja swallowed his saliva and added, it seems to be pure taijutsu. FK. Pure taijutsu ninja. 4th Kazekage Rosa felt like he was going crazy, stood up suddenly, and said loudly, who is that Uchiha ninja? Do you have detailed information? Yes. The Sand Shinobi Anbu ninja nodded hurriedly, took out a piece of information and handed it over. This is the latest news released by the Konoha Shinobi army. Give it to me. 4th Kazekage Rosa hurriedly looked at it. As a result, seeing that it was the Uchiha clan's genius Taijutsu ninja Uchiha Liunion, he couldn't help but reveal a sneer. A Taijutsu elite Jainin, who can kill more than 80 elite sand shinobi, is this a joke? I'm afraid that Yekeng alone can hold back Uchiha Union. However, after watching carefully, 4th Kazekage Roses showed an incredible expression. He broke through at the critical moment, became a cage-level physical ninja, and relied on his own chakra haki and ninja 6 styles to wipe out the Sand Shinobi surprise attack team. How is it possible? Even if he broke through, he couldn't be so strong? Not only that. After seeing Uchiha Union arrive at the Konoha Shinobi camp on Mount Kikyo, he also defeated the Commander-in-Chief Shimura Dans, forced Shimura Dans to admit his mistakes, and returned to Konoha village like a stray dog. 4th Kazekage Rose's eyes were about to pop out. Is it so awesome? Even Shimura Dans, one of Konoha's top leaders, was defeated. You know. This is Shimura Dans, the head of Konoha, who is well known in the entire ninja world. Now he was taught a lesson by a young junior without giving him face. So, holding the information in his hand, 4th Kazekage Rosa was speechless for a long time, and even Ebas and other Tsunagaku top leaders showed an expression of ultimate disbelief, and felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Something is wrong. What kind of monster did the Sand Shinobi surprise attack force they sent out accidentally release? P.S. The third update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I am begging for flowers and rewards with tears. Please, readers, please, readers, newbies, thank you all readers. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 19, Vomiting Blood Sarutobi Hiruzen, first update, begging for flowers and comments. At the same time, Konoha Village. The Hokage building in the central area. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding a pipe, looking at a large sand table on the table with a serious expression. This sand table is a small map of the ninja world. After the outbreak of the Third World War, Sarutobi Hiruzen spent a lot of time on the sand table almost every day. Among them, Mount Kikyo on the sand table was filled with chess pieces, which was the top priority for Sarutobi Hiruzen to observe. Just kidding. As the fuse of the Third Ninja World War, the Battle of Mount Kikyo, not only related to Konoha village and Tsunagaku, but also attracted the attention of some other countries in the ninja world, including Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigaku, Iwagaku, Rain Shinobi Village, etc. It can be said that once Konoha village lost the Battle of Mount Kikyo, the series of chain reactions produced would be absolutely terrifying. We won the first and second ninja wars. Now in the third ninja war, other ninja villages regard our Konoha village as the first target. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a few puffs of his pipe, exhaled wisps of white smoke, and his wise eyes changed in the white smoke. He knew very well that in the Third Ninja World War, Konoha village must be prepared to fight 1 against 4. Therefore, even though the Battle of Kikyo Mountain was of great importance, he did not go all out, but only sent the leader of the route, Shimura Dans, and one of the Sunin Orochimaru. After the disappearance of the third Kazekage, with the cowardly background of Tsunagaku, it is bound to lose a protracted war with our Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face flashed a confident look, and he muttered to himself, Iwagaku, Cloud Shinobi Village, and even Kirigaku, which did not participate in World War II, are the biggest threats to Konoha village, especially the third Tsuchikage and the third Reikage are not easy to deal with. Hey! Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen rarely showed a trace of irritation. Obviously Konoha, the overall strength of the village is very strong, and the foundation is undoubtedly the most profound, but, facing the Third Ninja World War, he still feels powerless. No matter. As long as we can win the Third Ninja World War. Even if it means emptying the savings of Konoha village and letting the students of the ninja school go to the battlefield as cannon fodder in advance, no, it means experiencing the baptism of war in advance. It is worth it. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and walked to the office chair and sat down. He was about to ask someone to call Anbu's captain Hitaki Sakumo, but he opened his mouth and said nothing. I don't know if he thought of something. Sarutobi Hiruzen also shed a few crocodile tears. Hitaki Sakumo. You are confused. Why can't you figure it out? If you hadn't died, Konoha village would still have an admiral in the Third Ninja World War, and the reputation of Hitaki White Fang would once again be famous throughout the ninja world. It's really a pity. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect that Hitaki Sakumo's heart would be so fragile. After a mission failed, he committed suicide directly. He just acquiesced that the elders and Shimura-dans wanted to slightly hit the hero of Konoha who was more powerful than his master, Hitaki Sakumo. After all, as the third Hokage, he is not even old yet. Some people have already called for Hitaki Sakumo to be the candidate for the fourth Hokage. This is something that Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot tolerate, nor can the elders, and even more so, Shimura-dans cannot tolerate. So, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's acquiescence, the elders and Shimura-dans began to find ways to suppress Hitaki Sakumo's prestige. Finally, he caught Hitaki Sakumo's flaw of abandoning the mission and choosing to save his companions, but he didn't expect that he was too strong, and Hitaki Sakumo committed suicide directly. Now, the Third World War has broken out, and the situation facing Konoha village is very complicated. Sarutobi Hiruzen reflexively remembered his confidant Hitaki Sakumo. Forget it. Let's see if we can win the Battle of Kikyo Mountain for the time being. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out his hand to rub his temple and muttered to himself, if we win, Konoha village will take the lead again. If we lose, the situation facing Konoha village will be very serious. Bang! Suddenly, just when Sarutobi Hiruzen had a headache, an Anbu ninja with an extremely unbelievable expression pushed the door and entered the Hokage's office without even knocking. Third Hokage, urgent information has been received from the Kikyo Mountain battlefield. What? After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became alert, thinking that something unexpected had happened at the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, and had an ominous premonition. Lord Orochimaru sent an urgent report. The Anbu ninja suppressed his inner shock and said in an incredible tone, Lord Shimura-dans was injured and is not suitable to stay at the Kikyo Mountain battlefield. He is on his way back to Konoha village. Danzo was injured. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, and then he was furious. With Danzo's strength, how did he get injured? Damn! This Danzo really can't do anything. The first one to get injured. As the commander-in-chief of the large Konoha shinobi force at Kikyo Mountain. At such a critical moment, he was actually injured. Why didn't he just die? The Anbu ninja hesitated for a moment, opened his mouth, but didn't know how to start. In fact, the following words were so shocking and unbelievable that he still doubted the authenticity of the information. Why are you hesitating? Come on, tell me. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and shouted, what exactly is going on? Third Hokage, take a look. The Anbu ninja was so frightened that he took out an intelligence document and handed it over without being able to speak clearly. Hey! Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and was so angry inside. After all, he was an Anbu ninja. Psychological quality. That's it. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the intelligence document and started reading it. At first, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was still calm. But, in less than 30 seconds, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became extremely horrified, his eyes widened, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. Then, without any sign, Sarutobi Hiruzen's shocked face turned red. Without any sign, a sound of vomiting blood sounded. P.S. The first update is here. Are there any readers who can read it? I beg for flowers and rewards with tears, please readers, I am a newbie, thank you readers. Chapter 20, Shocked, I have to endure it, second update, begging for flowers and comments. Puff. A sound of spitting blood was heard. As the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen spit out a large mouthful of blood, either because he was too shocked, or too angry and unbelievable. So much so that the Anbu ninja felt the blood sprayed all over his face, and was completely stunned. He could only lower his head and dared not even breathe. He knew very well that, after seeing the big event that happened on Mount Kikyo, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely shocked and angry. No. How is it possible? Uchiha Reinian. How can he be so strong? How dare he attack Danzo? He is too reckless. He doesn't take the Konoha high-level officials seriously, does he? Is he slapping me in the face? Accompanied by a series of unbelievable mutterings. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, just stood there in a daze. As the third Hokage, he has experienced all kinds of things, but he didn't expect that one day he would be wrong. This Uchiha Reinian is too hidden, isn't he? Attacked by the Sand Shinobi surprise attack team. At the critical moment of life and death, it exploded and wiped out the Sand Shinobi surprise attack team in turn. Still an idiot in ninjutsu? Shimura Danz, who was suppressed by the fire style, gave up voluntarily. This script doesn't dare to write like this. If Uchiha had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, he could still understand it. But now, his taijutsu had broken through to the cage level, and his Grandmaster level fire style had been revealed, which had directly ruined Danzo's fame. Haha. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't believe it, but Orochimaru's urgent intelligence reminded him that it was indeed true. Besides, such a thing could not be concealed. As long as Shimura Danz returned to Konoha village, he would still know the truth. What should we do? This Uchiha Reinian is hiding too deeply. The clown turned out to be us. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat woodenly in his office chair, picked up his pipe and smoked it fiercely, but his thoughts kept flashing. Originally, for the two geniuses of the Uchiha clan, they were more optimistic about Uchiha Fugaku, and were not so optimistic about Uchiha Reinian of Taijutsu Elite Jainin. Especially because Uchiha Reinian disrupted their welfare for Namikaze Minato and saved the beauty Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen very unhappy with Uchiha Reinian. You are a Uchiha clan member. And you want to marry Uzumaki Kushina, are you kidding? Because of the great elder of the Uchiha clan Uchiha Setsuna, Sarutobi Hiruzen and other Konoha village high-level officials could not completely tear their faces apart. The original plan was, as Uchiha Ryuan Sharingan could not be opened, they were stuck in Taijutsu Elite Jainin. And Namikaze Minato's strength would only get stronger and stronger, Uzumaki Kushina could not escape the fate of being dominated by them. More importantly, inside the Uchiha clan, the clan leader, Uchiha Futen had always wanted his son, Uchiha Fugaku to marry the daughter of the great elder, Uchiha Setsuna, Uchiha Mikoto, to achieve a strong combination. As a result, Uchiha Mikoto was also Uchiha Ryuan's girlfriend. In short, Uchiha Ryuan, this guy, was very attractive to women, and he had two girlfriends at once. What was even more puzzling was that Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto had a very good relationship, like brothers. Therefore, Uchiha Ryuan's situation in Konoha village is a situation of internal and external troubles. As long as he is stuck in the Taijutsu Elite Jainin, with the Konoha high level letting Namikaze Minato exert his strength, and the head of the Uchiha clan letting his son Uchiha Fugaku exert his strength, and then putting crazy pressure on Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto, it can be foreseen that Uchiha Ryuan's two girlfriends may not be saved. Now, This time he took the initiative to apply for support for the Kikyo Mountain battlefield. No one took it seriously, but they didn't expect Uchiha Lion to slap everyone in the face and rise strongly in an unexpected manner. No. I can't be wrong. Even if Uchiha Lion is good at pretending, he can't hide under my nose for so many years. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the chair with a frown on his face. In Konoha village, he thought that any movement could not be hidden from his eyes. When Uchiha Ryuin was training, he often used a telescope to observe. He had a strong talent for physical skills, but he was an idiot in ninjutsu training. Could it be that he had an epiphany and was gifted? Unable to figure it out, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache. The 3 wars were already exhausting enough, but he didn't expect that another Uchiha Ryuin would appear now. If Uchiha Ryuin was a loyal believer of the will of fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen would be very happy and relieved. He was indeed the 3rd Hokage destined by heaven. Hitaki Sakumo died, and now there was another top tool man. But the problem was that Uchiha Ryuin refused his reuse one after another when he was in Konoha village. For example, after graduating from the ninja school, he invited Uchiha Ryuin to Anbu, but was rejected. After Uchiha Ryuin became a physical elite Genin, he threw out an olive branch again, but was still politely rejected. What made him even more upset was that at the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, Uchiha Lion relied on his transformed strength to not give face to Shimura-dan's, which was undoubtedly a slap in the face of the Konoha high-level officials from the side. Hey! Thinking of this, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, and a trace of solemnity flashed across his deep and irritated eyes. Now that things have happened, all plans have been disrupted. In order not to affect the large force of Konoha shinobi in Kikyo Mountain in the Third Ninja World War, then he had to endure it no matter what. At least, wait for Shimura-dan's to return to Konoha village, and then notify Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu to hold an emergency meeting of Konoha high-level officials. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen also planned to pass on what happened in Kikyo Mountain to the Uchiha clan. And I believe that the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fushun, will be even more shocked and horrified. P.S. Here comes the second update. Are there any readers who are interested? I beg for flowers and rewards. Please, readers, please, readers. I am a newbie. Thank you, readers. Have fun reading every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 21, Uchiha, Fushun's Determination. Konoha Village, the home of the Uchiha clan. After the gradual decline of the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan became the first largest family in Konoha village. At this time, in the center of the clan, in the study of the current clan leader, Uchiha Fushun. Hey! He actually took the initiative to apply to go to the Kikyo Mountain battlefield. If Uchiha Lion dies on the battlefield, it means that God is helping my son. Uchiha Fushun glanced at a document in his hand, and a trace of joy was revealed between his eyebrows. Yes. He was very unhappy with Uchiha Lion. As we all know, where there are people, there are factional struggles. And the Uchiha clan is no exception. At this stage, the Uchiha clan has 2 largest factions. One is headed by him, and the other is headed by the Great Elder, Uchiha Setsuna. Among them, his faction's ninjas are mainly those who have opened the Sharingan, and the other is those who have not opened their eyes. The main ones are Uchiha ninjas. Among them, Uchiha Lion is the best among them. He became an elite Genin at a young age. And he also created the physical skills that surpass the physical limit of ninjas, the 6 styles of ninja, and the chakra, armament haki that can improve their own defense and attack power. More importantly, this Uchiha Lion is the grandson-in-law publicly recognized by the Great Elder, Uchiha Setsuna. Wait! Great Elder, Uchiha Setsuna, I will force you to submit. Uchiha Mikoto, you can only marry my son, Uchiha Fugaku, so that the Uchiha clan can reach the peak. A trace of coldness flashed across Uchiha Fushion's eyes, and his expression was extremely confident and proud. There is nothing much to say. In order to integrate the two factions of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku marrying Uchiha Mikoto is the best choice, the one that best suits the interests of the Uchiha clan, and is more conducive to the long-term development of the Uchiha clan. What is the result? This Uchiha union is like a fool. Accepting the confession of Nine Tails Jinkriki Uzumaki Kushina, and then accepting the confession of Uchiha Mikoto, it seems like he is hugging both sides. What makes Uchiha Fushin even more dumbfounded is that the great elder Uchiha Sha, who doesn't know if he took the wrong medicine or is old and confused, not only publicly acknowledged Uchiha Union as his grandson-in-law after a candlelight talk with Uchiha Union, but also resisted the pressure from the Konoha high level for Uchiha Union, allowing Uchiha Union to be friends with Uzumaki Kushina. Humph. As long as my son's 3-tomo Sharingan evolves into Mangeki Sharingan, everything will become a foregone conclusion, and Uchiha Union is destined to be unable to stop a chariot. After a while, Uchiha Fushin seemed to have thought of something, and an irrepressible arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. As for how to break through Mangeki Sharingan, as the clan leader, Uchiha Fushin, after consulting a lot of sealed information of the Uchiha clan, he had a rough idea in his mind. Anyway, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan who opened Mangeki Sharingan were all inadvertently subjected to huge negative emotional stimulation, which opened Mangeki Sharingan. In order to awaken Mangeki Sharingan for Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Futen started planning when Uchiha Fugaku was a child. When the time is right, let Uchiha Fugaku witness a good friend die to save him. And then Mangeki Sharingan should be able to be activated. Once it is activated, Uchiha Fugaku's position as the candidate for the clan leader will be secure. At that time, I believe that Uchiha Setsuna, as the chief elder, will make a wise choice. If he still doesn't want to be decent, then Mangeki Sharingan will make him decent. Bang! Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Uchiha Fushin put away the documents on the table and said something in a calm voice. Before he finished speaking, an Uchiha ninja from the Konoha guard came in with a puzzled look on his face, holding a document in his hand, and knelt on one knee to report, Chief Fushin, just now the third Hokage asked Anbu to send an intelligence document, and specifically asked you to open it yourself. Hey! Uchiha Fushin showed a surprised look and reached out to take the document. What's going on? The third Hokage actually sent an intelligence document? However, when Uchiha Fushin opened the document, after reading it for a few seconds, his expression froze. Buzz. The next second, perhaps because of some loss of composure, Uchiha Fushin's chakra aura surged uncontrollably, and his body suddenly stood up from the chair. Obviously, as the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fushin had lost his composure. This Sarutobi Hiruzen really had no good intentions. He sent such an intelligence document, which directly broke his heart and disrupted all his plans. Originally, seeing that the support team sent by Uchiha to the Kikyo Mountain battlefield was wiped out, Uchiha Fushin was excited. It really came true as he said. If Uchiha Union died just after entering the battlefield, that would be a wonderful thing, right? As a result, the excitement lasted less than 5 seconds. But the following words made Uchiha Fushin feel chilled to the bone. 29 of the 30 Uchiha ninjas died, and the only one who survived happened to be Uchiha Union, who broke through to the cage level at the critical moment of life and death. Not only did he crush the Sand Shinobi surprise attack force with his powerful physical skills, but after arriving at the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, he also did not give face to Shimura Dan's, the commander-in-chief of the Kikyo Mountain Konoha Shinobi force, and used the Grand Master level fire style in public, forcing Shimura Dance to admit defeat. Even though his shoulder was crushed, he did not dare to show any unhappy expression. The sky is falling. In a trance, Uchiha Fusion felt that the sky was really about to fall. Uchiha Liunion applied to go to the front line, and he agreed without thinking, and assigned him to the 29 Uchiha teams that opened Sharingan. But he didn't expect that other Uchiha ninjas were ambushed and killed. Uchiha Liunion not only survived, but also became stronger. He was no longer an idiot in ninjutsu. Seeing this scene, the Uchiha ninja of the Konoha Guard showed a confused look. However, looking at the fluctuating breath and the ultimate loss of control of the Uchiha Fusion clan leader, he wisely chose to bow his head, and didn't even dare to breathe. Okay. Uchiha Liunion, you forced me to do this. After an unknown amount of time, Uchiha Fusion clenched his fists slightly, an array of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that what happened on the Kikyo Mountain battlefield could not be concealed at all. Uchiha Liunion would soon shake the entire Konoha village and even the entire ninja world. There was no other way. He must let his son Uchiha Fugaku awaken the Mangeki Sharingan as soon as possible. Otherwise, facing the transformed Uchiha Liunion, Uchiha Fugaku might not even be qualified to compete. As for the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's initiative to send this intelligence message, Uchiha Fusion also knew what it meant. This old fox. Does he want to cause internal strife in the Uchiha clan? Haha. It doesn't matter if it's an open conspiracy. For the future of the Uchiha clan, even if it's internal strife, it's worth it. Anyway, the next clan leader must be his son Uchiha Fugaku. P.S. Here comes the third update. Are there any readers who are interested? I beg for flowers and rewards. Please, readers, please, readers. I am a newbie. Thank you, readers. Chapter 22, Shaking Konoha Village, Uchiha Setsuna's Ambition, first update, begging for flowers and comments. And the fact is that about what happened on the Kikyo Mountain battlefield. Especially after the commander-in-chief of the Konoha shinobi force on Kikyo Mountain, Shimura Dance, returned to Konoha village. It was impossible to hide it. So, in order to maximize the benefits and boost the morale of the Konoha shinobi, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, even though he was very unhappy, uncomfortable, and angry, let Anbu secretly add fuel to the flames. Emphasis on publicity. Facing the ambush of the Sand Shinobi Surprise Force, the 30-man support team of the Uchiha clan died 29. At the critical moment, the physical genius of Konoha village Uchiha Liunion broke out in desperation under the blessing of the Will of Fire, and killed the ninjas of the Sand Shinobi Surprise Force who had sneaked into the back of Kikyo Mountain, including 3 elite Jonin, 27 Jonin, and more than 50 elite Chunin. As soon as the news came out, the whole Konoha village was shocked. No one expected that, as Konoha's taijutsu genius, Uchiha Ryunin, he had just entered the battlefield and wiped out the Sand Shinobi surprise attack force with a bang. Such a record was simply jaw-dropping and shocking. As a result, the morale of many Konoha shinobi was greatly boosted, and their confidence and cohesion for the Third War rose to a higher level. Of course, as to the reason why Shimura Dance returned to Konoha village, the Konoha official was a little vague, and simply said that Shimura Dance was ill and returned to Konoha village to recuperate. In this regard, the civilians of Konoha village certainly believed it. The Will of Fire was awesome. They believed in the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was known as the strongest Hokage in history. Some ninjas, especially those from the big families of Konoha, knew more. They were shocked and incredulous. On the one hand, they were shocked that Uchiha Ryuin became a cage-level taijutsu ninja and had a Grandmaster-level fire style. On the other hand, they thought that Uchiha Ryuin was too disrespectful to the Konoha high level. As the leader of the route, the commander-in-chief of the Konoha shinobi army in Kikyo Mountain, Shimura Dance, who was second to none, suffered such a big setback in front of thousands of ninjas on the Kikyo Mountain battlefield. It was really hard to believe. But the fact happened. What made the Konoha families tremble was that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not get angry as expected. Instead, he took the opportunity to promote the will of fire and greatly improved the self-confidence and cohesion of Konoha village. For a moment, the heads of the major families in Konoha village couldn't help but sigh, old people are still the best. As expected of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. In order not to affect the Third Ninja World War, he took the overall situation into consideration, even though Danzo, one of the top leaders of Konoha, was slapped in the face. He swallowed his anger. But hey! The more frustrated the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is now, the more terrible he will be when he explodes in the future. I don't know whether this is a blessing or a curse for Konoha village. At this time, in the Uchiha clan's clan land, Nanga Shrine, Grandmaster level fire style, Uchiha Union, you really hide it too deeply. But Grandpa likes it. The wrinkled and white-haired elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Setsuna, was standing there with a smile on his face. Cool. Uchiha Union really didn't disappoint him. Sure enough, he was not wrong about the person. This time, the rise of Uchiha Union is unstoppable. Even the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not to touch its edge in order not to affect the Third War. And thinking of Shimura Dan's big setback, his lifelong reputation was ruined. Uchiha Setsuna became more and more proud. The root of Danzo, with the attitude of better to kill by mistake than to let go, did many unscrupulous things, and was notorious in Konoha village. Now everyone doesn't say anything on the surface, but in fact, Danzo has become a joke. It's just as if thinking of something. Uchiha Setsuna couldn't help but frown. Now Uchiha Union's strong showdown has undoubtedly pushed himself to the forefront. It's okay during the strong period, but once the flaw is revealed, the consequences will be very serious. Not to mention the top leaders of Konoha village. Even the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fushun, will probably show his ferocious fangs. This is not an exaggeration. As a ninja of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Union and Nine-Tails Jinkriki Uzumaki Kushina's friendship undoubtedly touched the bottom line of Konoha's high-level officials. Now that they are so strong again, if they don't give face to Shimura Dan's, they will be slapped in the face of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they will definitely be held accountable later. As for Uchiha Fudan, he has always wanted to promote his son Uchiha Fugaku as a candidate for the clan leader, and also wanted his son Uchiha Fugaku to marry his granddaughter Uchiha Mikoto. Originally, as the Great Elder, Uchiha Setsuna also planned to let Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku marry in order to unite the Uchiha clan. The two major factions would cooperate strongly to make the Uchiha clan bigger and stronger together. As a result, after Uchiha Union became friends with Uchiha Mikoto, he took the initiative to meet him and persuaded him. When he thought of this, a coldness flashed in Uchiha Setsuna's eyes. Until now, he still remembered Uchiha Union talking to him about the future of the Uchiha clan. As a result, after a day and night of debate, he finally came to a conclusion that made people's scalps numb, that is, the Uchiha clan would be exterminated sooner or later, just like the Senju clan was gradually disintegrated and extinct. What made Uchiha Setsuna remember deeply was that Uchiha Union gave an example, that is, the Konoha high level only needed to use the will of fire to persevere in brainwashing, and there would always be Uchiha clan ninjas who would be successfully brainwashed. Once one or two ninjas who opened the Manjiki Sharingan were successfully brainwashed in the future. Driven by the will of fire, Konoha's high-level officials only need to slightly guide the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha clan will be exterminated by their own people. What? You said that the Uchiha clan's ninjas will not be brainwashed by the will of fire? Don't be ridiculous. Even Uchiha Setsuna himself doesn't believe it. Because, as long as the Sharingan is activated, the strong emotional stimulation will cause the Uchiha clan's ninjas' personalities to change, becoming more cold, lonely, or paranoid. Once brainwashed by the will of fire, they will definitely become the top traitors who are most loyal to the will of fire, and ungrateful. Even if they kill people from the Uchiha clan, they will not show mercy, but will become more and more excited the more they kill, and the more they think they are right, for Konoha village, for the will of fire, and for the Uchiha clan. Finally, Uchiha Setsuna weighed the pros and cons, especially thinking of the Senju clan's previous experience, and chose to trust Uchiha Reinen. Although Uchiha Reinen was an idiot in ninjutsu, and Sharingan was not awakened, but he created chakra, armament color, haki and the 6 styles of ninja, and his talent in physical skills was unparalleled, which was definitely worth investing in. In a word, he wanted to give the Uchiha clan another choice. Now it seems that the choice was correct. Uchiha Reinen was better at hiding and more talented than Danzo, an old coin. Going to the Kikyo Mountain battlefield was a stroke of genius, taking advantage of the outbreak of the 3 wars to eat the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to death. However, as the great elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Setsuna would never have thought that Uchiha Reinen really had nothing to hide, and was indeed an idiot in ninjutsu, but the system awakened at the critical moment, which led to the current situation. P.S. Here is the first update. Are there any readers who read it? I beg for flowers and rewards. Please, readers, please, readers. I am a newbie. Thank you, readers. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 23, Kushina and Mikoto are excited, the battle at Kikyo Mountain is about to begin, second update, begging for flowers and comments. At the same time, on the streets of Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto, who were originally shopping, were looking at a promotional document in their hands, their eyes widened, with an expression of disbelief. FK. Is Uchiha Union so awesome? He just arrived at the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, and he made such a big news? So much so that Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto looked at each other, and Kakuzu raised a smile slightly, and a hint of happiness and expectation appeared in their beautiful eyes. For Uchiha Union, they really like and admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Uzumaki Kushina doesn't need to say anything. Uchiha Union's heroic rescue of the beauty has made her unforgettable for a lifetime. Uchiha Mikoto is completely attracted by Uchiha Union's invisible charm, and the occasional earthy love words make her unable to extricate herself. However, seeing that Uchiha Union broke through at the critical moment of life and death, Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but clench their fists with a worried look on their faces. Both women knew that Uchiha Union took the initiative to apply to go to the battlefield in order to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough, because only by becoming stronger can he have the right to speak and decide, and maintain the relationship with them to the greatest extent. Otherwise, one is Nine-Tails Jinkraki, and the other is the daughter of the Uchiha Great Elder. Their identities are very special. If they want to get married and have children with Uchiha Union, it will definitely be difficult. Now it seems that Uchiha Union was right to go to the Kikyo Mountain battlefield. Not only did his physical skills improve, but he also mastered the fire style to the level of Grandmaster. It's fine if you don't do it, but once you do it, it's amazing. The next second, Uzumaki Kushina clenched her fists slightly and said excitedly, "Brother Lai Union is really cool." That's right. Uchiha Mikoto laughed and showed a proud look, saying, "Sure enough, Brother Lai Union will not let us down." Ha ha ha. Uzumaki Kushina smiled and said very seriously, "Brother Lai Union is now on the rise. As long as he can win the decisive battle of Kikyo Mountain, he will rise completely." After hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto's eyes lit up slightly, and she was looking forward to it more and more. They and Uchiha Union are in love, and there are always some people who stand up to oppose stupidly. With Brother Lai Union's strong rise, They want to see who dares to oppose. At the same time, with the news that Uchiha Ryunin wiped out the Sand Shinobi surprise attack force on the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, the whole ninja world was slightly shaken. Yes, Uchiha Ryunin is a physical genius. And the intelligence networks of the major ninja villages have also collected a lot of information about Uchiha Ryunin. But, compared with Uchiha Fugaku of the Uchiha clan, Hyaga Hayashi of the Hyaga clan, and the super genius Namikaze Minato who is the focus of Konoha's high-level officials, he is still slightly inferior. The only thing that impressed the high-level officials of the major ninja villages was that Uchiha Ryunin was extremely attractive to little girls. And he was friends with Nine-Tails Jinkriki Uzumaki Kushina, and Uchiha Mikoto, the granddaughter of the Uchiha clan's great elder Uchiha Setsuna. Now, Uchiha Ryunin was ambushed as soon as he arrived at the battlefield. At the critical moment, he broke through and became a cage-level physical ninja. His style of doing things became even more high-profile. For a while, the Kikyo Mountain battlefield unknowingly attracted the attention of the entire ninja world. At this time, facing the attention of all parties in the ninja world, Kikyo Mountain, the camp of the Konoha army, the large tent in the middle, was calm and relaxed. Ryunin, the old man has sent a message. Orochimaru looked at the latest intelligence document in his hand and said with a smile, Danzo will be responsible for the death of 29 Uchiha ninjas, and you, my friend, have become the hero of Konoha village at this stage. Hey! Uchiha Ryunin showed a look of astonishment, fearing that 2 heat rays would shoot out of Orochimaru's eyes in the next second. What's wrong? Orochimaru's eyes moved slightly and said, Aren't you happy? Hee. After hearing this, Uchiha Ryunin spread his hands and said disapprovingly, Can I say everything is as expected? Just kidding. Now the third war has just begun. The Battle of Kikyo Mountain is even more important and has attracted attention from all parties. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, as long as he is in his right mind, will vigorously promote him. Now Uchiha Ryunin has become the hero of Konoha village, which is the best example. It's just that, if you endure once, you will have countless times. I wonder how long Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can endure. Really? Orochimaru smiled knowingly, and understood immediately. As a qualified politician, the old man must be able to distinguish the priorities of things, make necessary compromises, and let Uchiha Ryunin become a role model hero, which seems reasonable. That's right. The next second, Orochimaru took the initiative to change the subject and said, Ryunin, do you really have no talent for practicing ninjutsu? Okay. Ever since seeing Uchiha Ryunin master the Grand Master level fire style that day, Orochimaru was very curious in his heart, whether Uchiha Ryunin was an idiot in ninjutsu. If he was, then he was hiding it too deeply, if not, it would be even more irritating. No. Uchiha Ryunin shook his head and said, Since my physical skills broke through to cage level, my ninjutsu talent has skyrocketed. After practicing fire style for a while, I can become a grandmaster. Okay. The god level entry system is definitely not allowed, so I can only say that my talent is off the charts. What? Grandmaster after a little practice. Before he finished speaking, Orochimaru's snake eyes shrank violently several times, revealing a look of horror. FK. What kind of godly talent is this? From a ninjutsu idiot to a skyrocketing ninjutsu talent, this is too unscientific, right? Doesn't that mean that Uchiha Ryunin will be able to learn any ninjutsu quickly in the future? Water style, wind style, earth style, lightning style, etc. It will be easy for him to practice to the Grandmaster level. When he thought of this, Orochimaru felt a little envious and jealous in his heart. Sour. I thought Uchiha Ryunin's talent in physical skills was awesome. But I didn't expect that his talent in ninjutsu would be even more awesome after awakening. And the Sharingan that has not opened its eyes. It's really too discouraging to compare people. In the end, this genius seems to have become a foil. Liunian, I am convinced. After a moment, Orochimaru shook his head sourly, turning grief and anger into strength and said, I will give the order immediately to launch a decisive battle against the Sand Shinobi army. I hope you can go all out. No problem. Uchiha Liunian's eyes moved, and a look of expectation appeared on his cheeks. Hee. A huge amount of entries. I'm here. P.S. The second update is here, are there any readers who read it? I'm begging for flowers and rewards with tears, please readers, I'm begging readers, I'm a newbie, thank you all readers. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24, The Final Battle, 1 against 3000, third update, begging for flowers and comments. That afternoon, the weather was clear and cloudless. Orochimaru, who acted immediately, gave an order, and the Konoha shinobi, who had been impatient for a long time, began to come out in droves, and flew towards the camp of the Sand Shinobi army in batches at a lightning speed, with a sense of success or failure. Such an undisguised big move must not be hidden from the scouts of the Sand Shinobi army. After receiving the news, the 4th Kazekage Rosa, Ebis and other high-ranking members of the Sand Shinobi army, who had been mentally prepared, also led the Sand Shinobi army to attack the Konoha army without fear. The banner they raised was to avenge the Sand Shinobi who had attacked the Sand Shinobi army by surprise, and to avenge the hero of Tsunagaku Ryakura. It must be said that, as soon as this slogan came out, the Sand Shinobi, who were shocked by the Uchiha Liunian's annihilation of the Sand Shinobi surprise attack force, instantly became united and shared the same hatred. In the end, the large forces of both sides, each with a terrifying fighting spirit, met at a plain at the foot of Kikyo Mountain. Looking around, the Sand Shinobi large force had about 3000 Sand Shinobi, while the Konoha Shinobi large force had only more than 1000 Konoha Shinobi, facing each other at a distance of more than 800 meters. Although there was no movement and they all remained silent, the invisible murderous aura made the atmosphere of the entire Kikyo Mountain cold and solemn. At this time, right behind the Sand Shinobi army, the one next to Orochimaru should be Uchiha Rainen. 4th Kazekage Rosa stared solemnly at Orochimaru, who was standing in front of the Konoha Shinobi army, and ordered Ebis and other high-level people beside him, I will hold Orochimaru back later, and you will work together to punish Uchiha Rainen. When he said this, Rosa confidently added, we have more than 3000 Sand Shinobi, and the Konoha Shinobi army has only more than 1000. The advantage is on our side. Just kidding. Although the Sand Shinobi surprise attack force was wiped out. But in terms of absolute numbers, Tsunagaku still has an absolute advantage. In short, this time, the Sand Shinobi village almost came out in full force. Except for not using the tailed beast Jinchuriki and leaving Cho behind, all the other ninjas that could be sent were sent. Therefore, as long as they can contain the two high-end combat forces of Orochimaru and Uchiha Liunian, Sand Shinobi can use its absolute numerical advantage to severely defeat the Konoha Shinobi army and win this decisive battle. Got it? This time, let Konoha village see how powerful our Sand Shinobi village is. After hearing this, Ebis and other Sand Shinobi leaders nodded without any hesitation, their eyes were full of murderous intent and coldness. There is nothing to say. The arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Whether their Sand Shinobi village can rise depends on this decisive battle. On the other side, Liunian, the guy with short brown hair, is the 4th Kazekage Rosa, and the old man next to him is Ebis. Orochimaru looked at the large group of Sand Shinobi from afar, and said seriously, this time, Tsunagaku should also fight hard. Speaking of this, Orochimaru couldn't help but add, if they don't fight hard, they will be the first to be eliminated in the Third Ninja World War. Hee. Uchiha Union showed a faint smile and said indifferently, desperately can't change the fate of failure. Hey. After hearing this, Orochimaru's mouth twitched slightly, and he said in a deep voice, Li Union, after all, we are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, so we should be cautious. Cautious. Uchiha Union stretched and said indifferently, no need, I can do it alone. What? Orochimaru showed a look of disbelief. Hee. Orochimaru, don't you want to know how strong my taijutsu is? Swish. Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Union's body flashed and flew out first, standing in the center of the battlefield. Swish. 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 In an instant, the Konoha shinobi and Sand shinobi on the battlefield subconsciously focused their eyes on Uchiha Union. Among them, the Konoha shinobi all showed puzzled expressions. No way. Uchiha Union would not want one ninja to beat all the Sand shinobi, right? As for the Sand shinobi, they were a little angry. And some of the elite Jainin of the Sand shinobi clenched their fists in anger. What does it mean? He thought he was invincible because he had wiped out a group of Sand shinobi surprise attack troops. Now he wants to show off and be the hero of Konoha village. Does he really think that more than 3,000 Sand shinobi are just decorations? Or does he think he can fight 3,000 alone? Damn, what is Uchiha Union trying to do? Behind the main force of Sand shinobi, 4th Kazekage Rosa showed a look of doubt on his face, saying, he doesn't want to fight all of us alone, does he? Ugh. After being stunned, Ebis also reacted and said with gritted teeth, damn, he looks down on us too much, doesn't he? Arrogant. He doesn't think that he is invincible just because he has become a cage-level taijutsu ninja, does he? This is simply a contempt for us. Accompanied by suppressed angry voices, several high-level people of Sand Shinobi village nearby showed furious expressions. However, at this moment, Uchiha Union stood in the center of the battlefield, with his arms folded, looking at the more than 3,000 Sand Shinobi in front of him. Shinobi, as if looking at some rare treasure, his eyes are shining. Entries. Translucent entries of various colors are constantly flashing. Among them, the most conspicuous is the 4th Kazekage Rosa. Ninja, Raza. Identity, 4th Kazekage of Tsunagakuer. Attribute entries, 4th Kazekage, purple, magnet style gold dust, purple, wind style proficient, blue, ambitious, blue, ill-fated, blue, wealth controller, blue, earth style beginner, white, etc. 4th Kazekage, purple. 4th Kazekage of Tsunagakuer, one of the 5 giants in the ninja world. Magnet style gold dust, purple can freely control things containing iron, and can also freely control the gold in the sand. Wind style proficient, blue can skillfully use wind style. Unfortunate fate, blue life is full of ups and downs, and there is a high possibility of being plotted against and killed in the future. Wealth controller, blue magnet style. The ability to collect gold dust allows Tsunagakuer to have a certain source of funds, so he is also called Tsunagakuer's richest man. Soon. After a quick glance, Uchiha Union quickly gathered his mind and looked at the Sand Shinobi army in front of him, including Luasha, Ebis, and others. So, are you coming one by one, or all together? P.S. The third update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I am begging for flowers and rewards with tears. Please, readers, newbies, thank you all readers. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 25, more than 300 female Sand Shinobi sing together, 4th update, begging for flowers and comments. So, Are you guys coming one by one, or all together? Silence. The battlefield was completely silent. In an instant, the battlefield, which was originally filled with a solemn atmosphere, became stagnant. Many sand shinobi were a little stunned and confused, looking at Uchiha Liunian as if he were looking at some stupid clown. FK. Asking us sand shinobi whether we should come one by one, or all together. Isn't this too arrogant? Could this Uchiha Liunian think that he is invincible just because he wiped out the sand shinobi surprise attack team? Uchiha Liunian, are you kidding? You destroyed our sand shinobi surprise attack force and killed Lord Yekang, but we haven't settled accounts with you yet. Even if you are very strong, but we have more than 3,000 people, and we will kill you with a pile of them. The next moment, a series of uproars rang out. More than 3,000 sand shinobi showed extremely angry expressions, and looked at Uchiha Liunian with undisguised murderous intent. Even the 4th Kazekage Rosa, Ebis and other high-level people in the sand shinobi village standing in the back, all clenched their fists, and the anger on their cheeks could not be suppressed. You look down on people too much. Why does Uchiha Liunian do this? Does he really think that these sand shinobi high-level people are weak chickens, or do he think that more than 3,000 sand shinobi are vegetarians? Especially the 4th Kazekage Rosa, his back teeth were about to break. Uchiha Liunian didn't take him, the Kazekage, seriously at all. This was intolerable. On the other side, the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army also widened their eyes in shock. Some Konoha shinobi thought they had heard it wrong and couldn't help rubbing their ears, but they found that they didn't hear it wrong. After looking at each other, they could see the horror in each other's eyes. Damn! The situation has changed. It seems that Lord Uchiha Liunian is really going to fight the sand shinobi army alone? Liunian-kun, it seems that I still underestimated you. Orochimaru rubbed his stiff cheeks and muttered to himself, are you going to make the whole ninja world boil? Let's do it together, don't waste time talking to him. At this time, 4th Kazekage Rosa smiled coldly and ordered loudly, didn't he say he wanted to fight alone? Then kill this arrogant guy first, and then have a decisive battle with the Konoha shinobi army. Before he finished speaking, the chakras of more than 3,000 sand shinobi began to surge, and among them, the sand shinobi genins standing at the front began to form seals one after another. Wind-style great breakthrough! Wind-style great breakthrough! Wind-style great breakthrough! Boom! In an instant, when dozens of genin performed a sea-level ninjutsu together, and superimposed together, a giant whirlwind that seemed to be able to destroy the world appeared on the battlefield, and this was just the beginning. After the first wave of ninjas performed the compound ninjutsu, the second wave of chunin began to form seals in pairs, and then, the third wave of Jainin followed closely and began to form seals. For a moment, all kinds of auras on the battlefield surged wildly, and the war was about to break out. Haha! Why bother? Uchiha Liunian's mouth slightly raised a curve, and there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. In this case, let's do a simple experiment. To see how well I control the book Thunder, whether I can make the female sand shinobi lose their combat effectiveness first, and give the sand shinobi army a head start. Buzz! Accompanied by a strange breath, Uchiha Liunian's mind moved, and he activated the black entry book Thunder. In an instant, without any signs, the female ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army looked at Uchiha Liunian's back, and they unconsciously fell into obsession, only feeling that this back was so handsome. The attraction of just the back view was so overwhelming. From the front, the more than 300 female sand shinobi among the more than 3,000 sand shinobi were even more unbearable. Originally, the more than 300 female sand shinobi had their chakras surging wildly. And they looked at Uchiha Liunian with extremely cold eyes, ready to take action. As a result, after Uchiha Liunian activated the conceptual ability of Benzi Lei, Shouts rang out one after another. The more than 300 female sand shinobi in the large group of sand shinobi began to shout uncontrollably. Feeling restless all over, drooling uncontrollably, and their souls were shaking wildly, as if they were hit from a distance. Bang! 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 Then, it seemed like they were so happy, more than 300 female sand shinobi had a blank mind, and sat on the ground with a trembling heart, drooling in places that could not be seen. If you look closely, you can also see that there is still a little blush on the cheeks of these female sand shinobi, their mouths are wide open, and their eyes are full of admiration and worship for Uchiha Union, and they have entered the nymphomaniac mode. The sudden change directly interrupted the sand shinobi army's spell casting. Even the whirlwind that had already formed and seemed to be able to destroy the world suddenly dissipated after losing the chakra supply and the control of the sand shinobi. As a result, when seeing more than 300 female sand shinobi all collapsed on the ground, the male sand shinobi of the sand shinobi army couldn't help but show puzzled expressions. What happened? Only some sand shinobi who have experienced S*X seem to have thought of something. A buzzing sound in their heads resounded, and their hearts suddenly surged with uncontrollable madness and rage. Uchiha Union actually used illusions to attack so many female sand shinobi in the air without knowing it. This is simply too much. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. Do you really think that the men of our Tsunagakure don't exist? Something's wrong. Manjiki Sharingan hasn't awakened yet. Can illusions be so terrifying? Fourth Kazekage Rosa also showed a dumbfounded look. Especially seeing the experience of more than 300 female sand shinobi, Luasha's forehead was even more sweaty, and his body began to tremble with anger. Damn it! This Uchiha Union is so FG unethical. In less than 3 seconds, he made more than 300 female sand shinobi lose their combat effectiveness. What is this? Is it the nemesis of female ninjas? P.S. The 4th update is here. Are there any readers who are interested? I beg for flowers and rewards. Please, readers, please, readers. I am a newbie. Thank you. Readers. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 26, Angry Sand Shinobi, Terrifying Uchiha Union, 5th update, Begging for flowers and comments. Too shameless. I've never seen such a shameless Uchiha. Beside him, looking at the female sand shinobi losing their composure one by one, Ebis was a little frustrated and exasperated. Slapping them in the face. Uchiha Union was slapping them in the face. Attack on female ninjas was like slapping the faces of many male sand shinobi in person. It was too despicable and shameless. The only good news was that it was just an illusion attack, not real guns and bullets, which was a blessing in disguise. At the same time, Ebis was still somewhat thankful in his heart. Fortunately his elder sister Cho didn't come. Otherwise, she would be hit by Uchiha Union's invisible illusion and lose her composure, which would be a great shame, and her reputation would be ruined. However, Ebis must have thought too much. Even if it was Cho in a swimsuit, Uchiha Union would not have any interest in it. FK. After just a little attack, the female sand shinobi of the sand shinobi army collapsed on the ground and lost their fighting power. Lord Uchiha Union is too perverted. At the same time, accompanied by a series of surprised voices, the Konoha shinobi on the battlefield also showed unbelievable expressions. They thought of many possibilities, but they didn't expect that Lord Uchiha Union would make more than 300 female sand shinobi lose their fighting power with just one move. Isn't this illusion too perverted? Is it really an illusion? Orochimaru suppressed the impulse in his heart, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. He actually felt the invisible charm of Uchiha Union. But it seems that male ninjas will not be affected. Then why would he be affected? Something is wrong? Besides, If it is really an illusion? Then, such an illusion is too terrifying. Isn't Benzile worthy of being a conceptual term of the phantom god level? Although Uchiha Union had been mentally prepared and just wanted to use it as an illusion. But seeing that he had made more than 300 female sand shinobi lose the battle at one time, he still trembled in his heart. Ah! Why are you still stunned? At this time, the fourth Kazekage Luosha took a deep breath and ordered loudly, "All male sand shinobi listen to my order, you must kill Uchiha Union, otherwise we Tsunagakure will lose face. Do it. Uchiha Union is too evil. I really can't stand it when he attacks so many female sand shinobi at once." After hearing this, the male sand shinobi of the sand shinobi army all went crazy. Especially when they saw the female sand shinobi slumped on the ground, looking like they had suffered a heavy blow, and their anger was even more unbearable. You know, in Tsunagakure, the ratio of male to female ninjas is about 10 to 1. Now the experience of more than 300 female ninjas has made the male sand shinobi of the sand shinobi army soar in adrenaline and their anger is maxed out. Well, if you want to kill me, it depends on your ability. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Union took a deep breath, stood proudly in front of the sand shinobi army, chakra haki constantly flowing all over his body, flashing with black metallic luster, and suddenly rushed up. Just now it was just a simple warm-up. Now it's serious. After all, nowadays, his strength is far beyond compare. Especially with the upgraded iron balloon, orange, advanced chakra, armament color, haki, purple. Ninja 6 Styles Grandmaster, purple, and advanced conqueror's haki, purple. His physical skills are extremely terrifying. A battle lasting 10 days or half a month is not a problem at all. Go. Let's go too. 4th Kazekage Rosa, Ebas and other high-level officials, as well as the ninjas of the Sand Shinobi army, fearlessly went up with terrifying fighting spirit. 2 seconds later. Boom! The Sand Shinobi army of more than 2,800 people collided with Uchiha Union in close combat. For a moment. Boom! 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 Countless ninjutsu flew around the scene, and as the target of the attack, Uchiha Union was like a god of war, bathing in armament haki, completely ignoring the attacks of ninjutsu one by one, and easily knocking them out. Wherever he went, even Jainin could hardly block his attack head-on. Plunder, plunder, plunder. What no one saw was that every time Uchiha Union killed a sand shinobi, his face showed excitement, and his heart silently decided the fate of the plundered entries. However, almost no entries that were plundered could be favored by the current Uchiha Union, so, after plundering the entries, he directly decomposed them into entry experience without thinking. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is promising. Seeing the visibly improved entry experience, Uchiha Union became more and more motivated, and became more and more ruthless when he took action. Monster! Is this Uchiha Union's taijutsu? Why does it feel more perverted and terrifying than the third Raikage? Although they had an absolute advantage in numbers, the Sand Shinobi looked at Uchiha Union, who ignored all kinds of ninjutsu attacks and rushed through the Sand Shinobi army. Each Sand Shinobi could hardly hold on for a second, and they still showed a look of horror. You know, they have more than 2,800 people, but they can't even take down Uchiha Union. In the previous confrontation, no matter it was compound ninjutsu, A-level ninjutsu, or some miscellaneous ninjutsu, they were almost useless in front of Uchiha Union, and were easily defeated by him. More importantly, Uchiha Union's speed was a bit ridiculous. Many Sand Shinobi hadn't reacted yet, and Uchiha Union was already standing in front of them, with a fist-sized blood hole in his chest, deader than dead. Speed, strength, defense, all very pervert. Isn't this comparable to the third Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village? 5 elite Jainin of Sand Shinobi. Watching their joint large-scale compound ninjutsu fail again. couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. The anger in their hearts had been gradually calmed by the cruel reality, replaced by a burst of shock and fear. Facing such a terrifying and unsolvable force, the advantage of numbers seemed to be useless. Didn't you see that? In less than 10 minutes, more than 400 sand shinobi were killed in one encounter. So much so that the sand shinobi standing relatively far back also looked at each other in bewilderment, as if they had been splashed with a basin of cold water. For a moment, their legs stopped uncontrollably, and they dared not move forward anymore. P.S. The 5th update is here. Are there any readers who are interested? I beg for flowers and rewards. Please, readers, please, readers. I am a newbie. Thank you, readers. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 27, Sweeping Everything, Luo vomits blood, first update, begging for flowers and comments. However, just as the sand shinobi were horrified and trembling, and their momentum collapsed after being beaten by Uchiha, the 4th Kazekage Rosa suppressed his inner trembling and spoke in a stern voice. Don't be afraid. No matter how strong he is only one person. Genin and Chinin retreat temporarily, all Janin and follow me to attack. Before he finished speaking, countless sand shinobi came back to their senses, their eyes flickered, and they regained their fighting spirit again. That's right. No matter how strong he is only one person. We can let Janin fight a protracted war. Sure enough. Under the command of the 3rd Kazekage Rosa, Genin and Chinin began to retreat, and Janin began to enter the battlefield in an orderly manner. Unfortunately, Genin and Chinin were killed instantly when they met. Facing the extremely fast Uchiha, the full participation of Janin in the battle was useless, and they still couldn't escape the situation of being killed instantly. Bang! A deafening roar sounded, and Uchiha Liunian blew up a compound wind-style ninjutsu with one punch. With the aftermath of the explosion, he appeared in front of the 3 sand shinobi Janin in a flash. Ah! Then, screams sounded. Even if the 3 sand shinobi Janin tried to fight back at high speed, it was useless. Uchiha Liunian used his fists wrapped in chakra haki to blast them away one by one, and smashed into the sand shinobi army, making 3 roars. Ha ha ha, your attacks are just tickling me. After easily plundering the entries of 3 sand shinobi Janin, Uchiha Liunian was bathed in the chakra haki that flashed with black metallic luster, standing proudly in the field, clenching his fists, showing his domineering and unparalleled power. Damn it! 4th Kazekage Rosa cursed inwardly, forced himself to calm down, mobilized the huge chakra, and after a roar, directly launched a big move that had been prepared for a long time. Magnet-style gold dust burial. Boom! A roar sounded. Centered on the place where Uchiha Liunian stood, countless golden gold dust appeared, constantly surging towards Uchiha Liunian, and it felt like he was going to swallow him up and suppress him underground. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Liunian's expression did not change, his mind moved, the terrifying armament haki and conqueror's haki both surged on his fist, and he jumped in the air and suddenly punched the ground. Fist bone impact. Crack. This was the sound of the air exploding. Then, countless lightning and lightning mixed with terrifying black energy shock waves poured out from the air, and fiercely bombarded the gold dust burial. Hold on. 4th Kazekage Rosa's expression was solemn to ultimate, and his whole body chakra was surging wildly. He even wanted to control the gold dust funeral to swallow up all the fist bone impacts from Uchiha Liunian. However, ideals are full, but the reality is very skinny. The fist bone impact and the gold dust funeral were only deadlocked for a second. And then they were smashed by the terrifying force, turned into countless granular gold dusts that swept in all directions, causing the entire battlefield to tremble wildly, and countless spider web-like gullies appeared on the ground. Puff! At the moment when the sandy funeral was blown up alive. Fourth Kazekage Rosa looked incredulous, opened his mouth, and wanted to say something, but suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his breath became weak. How is it possible? When all the sand shinobi saw this scene, they all showed a look of horror. What's going on? One blow blew up the sandy funeral, and the fourth Kazekage was also hit back. How strong was Uchiha Liunion's attack just now? Even the high-level Tsunagakura leaders such as Ebas who were ready to go couldn't help but gasp. They didn't expect that the magnet style that the fourth Kazekage was proud of would be blown up in just a face-to-face encounter. For a while, the whole battlefield was full of inhalations. Even the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi were horrified. Strong! Lord Uchiha Liunion is a little too strong. He jumped into the air and attacked downwards with his fist wrapped in chakra haki, and actually blew up the sand gold funeral that the fourth Kazekage Rosa used with all his strength. Why do I see the shadow of the third Raikijin Uchiha Ryuin? Orochimaru was also amazed. He knew that Uchiha Ryuin would be very strong if his physical skills broke through to cage level, otherwise he would not have wiped out the Sand Shinobi surprise attack team. But he did not expect that he would be so strong, facing the Sand Shinobi army alone without losing the upper hand, and even the magnet style that the fourth Kazekage Rosa used with all his strength was blasted by one punch. Why? Rosa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his heart was trembling. Too strong. Uchiha Ryuin's punch made him realize a cruel reality. With Uchiha Ryuin's current strength, the remaining more than 2,000 ninjas of the Sand Shinobi army alone seemed not enough to deal with it. Haha, Luo Shat, I've got you. At this time, Uchiha Liunion turned his eyes and walked straight towards Luo Shat. Not good. Quick, stop him. Fourth Kazekage Luo Shat took a step back in fear, suppressed the fear in his heart, and commanded the Sand Shinobi closest to Uchiha Liunion to launch a siege attack on Uchiha Liunion. Not only that, Chakra surged and activated magnet style, controlling the gold sand to attack Uchiha Liunion. However, Uchiha Liunion ignored the gold sand flying from all directions, and stepped forward directly. The gold sand hit him, making a sound of metal clashing, just like hitting a steel plate, which was completely useless. Do it! Hurry! Protect the fourth Kazekage! Hurry! Hurry! Faced with such a scene, the nearest Sand Shinobi had no time to hesitate, and they all used various ninjutsu to try to stop Uchiha Liunion. Boom! Boom! Unfortunately, after a few explosions, those messy ninjutsu were smashed to pieces by Uchiha Liunion. No matter what wind style, earth style, fire style, etc., they were almost crushed by a foot or a slap. So, Uchiha Liunion just pushed forward towards Luasha. P.S. The first update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I beg for flowers and rewards with tears. Please, readers, please, readers, newbies. Thank you readers. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 28 Conqueror's Haki, Suppressing the Whole Audience, second update, begging for flowers and comments. As the distance got closer, the surrounding Sand Shinobi were terrified, and subconsciously wanted to stop Uchiha Liunion. As a result, Uchiha Liunion looked at him and shouted, "Get out of here!" Although the sound was not very loud, it sounded like a thunderbolt in the ears of the surrounding Sand Shinobi, which directly shook their brains and made the bodies of the stronger ones tremble a few times, and the weaker ones lost consciousness. Plop! Plop! The sound of falling to the ground sounded, and more than a dozen weaker Sand Shinobi fell to the ground. Seeing Uchiha Liunion walking towards Luasha as if there was no one in the world, all kinds of ninjutsu attacks were ineffective, and a cold shout made more than a dozen weaker Sand Shinobi lose consciousness. The remaining sand shinobi were all horrified and trembling. Especially many female sand shinobi who came to their senses. Somehow felt somewhat relieved in their hearts. Originally, they were full of respect and love for the fourth Kazekage. Now that they were attacked by Uchiha Liunion's illusion from a distance, they had a very good impression of Uchiha Liunion. However, considering their identities as sand shinobi, they did not show it but kept it in their hearts. And the high-ranking officials of sand shinobi, such as Ebis, obviously did not expect Uchiha Liunion to be so terrifying and terrible. In terms of physical skills, he might not be inferior to the third Raikage, who is known as the strongest in history. So they started to curse in their hearts again. If they had known earlier, they would not have sent any sand shinobi surprise attack troops. They released such an Uchiha monster, but in the end, it was the sand shinobi troops that suffered. It was really a big loss. Wow! Isn't Uchiha Liunion too strong? I feel that Uchiha Liunion is no less powerful than the third Raikage. The ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army all showed expressions of amazement and admiration after being shocked. Originally, they were a little worried and afraid of Uchiha Liunion, who could fight more than 3,000 sand shinobi alone, and were ready to join the battle at any time. Now it seems that they were too conservative. Uchiha Liunion's strength and ability are more pervert than expected. The third Raikage was originally a monster, and now there is another one. The ninja world is getting more and more interesting. Orochimaru's expression had already relaxed, and he licked his lips with his tongue, and his eyes were shining with evil eyes. It seems that the Konoha shinobi army is sure to win the Battle of Mount Kikyo this time. It can be predicted that the ninja world and Konoha village will start to shake wildly again. At this time, facing the Uchiha Liunion who is still approaching, fourth Kazekage Rosa's expression changed, but he still issued a desperate order. Speed up! Everyone come together! Before he finished speaking, the sand shinobi on the battlefield hesitated for a moment. The nearest sand shinobi leaders such as Ebis gritted their teeth, and could only move their minds and burst out waves of chakra fluctuations. What else can they say? After all, Raza is also the Kazekage of Tsunagakure. Even if they are wiped out, they have to go one after another. And this is like a fuse. And the remaining sand shinobi also reacted, took a deep breath, and burst out chakra fluctuations one after another. But at this moment, Uchiha Liunion frowned and shook his head, his eyes swept across the sand shinobi on the battlefield, a hint of impatience appeared in his eyes. In this case, then all of you lie down. Buzz. The next second, before Ebis and other sand shinobi could react, a terrifying aura that was probably to the ultimate swept out from Uchiha Liunion's body, and exploded in all directions. Obviously, this was the Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Boom! As a purple item, the Advanced Conqueror's Haki was still very terrifying. Especially under the full firepower of Uchiha Liunion, which caused the clouds in the sky to be shaken apart, and countless black lightning appeared. The ground, which was already full of gullies, broke apart again, and some weeds fell down, and the whole battlefield was shaking slightly. In an instant, many sand shinobi had not yet reacted. But they felt a buzzing sound in their heads, their bodies trembled slightly, and their bodies stopped in place. This? What is this? Faced with such a terrifying aura and pressure, even the genin of the sand shinobi showed disbelief on their faces. They felt as if they had seen a scene like a sea of blood and corpses in an instant. Their minds began to tremble violently. After a few seconds, their heads began to buzz and their hearts were completely blank. So, under this terrifying conqueror's haki, all the sand shinobi below the elite genin had their minds completely collapsed and their heads were completely blank. Puff! 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 This was the sound of the sand shinobi falling to the ground like dumplings. On the battlefield, Only the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi were not affected. But, they all widened their eyes, revealing a look as if they had seen a ghost, extremely shocked and horrified. What? Nearly 2,000 sand shinobi were crushed and collapsed in an instant, and fell to the ground. What is this? Momentum? Even Orochimaru, who remained calm, was shocked, and trembled in his heart. What kind of power is this? I am afraid that even an old man can't do it. Soon, after dealing with the sand shinobi below the elite Genin, the conqueror's haki released by Uchiha Union disappeared silently in the blink of an eye, and the sky and the earth were as light as if nothing had happened. But in fact, the sand shinobi army had been defeated. Except for those who had died, most of the remaining sand shinobi were suppressed and lost consciousness. Only the 4th Kazekage Rosa, Ebis, and some elite Genin could bear it, but, even so, they were sweating profusely, their faces were full of horror and fear, and they looked at Uchiha Union in an almost unbelievable way. They were already aggrieved and regretful. No, you are so awesome, you came to the Kikyo Mountain battlefield to gain experience, right? Even the momentum is so strong, too pervert, it's uncomfortable. What should I do now? P.S. The second update is here, are there any readers who read it? I beg for flowers and rewards, please, 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 thank you, newbie. Thank you, readers. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 29, Admit Defeat, Flee, Yaking takes action, please give me flowers and comments at the third update, the excited Luo Shat. After suppressing everything. Bang! Bang! Footsteps sounded one after another. Uchiha Union walked towards Luosha. 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. As the distance got closer, Luosha's heart began to shake violently, and there were warning signs in his mind. He had no choice but to shout loudly, Ebis, you guys attack quickly, otherwise, we will really lose. Buzz. Before the voice fell, Luosha's chakra aura began to surge wildly again. With a taste of the last battle. Attack. Okay. Then give it another try. Although they had seen the terrifying strength of Uchiha Union. But seeing that the 4th Kazekage Luosha had not lost his fighting spirit. Ebis and the remaining elite Genin looked at each other, and they could see the resoluteness in each other's eyes. Just do it. The worst case is death. Buzz. Buzz. The next second. Ebis and the few remaining elite Genin's chakra also surged. And flew out. Blocking the front of Uchiha Union. Now. Seeing this scene. 4th Kazekage Rosa's eyes lit up slightly. And directly used magnet style to control the gold sand, and the whole person went directly underground and disappeared in an instant. That's right. 4th Kazekage Rosa did not launch an attack. But took advantage of Ebis and others to attract Uchiha Union's attention. And ran away cleanly. Quiet. The most feared thing is the sudden silence in the air. No one expected that. 4th Kazekage Rosa would not drag his feet at the critical moment. And ran away directly, and even used the gold sand to run underground, making the pursuit more difficult. Ah! Didn't we, fight to the death? 4th Kazekage Rosa, just abandoned us and ran away. Ebis and other sand shinobi froze for a moment. The courage they had finally mustered was deflated in an instant, and their faces showed dejection and anger. They had thought of many possibilities of failure, but they didn't expect to be stabbed in the back by 4th Kazekage Rosa, which was a double blow. What? 4th Kazekage Rosa was beaten and ran away. The Kazekage ran away, doesn't that mean we have won? As for the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army, after reacting, they couldn't wait to show excitement and joy. Ha 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 ha. The decisive battle of Kikyo Mountain. The Konoha village ninja army had the last laugh. Is this the feeling of winning by doing nothing and being carried away? Awesome! FK. Even Orochimaru made a surprised sound. 4th Kazekage Rosa. Is he really a tough guy who can bend and stretch? He ran away as soon as he said he would. And gave up so many sand shinobi directly. On the other side. Clang. Clang. This is the sound of Kunao falling to the ground. After the last bit of spirit of Ebas and other sand shinobi was hit, they couldn't even hold their weapons and dropped them to the ground. Lost. This time they lost completely. They have been eliminated from the Third Ninja World War in advance. Rosa, can you run away? Looking at Ebas and others who gave up resistance. Uchiha Union crossed his arms and looked at the direction where Rosa fled from underground, with a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. However, Rosa's entry should not be wasted. Thinking of this, Uchiha Union gestured to Orochimaru from a distance. You clean up the mess. Swish. Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Union's body had already disappeared from the spot. On the other side. Waste. Really a bunch of waste. In an open space 5 kilometers away from Mount Kikyo. 4th Kazekage Rosa stood there with a gloomy and cold face. More than 3,000 sand shinobi troops were swept away by one person. There is nothing more shameful than this. You don't need to think to know that after the result of the Battle of Mount Kikyo is spread, the whole ninja world will be boiling, and Sand Shinobi Village will become a complete joke. Taking the initiative to start the Third Ninja World War. But being the first to be eliminated is really a pure clown behavior. Haha. If you lose, you lose. This time the loss is heavy, and my position as Kazekage will be more stable. Luo Sha seemed to have thought of something, and a sneer flashed in his eyes. If he wins, everyone is happy. If he loses, Tsunagakuer has a lot of work to do. As long as he is not captured as the Kazekage. Even if he signs some humiliating contracts with Konoha Village. It doesn't matter. He will never lose. Swish. Another sound of breaking through the air sounded. Luo Sha took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality, and flew towards the direction of Tsunagakuer. There is nothing to say. Now that the Battle of Kikyo Mountain was a disastrous defeat. Then from now on he will hide in Tsunagakuer. Watching the chaos of Konoha Village, Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakuer, and Kirigakuer. However, just after Luo Sha flew a few hundred meters, without any signs, his body suddenly stopped, a strange color appeared on his cheek, and he muttered to himself, "Why is there someone in front?" Out of caution, Luo Sha clenched the kunao in his hand, and the chakra in his body surged, entering the combat mode. However, after approaching more than 30 meters, what? How is it possible? Isn't she dead? Luo Sha showed a look as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes widened, and there was a storm in his heart that could not be calmed down at all. That's right, the person in front was the hero of Tsunagakuer, Yakeng, who should have died. Yakeng, why didn't you die? The next second, Luo Sha's face sank slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "Don't you know that after the Sand Shinobi surprise attack team was wiped out, our Sand Shinobi team fell into a passive position and was forced to fight a decisive battle with the Konoha Shinobi team?" Hehe. After hearing this, Yakeng, who was originally facing Luo Sha, turned around slowly, and a slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and said calmly, "Luo Sha, I finally waited for you." What do you mean? Looking at Yakeng, who became full of femininity, Luo Sha frowned, and had a vague ominous premonition in his heart. Nothing. Yakeng grinned, took a few steps forward, and said, "I am here to meet Lord Feng Ying, now let's go back to Tsunagakuer." Okay. Looking at Yakeng, Luo Sha looked a little suspicious, and instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell exactly where it was wrong. He could only shake his head and wanted to leave quickly to prevent the Konoha Shinobi from catching up. Not good. The Uchiha Union from Konoha village is catching up. Without any signs. Yekeng looked anxious and frightened. What? Luo Sha subconsciously turned his head and began to make seals with his hands frantically, intending to urge the gold sand to escape from underground and leave Yekeng here to cover the rear. Puff. Unfortunately, just as Luo Sha was about to finish making seals, Yekeng's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and he used magnet style to control the kunao in his hand and inserted it into Luo Sha's chest through the air. P.S. The third update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I am begging for flowers and rewards with tears. Please, readers, please, readers, newbies. Thank you all readers. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 30 Yekeng's Gratitude, Luo Sha was PD off, first update, begging for flowers and comments. You. Looking at the kunao on his chest. Luo Sha was stunned for a moment, then he showed an expression of ultimate disbelief. What's going on? Why would Yekeng attack him, the fourth Kazekage? In order to let him relax his vigilance, he said that Uchiha Union was catching up. Puff. The next second, another sound of spitting blood sounded. Luo Sha didn't have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, pointed at Yekeng, and roared angrily, Yekeng, do you know what you are doing? I know. Yekeng grinned, showing a calm look, and said calmly, didn't you secretly order the ninjas of the Sand Shinobi surprise attack team to wait for an opportunity to get rid of me? Now. I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine. What? How do you know? Buzz. After hearing this, fourth Kazekage Luo Sha was struck by lightning, his body trembled a few times, and his eyes looking at Yekeng were full of disbelief. He did this very secretly, almost without anyone noticing. Why did Yekeng know about it? More importantly, Sand Shinobi's surprise attack team was wiped out. Yekeng should have died, how could he still be alive? He had also seen Uchiha Union's strength, how could Yekeng still be alive? Something was wrong. Conspiracy. There must be a big conspiracy. In an instant, Luo Sha broke out in a cold sweat, and while enduring the pain in his chest, he threatened in a cold voice, Yekeng, if you dare to plot against me, you must be prepared to die. Boom. Before he finished speaking, Luo Sha completely ignored the kunao in his chest, and as chakra surged throughout his body, he began to seal with his hands. Just kidding. As the fourth Kazekage, he would not let Yekeng's conspiracy succeed. Kill Yekeng as quickly as possible, and then find a place to treat the wound. After returning to Tsunagakure, he would deal with all the people related to Yekeng. Even if the Battle of Kikyo Mountain was lost this time, it could be indirectly blamed on Yekeng. You are not dead yet but still pretending to be dead, so now I will let you die for real. Magnet style. Gold dust burial. Thinking of this, Luo Sha quickly formed seals with both hands, and while chakra surged, he controlled countless gold dust to surge out from the ground and wrap around Yekeng like an overwhelming force. Freeze it for me. Yekeng's expression did not change at all. While chakra surged, he also activated magnet style. Swish. The next moment, the gold dust encountered another magnet style force, and all of them were suspended in the air, unable to move forward or backward. Is this magnet style? No. Feeling that Yekeng was trying to snatch the control of the gold sand from him, Luo Sha seemed to realize something, and a look of disbelief appeared on his cheeks, and his face was extremely ugly due to the surge of blood. Yekeng. Isn't he good at the scorch style? What's the matter with this magnet style? Could it be that Yekeng has always been a dual Kekkei Genkai ability user? Usually only showing the scorch style, but actually hiding a magnet style. Puff. Seemingly hit again. Luo Sha couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood again. Looking at Yakang's eyes, he began to show fear and terror. This Yakang hit it too deeply. Possessing the magnet style and forbearing to wait for this day. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind, then wouldn't he become the mantis, making wedding clothes for Yakang? What should I do? There are wolves in front and tigers behind. What should I do now? Rosa endured the pain in his body and began to frantically think of ways to escape. He had just taken the position of 4th Kazekage and had to lead Tsunagakure to rise. When he had a child in the future, he had to let the child become one-tail Jinkriki. He must not let Yakang steal the fruits of his labor. Yet, Yakang, you are a hero of Tsunagakure. I have always been optimistic about you. As long as you can save me, I will forgive you after returning to Tsunagakure and promote you as a candidate for the 5th Kazekage. Soon. Rosa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and began to beg for mercy with emotion and reason. In his memory, Yakura is a die-hard hero of Tsunagakure. As long as he lowers his attitude and admits his mistakes, Yakura should be moved to sympathize with him and show mercy. Master Uchiha Union is here. However, Yakang's words made Luo Sha laugh in anger. You still want to lie to me? Wait a minute. You actually called Master Uchiha Union. Damn, you. As if he had thought of something. Luo Sha pointed at Yakang again, and turned his head back tremblingly. Only to see. At some point, Uchiha Union had appeared not far away, with his hands folded across his chest, revealing a half-smile on his face. Then, under Luo Sha's incredulous gaze, Yakang appeared in front of Uchiha Union in a few flashes, stretched out his hand to hug Uchiha Union's arm, revealed a touch of pride, and said, Master Union, you are here. You guys. Yakang, do you know what you are doing? Ah. Looking at Yakang's petite appearance, Luo Sha finally knew what was wrong, and also knew why Yakang was so feminine. It turns out that Yakang has been conquered by Uchiha Union. This can also explain why Sand Shinobi's surprise attack troops were wiped out, but Yakang did not die. Now he deliberately intercepted and attacked him. Puff. Puff. 2 more sounds of spitting blood rang out. Perhaps because of his anger, or because of seeing Yakang and Uchiha Union being so close. Luo Sha suddenly vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood, and his cheeks flashed with dejection, helplessness, resentment, unwillingness, etc. Finally, all turned into dejection. After the 3rd Kazekage disappeared, he had been calculating and arranging, and secretly eliminating dissidents. But he did not expect that an Uchiha Union would make all his plans fail. And Yakang's actions gave him a wake-up call. After all, Yakang was a hero of Tsunagakure, an elite Jainin loyal to Tsunagakure. But he did not expect that he would be conquered by Uchiha Union, and now he has become the shape of Uchiha Union. Rosa, just go without worry. Yakura seemed to have thought of something, and said meaningfully, I will try my best to be the 5th Kazekage. 5th Kazekage. Rosa suddenly widened her eyes, glanced at Uchiha Union, opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but could never speak. Yakura became the 5th Kazekage. Doesn't that mean that Uchiha Union of Konoha village will become the 5th Kazekage, the man behind Yakura? More importantly, with Yakura's title of Sand Shinobi Hero, and Uchiha Union's support behind her, sitting on the 5th Kazekage is almost a foregone conclusion. No. Rosa let out a painful roar like a last gasp. But she found that her vitality was fading away at a very fast speed. Bang! This was the sound of Rosa's body falling to the ground. She was already injured, and was stabbed by Yakura again. Now she was so angry that she could not die anymore. P.S. Here is the first update. Are there any readers who read it? I beg for flowers and rewards. Please, readers, please, readers. I am a newbie. Thank you, readers. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 31 Upgrade, Become Stronger, Second Update, Begging for Flowers and Comments. Ah! Is he dead now? Looking at Luo Xie, who had fallen to the ground. Ye Kang, who had been flirting with her eyes, showed a hint of coldness. Humph! He died just like that. It's really a bargain for Luo Xie. As the Kazekage, he didn't think about winning the 3 wars, but thought about eliminating dissidents through war and consolidating his position as the Kazekage. I'm sorry. Now you have to suffer the consequences. Done. Uchiha Liunian shrugged calmly and said, this time, I didn't kill a lot of people in the decisive battle of Kikyo Mountain. I left some troops for you. Speaking of this, Uchiha Liunian's mouth slightly curved, and added meaningfully, you can use the more than 300 female Sand Shinobi in the Sand Shinobi army as your confidants. Really? Lord Liunian, I know you won't let me become a commander without troops. After hearing this, Ye Kang's eyes suddenly became watery, just like the rainy season. It was raining heavily. There was no way. Now she had no resistance to Uchiha Liunian. And he was so good to her, even arranging some things after she became the Wind Shadow, making her body more and more unable to extricate herself. The road has been paved. Whether you can take the position of Kazekage depends on you. Uchiha Liunian smiled and said in a low voice, after returning to Sunagakuer, you can directly tell Cho the truth about the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage in exchange for Chiyo's support. Understood. Ye Kang's face lit up slightly, and he said confidently, as long as Cho is dealt with my current strength, it is basically a sure thing to take the position of 5th Kazekage. Okay. Uchiha Liunian nodded and said, I'm waiting for your good news. Understood. Ye Kang showed a hint of shyness, and ignored the dead Luo Xie, just stretched out his hand and squatted down to pick up the ham sausage. This. Seeing Ye Kang picking up the ham sausage to eat, Uchiha Liunian's mouth twitched slightly a few times. Sure enough, the female ninja marked by the book Thunder has completely fallen. Unknowingly has turned into his shape. This is also the reason why Uchiha Liunian did not pursue the experience of the entries too much and wiped out the Sand Shinobi army. You can't let Ye Kang take the position of Kazekage and there will be no one to use, right? What if the Cloud Shinobi village, Iwagakuer, and Mist Shinobi steal the house, and he can't rescue it in time? Wouldn't it be a mess? In the future, he will just be the man behind Ye Kang. So, Uchiha Liunian silently gave orders while enjoying it. System, plunder all the entries of 4th Kazekage Rosa for me. In an instant, the 4th Kazekage Rosa's entry began to flow into Uchiha Liunian's body. After merging the magnet-style gold sand, purple, entry, the remaining entries, including the 4th Kazekage, purple, entry, were crushed into entry experience. Perfect. Uchiha Liunian sensed Ye Kang's unskilled oral skills and silently checked his latest attribute panel. Host, Uchiha Liunian. Age, 18 years old. Identity, Taijutsu Ninja of the Uchiha clan. Entry experience, 542862. Note. White, 1000, green, 10,000, blue, 100,000, purple, white 10,000, orange, 10 million, gold, 100 million, black. Attribute entries, Book Thunder, black, 8 inner gates, orange, upgraded steel balloon, orange, advanced chakra, armament color, haki, purple, ninja 6 styles grandmaster, purple, advanced conqueror's haki, purple, fire style proficiency, purple, wind style grandmaster, purple, magnet style gold dust, purple, illusion proficiency, blue, yin dun proficiency, blue, lightning style proficiency, blue, shadow clone proficiency, blue, body flicker technique proficiency, blue, shuriken proficiency, blue, sharingan, white, water style, white, earth style, white, etc. Okay. This decisive battle contributed more than 5 million entry experience. After a quick glance, Uchiha Liunian nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, the battlefield is the easiest place to gain entry experience. With a little effort, more than 5 million entry experience was credited. Then, Uchiha Liunian set his sights on the attribute entries that only he could see. Now that he has experience, he must upgrade a few orange entries to further enhance his strength. System: upgrade Advanced Chakra, Armament Color, Haki, Purple, Ninja 6 Styles Grandmaster, Purple, and Advanced Conqueror's Haki, Purple, to orange entries. Ding! Host, are you sure you want to spend 3 million entry experience points to upgrade Advanced Chakra, Armament Color, Haki, Purple, Ninja 6 Styles Grandmaster, Purple, and Advanced Conqueror's Haki, Purple, to orange entries? Sure. Uchiha Liunian nodded without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations host, you spent 3 million entry experience points to upgrade the Advanced Chakra, Armament Color, Haki, Purple, to Super Chakra, Armament Color, Haki, Orange, Ninja 6 Styles Perfect, Orange, Super Conqueror's Haki, Orange. Entries: Super Chakra, Armament Color, Haki, Ninja 6 Styles Perfect, Super Conqueror's Haki. Quality: 3 oranges. Effect: you have practiced the Ninja 6 Styles, Chakra Haki, Conqueror's Haki to the maximum level, and can use physical skills to an ultimate. Ding! Congratulations host, the primary observation Haki entry, green, has been triggered. Buzz. At the moment when 3 orange entries about physical skills in a primary observation Haki entry appeared, Uchiha Liunian's body trembled violently for a few times. Then, countless Chakra Haki appeared in his mind. Haki, the 6 styles of ninja, Conqueror's Haki training experience, is like decades of hard training. In contrast, Yekang, who is in tune with him, also made a product. Ahem. Accompanied by a violent cough, Yekang seemed to have finished swallowing a few times, and felt comfortable all of a sudden. P.S. The second update is here, are there any readers who can read it? I beg for flowers and rewards with tears, please readers, I am a newbie, thank you readers. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 32 Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, please give me flowers and comments. Buzz. Feeling that his body had not only become stronger, but also released a lot of energy, Uchiha Liunian's body trembled slightly, revealing an extremely comfortable look. Cool. The feeling of becoming stronger is really intoxicating. Master Liunian, your breath has become stronger again. Yekang also felt that Uchiha Liunian seemed to have become stronger again, revealing a hint of surprise. No way. Last time she ate a hot dog and got the magnet style, this time Master Uchiha Liunian became stronger again. Damn. My mouth is too awesome, isn't it? However, smelling a fishy smell, Yekang's cheeks flashed a blush, and he hurriedly said, Master Liunian, I'm going to rinse my mouth first. With that, Yekang left in a few flashes. Hey! Looking at Yekang's departing back, Uchiha Liunian's mouth slightly curved, revealing a touch of joy. With the appearance of 3 orange entries, his strength in physical skills is probably extremely terrifying even in the super cage level. As for the super shadow, even cage level ninjas may be able to suppress him unilaterally. Thinking of this, Uchiha Liunian couldn't wait to look at his remaining entry experience. There are still 242,8762 left. Enough for him to add 2 more orange entries. So, Uchiha Liunian almost didn't hesitate, and set his sights on the white entry Sharingan. After the fusion of the blue entry of Yindun Proficiency, the mental power soared a lot, but he couldn't open a Megatama in Sharingan. Now, he is looking forward to opening the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan by upgrading the entry. Anyway, the requirements are not good. Just 2 regular abilities will do. System: upgrade Sharingan, white, and Yindun Proficiency, blue, to orange terms for me. Ding! Host, are you sure you want to spend 2.211 million terms experience to upgrade Sharingan, white, and Yindun Proficiency, blue, to orange terms? Sure. Ding! Congratulations host, you spent 2.211 million terms experience to upgrade Sharingan, white, and Yindun Proficiency, blue, to Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, orange, Yindun Perfection, orange. Term: Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, orange, Yindun Perfection, orange. Quality: Peerless Double Orange. Effect: compared to ordinary Mangeki Sharingan, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan further strengthens the original ability and eliminates side effects. With Yindun Perfection, it will be even more powerful. It will also change Susanoo and have more powerful attack power, defense power, and special skills. Ability Left Eye, Heavenly Hand Power, can instantly exchange oneself with the target object. Right Eye, Space Movement, can open a black and red circular portal and freely travel through different spaces. What? It's Heavenly Hand Power and Space Movement. After looking at the ability of his Mangeki Sharingan Awakening, Uchiha Liunian couldn't help but reveal a touch of surprise. If I remember correctly, Heavenly Hand Power is a ninjutsu that Uchiha Sasuke uses the 6 Megatama Rinnegan given to him by the Sage of 6 Paths. The evaluation of the Book of Formations is that it can jump to a distant space in an instant, which is the ultimate shrinking technique. Now that his Eternal Mangeki is opened, he has awakened the ability of Heavenly Hand Power. You know, this move is more strategically valuable than Kamui and Flying Thunder God technique in a sense. It does not require preparation time and marks, and can be used anytime and anywhere. Of course, more importantly, there is a related concept God entry for Tenshuriki head changing Sasuke. Okay. Uchiha Liunian nodded with great satisfaction. As for the spatial movement of the right eye, it can shuttle through different spaces, which is an ability that only 6 paths can have. Now that he can shuttle freely, it is undoubtedly quite pervert. The next second, with the successful upgrade of Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, orange, and Yindun Perfection, orange, entries, a black and gold spiritual force that condensed the essence of success, rushed into Uchiha Liunian's mind at a speed faster than thunder. In contrast, Uchiha Liunian's Sharingan, which had never opened his eyes, became extremely red. Suddenly, a black Megatama appeared. Then, 2 Tomo, 3 Tomo. Finally, the 3 Tomo that were originally independent suddenly connected together, forming a 4-pointed star shape that shone with black and gold luster and resembled a blade. Boom! Instantly, a terrifying mental wave and energy wave swept out from Uchiha Liunian's body, causing the entire area to tremble. 1 second. 10 seconds. 1 minute. As time passed by little, until 3 minutes later, Uchiha Liunian completely adapted to the mental power brought by the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan and the perfect level Yindun. Not only that, as the mind and body became stronger at the same time, Uchiha Liunian's overall strength was improved to a certain extent. On the other side, Yekang, who had just finished rinsing his mouth, saw that Uchiha Liunian's Mangeki Sharingan had awakened. And the whole person was in a state of horror. FK. I just bit it. Lord Uchiha Union just became stronger, and now even Mangeki Sharingan has awakened. It's simply explosive. Back. Uchiha Union glanced at Yeking, revealing a hint of madness. He was going to vent. Swish. A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Uchiha Union's body disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Yeking, with an excited face, was hugged by Uchiha Union. Buzz. In an instant, feeling the temperature of Uchiha Union's body, Yeking felt his mind go blank, and he fell straight down 3,000 feet. She knew very well that, before returning to Tsunagakure, she had to enjoy herself again. P.S. The third update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I am begging for flowers and rewards with tears. Please readers, Meng Xin. Thank you all readers. Reading every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 33, Shocking Data, Konoha's Top Leader's Confidence, First Update, please subscribe. At the same time, as the fourth Kazekage Rosa fled without any backbone, the remaining high-end fighters of Tsunagakure, such as Ebis, were in disbelief. They could no longer hold back their breath and no longer had the courage to resist or continue fighting. They all put down their weapons and surrendered. As for the desperate resistance, don't joke about it. Who wants to die if they can live? In addition, the fourth Kazekage Rosa, as the Kazekage, ran away alone. Only a fool would continue to fight. As for signing some surrender agreements after admitting defeat, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Tsunagakure has nothing valuable except sand. Even if the desert Ifid land is given to Konoha village, I'm afraid it won't be accepted. I really didn't expect it. Union actually defeated the Sand Shinobi army by himself. Cage-level Taijutsu ninjas are really so terrifying. No wonder the third Raikage dares to call himself the strongest Raikage in history. Even old men have to avoid him. Seeing that the decisive battle of Mount Kikyo was won by a single soldier, Orochimaru, the commander-in-chief of the Konoha Shinobi army, was still in a trance. Is the Sand Shinobi army too weak? No. It's Uchiha Union who is too strong. Speed pervert, strength pervert, defense pervert. On the battlefield, it is almost unsolvable. Haha. The next second, Orochimaru seemed to have thought of something, and a wicked smile appeared on his cheek. Now the rise of Uchiha Union is unstoppable. What's funny is that the old man, Shimura Dans, and the two elders of the elders are still playing tricks, thinking that they are high above and can control everything. Now, when the information about the decisive battle of Kikyo Mountain is transmitted back, Konoha village will definitely be shaken, not only the top leaders of Konoha village, but also the various families and the Uchiha clan. I'm afraid they will tremble. The future situation of Konoha village is really more and more exciting. Just when Orochimaru showed a teasing look in his mouth, the battlefield over there was finally quickly cleared by Konoha's ninjas, and the surrendered Sand Shinobi were also controlled. Then, a ninja flashed in front of Orochimaru and saluted respectfully. Lord Orochimaru, the rough statistics of this battlefield have been completed. After hearing this, Orochimaru showed an interested look. Have the enemies killed by Uchiha Union been counted? Yes. The ninja nodded respectfully. Oh. Orochimaru nodded, and then suddenly asked, how many enemies did Uchiha Union kill on the battlefield? Okay. This time, the decisive battle of Kikyo Mountain became Uchiha Union's stage alone. Orochimaru knew the general situation, but he was not sure about the specific number of kills. So, he wanted to know Uchiha Union's specific record. Coincidentally, when asking this question, some Konoha shinobi around him raised their heads unconsciously, and all showed a curious look. They also wanted to know how many Sand Shinobi Lord Uchiha Liunian killed. The ninja who was reporting the battle situation took a deep breath, and a look of shock could not help but appear on his cheeks before he began to report. In this decisive battle at Mount Kikyo, more than 900 Sand Shinobi died at the hands of Lord Uchiha Liunian, including 137 Jonin, 525 Chunin, and more than 300 Genin. The exact number cannot be counted. Before he finished speaking, "Hey! Hey! Hey!" there were sounds of people sucking in their breaths at the scene. Yes. They all saw the feat of Lord Uchiha Liunian fighting against 3,000 alone, and they also knew that many Sand Shinobi died at the hands of Lord Uchiha Liunian. But, when the specific number of people came out, they still couldn't help but tremble and their scalps tingled. This is simply a killing god. You know. These are not just cats and dogs? Perhaps if the fourth Kazekage Rosa hadn't escaped, and Ebas and others had surrendered, I'm afraid there would be more deaths. Orochimaru also stood there in a daze. After swallowing his saliva subconsciously, he smiled thoughtfully and planned to send the specific situation of the Kikyo Mountain battlefield back to Konoha village 800 miles away. Old man. I hope that this victory at Kikyo Mountain will bring surprises, rather than shocks. Konoha village. The Hokage building in the central area. In a top-level conference room at the highest point. At this time, the four giants of Konoha's high level. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the leader of the Orochimaru Dans, Udaten Koharu of the Elders, Mito Kado Homura, are sitting there with serious faces. Among them, Shimura Dans, who had just returned from Mount Kikyo and had rested for a while, was still wrapped in white gauze, looking like he was seriously injured and not healed. Silence. No one spoke, making the atmosphere very depressing. Especially when Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and blew out wisps of white smoke, which filled the conference room, making the atmosphere even more solemn. Hey! After an unknown amount of time, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a heavy tone, Uchiha Liunian hid too deeply and deceived us all. Humph! Evil Uchiha, a monster always appears every once in a while. My lifelong reputation has been ruined in this trip to Mount Kikyo, all thanks to Uchiha Liunian. He really deserves to die. It would have been better if he hadn't said it. As soon as he said it, Shimura Dans couldn't help but uttered a voice so angry that his voice was trembling. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to be the commander-in-chief of the large group of Konoha shinobi in Mount Kikyo. That Uchiha Liunian was unscrupulous and didn't take him seriously at all, which made him a joke in Konoha village and even the entire ninja world. It's so uncomfortable. When he thought of this, Shimura Dans wanted to vomit blood again. As for Udaten Koharu and Mito Kado Homura, they looked at each other, and they could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. All along, everything in Konoha village was under their control. Even if Uchiha Reinian was friends with Nine-Tails Jinkriki Uzumaki Kushina, they didn't take it to heart. Because, as long as Namikaze Minato grows up, they will use emotion and reason to make Namikaze Minato chase Uzumaki Kushina. As for Uchiha Reinian, Sharingan is not opened, and he is an idiot in ninjutsu. How can he compare with Namikaze Minato, who is bathed in the will of fire by relying on physical skills alone? Now he is just relying on the residual power of the great elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Setsuna. Once the time is right, they will regain control of the overall situation. As a result, this Uchiha Reinian went to Kikyo Mountain and became a different person. He broke through from elite Jonin to cage level and was no longer an idiot in ninjutsu. He suppressed Danzo's wind style with a Grandmaster level fire style. His personality also became extremely high profile, disregarding the Konoha high level and unbridled to the ultimate level. P.S. The first update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I beg for flowers and rewards with tears. Please, readers, newbies, thank you all readers. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 34, Konoha's top brass are stupid, second update, begging for flowers and comments. Danzo, bear with it for now. After a few seconds, Yuta and Koharu said confidently, everything is under our control, Uchiha Union can't turn the tables. That's right, Konoha village does not allow the existence of someone as powerful as Uchiha Union. A hint of pride flashed across Midokado Homura's old face, this Uchiha Union is not affected by the will of fire at all. It turns out that the second Hokage's hostility to Uchiha is justified. Sarutobi, what do you think? Seeing that Yuta and Koharu and Midokado Homura both expressed their opinions, Shimura Dance suppressed his anger and said calmly, Uchiha Union doesn't take me seriously, so he is not hitting you in the face and doesn't take you, the Hokage, seriously. Hey! After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke and said, no matter what, at this stage, Konoha there can be no internal strife in the village, and everything is based on the three wars. I understand. Shimura Dance showed a look of instant understanding. Yuta, Koharu and Midokado Homura couldn't help but smile knowingly when they heard it. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen is also very dissatisfied with Uchiha Union. But now that the three wars have broken out, the appearance of Uchiha Union just fills the vacancy left by Hotaki White Fang's suicide. There is still a lot of value to be used. Bang! However, at this moment, accompanied by the sound of the conference room door being pushed open, a Jainin from Anbu rushed in without even knocking on the door. In an instant, Yuta, Koharu, Midokado Homura, and Shimura Dan's faces suddenly became gloomy. They don't like to be disturbed when they are holding a top-level meeting, let alone rushing in without even knocking on the door, which is simply impolite. However, Anbu is Sarutobi Hiruzen's direct line. Yuta, Koharu and the other two couldn't say anything, they could only pull up their faces and look very unhappy. Don't you know to knock on the door? Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked a little unhappy, and scolded, even if the sky falls, you have to wait until the meeting is over. Yes, yes. The Anbu Jainin knelt on one knee on the ground, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, and seemed to be immersed in shock, and said in a trembling voice, Third Hokage, there is urgent information on the front line of Mount Kikyo. Hey! Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuta and Koharu, Midokado Homura, and Shimura Dan's expressions suddenly became solemn. The extremely urgent information that could make Anbu Jainin lose his composure. Could it be that, in the Battle of Mount Kikyo, the Konoha shinobi army was defeated? When he thought of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was about to take a puff, hurriedly said, what urgent information? Report it quickly. Before he finished speaking, the Anbu Jainin took a deep breath, with a tone of shock and disbelief, and quickly said, just now, Lord Orochimaru sent back the latest battle information. The Konoha shinobi army and the Sand shinobi army had a decisive battle. In the end, Uchiha Union fought 1 against 3,000 and defeated the Sand shinobi. More than 1,000 people were killed or injured. Silence. I am most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Upon hearing the Sand shinobi's defeat, Shimura Dan's, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuta, Koharu, and Midokado Homura were already delighted, but they reacted, and their eyes flashed with extreme disbelief. Uchiha Union fought against 3,000 alone, causing thousands of casualties to the Sand shinobi army. The first reaction of the Konoha high-level F4 was that it was impossible, absolutely impossible. Doesn't that mean that Uchiha Union alone defeated the Sand shinobi army? At this time, the Anbu Jainin hesitated for a moment before adding, the Konoha shinobi suffered 0 casualties. Uchiha Union defeated the Sand Shinobi alone, causing the 4th Kazekage Rosa to flee in defeat. Ebas and other high-ranking officials surrendered. Shimura Dans, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yudatan Koharu, and Mito Kato Homura fell into silence. They only felt a roar in their heads, like a thunderclap. What? The Konoha shinobi suffered 0 casualties? Uchiha Union defeated 3,000 alone? How strong is he? They didn't believe it. They didn't dare to believe it at all. So much so that Shimura Dans was so angry that he broke his defense and said, "Quickly bring the intelligence file, I want to see it." As he said that, Shimura Dans also stretched out his uninjured left hand. Yes. The Anbujanin did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly took out the intelligence file and handed it over respectfully. Shimura Dans started to read the intelligence file after getting it. Puff. In less than 3 seconds, Shimura Dans, who was wrapped in white gauze, widened his eyes, suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his face turned extremely pale, without blood color. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yudatan Koharu, and Mito Kato Homura saw this and took the intelligence file to read it. They were stunned at first. Then, their hearts changed from disbelief to extreme shock. And then to unbelievable horror. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yudatan Koharu, and Mito Kato Homura sat down on the chairs dejectedly, their eyes were dull. Why is it like this? That's right. As Konoha's high-ranking officials, they were still very confident in the Battle of Mount Kikyo. Konoha Village, with its profound heritage, would be a great disgrace if it couldn't even beat Tsunagakuer, the weakest of the 5 major ninja villages. This is indeed the case. The Konoha shinobi army won. But, as Konoha's high-ranking officials, they couldn't be happy. In fact, this decisive battle of Mount Kikyo was completely a one-man show of Uchiha Union. They could all imagine that. Once it spread, Uchiha Union, who was already famous in the ninja world, would probably shake the entire ninja world thoroughly. And a monster-level combat force that could rival the Third Reikage was born. It was lucky for Konoha Village. But, it was very unfortunate for Konoha's high-ranking officials. Because this monster-level combat power is not branded by the will of fire. P.S. The second update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I beg for flowers and rewards with tears. Please, readers, please, readers, I am a newbie. Thank you all readers. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 35, Unwilling Uchiha Fusion, Konoha Village Sensation, Third Update, Begging for Flowers and Comments. 1 second. 10 seconds. 1 minute. Accompanied by a period of silence. The atmosphere in the entire conference room has unconsciously become heavy to ultimate. Even now, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yudatan Koharu, Mito Kato Homura, Shimura Dans, who are high-ranking members of Konoha, dare not believe it. But, the facts are in front of them. They have to believe it. Uchiha Union has completely established its trend. It is about to be invincible and become the second Hitaki White Fang in the ninja world. Ah! After more than 10 minutes, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a few puffs of his pipe and couldn't help but sighed heavily. Is he really old? No. He is the strongest third Hokage in history. He is not old yet. He can continue to lead Konoha Village to prosperity as the Hokage. When he thought of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with a ray of determination, and he said in a deep voice, "This matter cannot be concealed, so let's bear it for a while, use the victory of the decisive battle of Kikyo Mountain, use the Uchiha flow of time, and then improve the confidence and cohesion of Konoha Shinobi." This. After hearing this, Shimura Dan's expression turned cold, and he opened his mouth to object. As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to see through everything, and said in a calm voice, Danzo, I am the Hokage." Before he finished speaking, Shimura Dan's voice stopped abruptly. And he was speechless. And suddenly he couldn't say anything. As for Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato Homura, after hesitating for a while, they also chose to acquiesce to Sarutobi Hiruzen's approach. Now the Third Ninja World War has just begun. Although Sand Shinobi Village has been defeated, there are still Iwagakuer, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Kirigakuer, all of which are still eyeing it. So, even if Uchiha Union is not branded with the Will of Fire, there is no way. The Third Ninja World War must be the main focus. And, as the top leaders of Konoha Village, they are not easy to deal with. Now they must compromise for the overall situation. Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God is better than his predecessor, so there is no need for us to worry. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have thought of something, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled cheeks, saying, "As long as he goes to the battlefield, Namikaze Minato will become a silver flash that makes his opponents despair. The only pity is that the opportunity to become famous has been taken by Uchiha Union." After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh heavily again. In the Third Ninja World War, he planned to make Namikaze Minato the brightest star. But he didn't expect that Uchiha Union would suddenly rise, which really disrupted his plan and deployment. Hey! Hearing this, Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato Homura's eyes lit up, and they were not so anxious in their hearts. Only Shimura Dan's had a gloomy face, feeling frustrated and helpless. Not only was he slapped in the face by Uchiha Ryuin, but Sarutobi Hiruzen also used Hokage to suppress him. In order to become the Grand Hokage, he had to train the more obedient Namikaze Minato as the fourth Hokage candidate. Then Shimura Dan's would never have a chance to succeed? The position of Hokage is far away? Endure. Still have to endure. As the darkness of Konoha. One day he will become the light that shines on Konoha Village. He wants to see how Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has to endure more, will face Uchiha Ryuin in the end. The next day, a piece of news shocked the entire Konoha Village. When they learned that in the decisive battle of Mount Kikyo, Uchiha Union fought 1 against 3,000 and the Konoha Shinobi army won a great victory. Boom! The Konoha village was boiling with excitement. No one expected that Uchiha Union, who had just wiped out the Sand Shinobi surprise attack team, would defeat the Sand Shinobi army with his own strength this time. In an instant, the entire Konoha village was boiling with excitement. Ninjas, civilians, and some businessmen all showed expressions of shock. And the families of Konoha village, while trembling, did not have any joy of victory in the Battle of Mount Kikyo. Instead, they trembled and looked up at the sky. Although it was a clear sky, it gave them a feeling of dark clouds pressing down on the city. Just kidding. The families already knew about what happened to Danzo in Mount Kikyo. They thought that annihilating the Sand Shinobi surprise attack team was the limit of Uchiha Ryuin. Now it seems, everyone underestimated Uchiha Ryuin. Is he a monster comparable to the Third Reikage? Now the Konoha high-level officials have compromised again. Which is undoubtedly abnormal. Once Uchiha Ryuin returns to Konoha village with the momentum of a hero, not only the Uchiha clan, but also the Konoha high-level officials will have a headache. This is indeed the case. With the Konoha village high-level officials compromising again, they began to use the momentum of Uchiha Ryuin's 1 against 3,000 to promote the will of fire. The Uchiha clan was also caught in the ice and fire. The Uchiha ninjas headed by the clan leader, Uchiha Fushun, were all shocked and dared not believe it at all, while the Uchiha ninjas headed by the great elder, Uchiha Setsuna, were so excited that they almost beat the gongs and drums. At this time, in the central area, in a lounge of the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku was sitting on a chair in a daze. The broken teacup and messy room showed that it was not peaceful here just now. 1 minute ago, After learning about Uchiha Liunion's record in Kikyo Mountain, Uchiha Fugaku was so stupid that he threw cups and overturned tables in a rage. Then, there was a period of dejection and helplessness. He was still happy that his son, Uchiha Fugaku, awakened Mangeki Sharingan. Yes. After being stimulated by Uchiha Liunion's record of annihilating the Sand Shinobi surprise attack team, he took action in advance, making Uchiha Fugaku, who was originally on a mission, witness a friend die to save him. The great grief and stimulation made him activate Mangeki Sharingan. As a result, before it was announced, Uchiha Liunion defeated the Sand Shinobi army on Mount Kikyo by himself, and was praised as a monster comparable to the Third Raikage. Damn it! What should I do? What should I do? Even if I awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, I can't deal with Uchiha Liunion. Ah! Uchiha Fushun seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became ferocious and crazy. He was unwilling to accept it. As long as his son Uchiha Fugaku could marry Uchiha Mikoto, he could integrate the power of the two factions and lead the Uchiha clan to the peak. Ha ha ha! No matter what, I will not give up. The next second, Uchiha Fushun clenched his fists, an array of determination flashed in his eyes. There is no word of surrender in the Uchiha dictionary. No matter what, they have to fight. P.S. Here comes the third update. Are there any readers who are interested? I beg for flowers and rewards. Please, readers, please, readers. I am a newbie. Thank you, readers. Have fun reading every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 36, The Ninja World Trembles, Minato is shocked, and the Great Toad Sage is in doubt. First update, begging for flowers and comments. On the other side, the great elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Setsuna, happily picked up the teacup and drank the hot tea leisurely. As expected, Uchiha Liunion would make a continuous surprise if he didn't make a sound. Now, he made another big news, defeating the Sand Shinobi army by himself. Even the script dare not write this, but his grandson-in-law, Uchiha Liunion, did it. Hee. Now the Konoha High Level and Uchiha Fushun must be sitting on pins and needles. Uchiha Setsuna's eyes flashed with a smile, put down the teacup, and muttered to himself, what a pity. Uchiha Liunion's rise has been unstoppable since the moment the Sand Shinobi army was defeated. Just kidding, a monster-level combat power comparable to the Third Raikage is the nightmare of those fragile ninjas on the battlefield. Even if they want to target him, it is not so easy. In that case, I should also exert my strength. The next second, Uchiha Setsuna's face showed a look of determination. He had some doubts and hesitations before, but now, it's time to make up his mind. For the Uchiha clan, there is no retreat. At the same time, the Kikyo Mountain decisive battle attracted the attention of the entire ninja world. Especially after Uchiha Liunion destroyed the Sand Shinobi's breath troops, it was unknown how much attention the entire ninja world had attracted. So much so that, when the result of the Kikyo Mountain decisive battle spread to the entire ninja world, it instantly set off a shocking wave in the ninja world. Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakuer, Kirigakuer, Rain Shinobi Village, etc. were all shocked. There was no way. No one thought that Uchiha Liunion would become the absolute protagonist of the Kikyo Mountain decisive battle, and he single-handedly beat the Sand Shinobi army to surrender. How terrifying and powerful is this? After this battle, Uchiha Liunion directly became a monster-level combat force comparable to the Third Raikage. It became the focus of the entire ninja world. Mount Maiboku, as a heritage place as famous as Rika Cave and Wet Bone Forest. There are a large number of toads living here. These toads can use fairy arts, and the Great Toad Sage is the ancestor of Mount Maiboku. At this time, in a training ground in front of Mount Maiboku, Namikaze Minato looked at a latest intelligence document in his hand, standing there blankly, with a look of shock and disbelief in his eyes, and there seemed to be thunder roaring in his mind. No? How could Uchiha Union have such a big transformation? Okay. During this period of time, given that the Third World War had already begun, he didn't even care too much about Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Nohara Rin, and practiced sage mode in seclusion at Mount Maiboku. Now he has basically mastered it, and with the Grand Master level Flying Thunder God technique, he thinks he is one of the best in the entire ninja world. Now he only needs to participate in the Third World War to become famous in the entire ninja world. As a result, Uchiha Union, the Taijutsu elite Genin, actually had a decisive battle at Mount Kikyo. He single-handedly defeated the Sand Shinobi army and dominated the outcome of a large-scale war. What a shock! In fact, Namikaze Minato had a deep impression of Uchiha Union. Everyone was a genius and secretly wanted to compete with each other, especially after Uchiha Union heroically saved Uzumaki Kushina. For some reason, Namikaze Minato was unhappy with Uchiha Union. He thought that after learning Flying Thunder God and Sage Mode, he and Uchiha Union were from two different worlds. He could confidently say that geniuses also have different levels. But he didn't expect that Uchiha Union would be amazing if he didn't make a name for himself. He slapped him in the face from the side. He was still working hard to practice, striving to become famous in the ninja world in the Third War. Uchiha Union has become a monster-level combat force comparable to the Third Reikage. No. There is pressure only when there is competition. I, Namikaze Minato, will not give in. Under the guidance of the will of fire, I will definitely come from behind. After an unknown amount of time, the dejected look on Namikaze Minato's face was swept away, replaced by excitement, and anticipation. He is not afraid of any competition, especially when he is highly expected by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, as well as Mr. Jiraiya, Yudin Koharu of the Elders, and Mito Kado Homura. He will have endless motivation to work hard and not let them down. And just when Namikaze Minato was full of confidence and enthusiasm for the future, in a temple deep in Mount Maiboku, buzz, accompanied by a chakra fluctuation that made the space tremble. The great toad sage, who was resting with his eyes closed, trembled several times and suddenly opened his yellow toad eyes. If there were toads here, they would find that the great toad sage's eyes were unprecedentedly flashing with horror, shock, fear, disbelief, etc. What's going on? The future scene in the dream has completely changed. To be more precise, the future of the ninja world has now become a chaos. Even as the great toad sage, he can no longer peek into the future. How is it possible? Even if it is the sage of six paths, Satsuki Kagaya, it can't affect my vision of the future in my dreams. It's so strange. What's the matter with that Uchiha Union? He can't be the child of destiny. A few traces of doubt and uncertainty flashed across the extremely old face of the great toad sage. It has lived from the time of Satsuki Kagaya to the present, and has never encountered such a strange and incredible thing. Especially from the predictions in the previous dreams, Uchiha Union is definitely not the child of destiny. How can he rise without any signs, and invisibly affect the future of the entire ninja world? Another freak has appeared in the Uchiha clan. It was unknown how long it took. The great toad sage showed a look of fear. This Uchiha Union, the sudden outbreak and rise in the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, is destined to change the future and pattern of the ninja world. Alas! This Uchiha is an anomaly. Where will the future of the ninja world go? P.S. Here is the first update. Are there any readers who would like to read it? I am begging for flowers and rewards. Please, readers, please, readers. I am a newbie. Thank you all readers. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 37, the clouds move in all directions, Madara's confidence, second update, begging for flowers and comments. Iwagakure. The Tsuchikage building stands on a rocky mountain. Third Tsuchikage Onaki stood there with a heavy look. The Battle of Kikyo Mountain. He also paid close attention to it. Especially after Uchiha Union wiped out the Sand Shinobi surprise attack force. His heart trembled a few times. Sure enough. Konoha village with a profound foundation. Even after Hitaki Whitefang committed suicide, there is no shortage of rising geniuses. But, when the result of the decisive battle of Kikyo Mountain was reported back, Third Tsuchikage Onaki found that he was still too young. Uchiha Union was more than a rising genius. He was a monster. How could a human fight against 3,000 with one? Only a monster like the Third Raikage could do it. When he thought of this, Onaki couldn't help but reveal a trace of almost incredible look in his eyes. Indeed, the result of the Kikyo Mountain battlefield was really beyond his expectations. He was expecting Konoha village and Tsunagakure to lose, but he didn't expect that Sand Shinobi village was just delivering food to Konoha village, which boosted Konoha village's confidence and cohesion. It's hard to bear. Why didn't Iwagakure have such a genius who could change the situation? How long can I hold on? At this time, seeing Onoki's solemn expression. 4 tails Jinkriki Lao Zi, 5 tails Jinkriki Han, Akaji, Huangtu and other Tsunagakure executives in the office did not speak, but, the serious look on their faces also showed that they were not calm in their hearts. Tsuchikage-sama, what should we do now? A few seconds later, Han, wearing a red mask and red armor, said in a deep voice, Konoha village has made a good start in the Third War, and a monster-level combat force has emerged Uchiha Union. Next, the war may get stronger and stronger. The Third War has begun, and Iwagakure has no way out. Onaki took a deep breath, and his body slowly floated up, with a sharp cold light in his eyes. Hehe, is it awesome to fight 1 against 3,000? If you have the ability, fight 1 against 20,000. The trump card we are going to use to deal with the Third Raikage can also be used to deal with Uchiha Union. So, you can go to the battlefield as planned and let the Third War enter a white-hot stage. After hearing this, 4 tails Jinkriki Lao Zi, 5 tails Jinkriki Han, Akaji, Huangtu and other Tsunagakure high-level nodded silently. For the Third War, Iwagakure has been secretly accumulating strength. Originally, there was a trump card to deal with the Third Raikage, and now there is another target, Uchiha Union. This time, the Iwagakure will win. Cloud Shinobi Village. Inside the Raikage's office. What? Uchiha Union is also worthy of being compared with me. As the strongest Raikage in history, how can a junior compare to me? It's really Yamanaka that a monkey can be king without a tiger. Accompanied by a series of violent roars. The Third Raikage tore a document in his hand into pieces in a few seconds. Damn! Isn't it just 1 against 3,000? I can suppress the runaway 8 tails by myself, how can a small Uchiha Union mess with me? Hey! Looking at the extremely violent Raikage, Dode spread his hands and showed a helpless look. The Third Raikage is still as grumpy as ever, isn't he? Even in the decisive battle at Mount Kikyo, when Uchiha Union from Konoha village fought 1 against 3,000, the Raikage didn't take him seriously. Another talented ninja has emerged from Konoha village. The Third Raikage's eyes flickered a few times, revealing a slight disdain, and he said confidently, but with me here, he can't make any waves. As long as I meet him on the battlefield, I will let him know what is the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Send the order quickly. Let AI and Killer Bee take action, and don't weaken the power of our Cloud Shinobi village. Speaking of this, the Third Raikage added confidently, this time in the Third Ninja World War, our Cloud Shinobi village will definitely be the last one laughing. Understood. Totoi nodded without hesitation. He knew very well that the Third Raikage was a man of his word. The appearance of Uchiha Union would only make the third Raikage more and more excited, and he would not have any intention of retreating. Kirigakure. The third Mizukage frowned and looked at an intelligence document in his hand. Is the situation not good? After Hitaki White Fang committed suicide, another genius with a great future has emerged from Konoha village. Wait a minute. Even if we want to participate in the Third World War, we in Kirigakure must choose a suitable time. As for not participating in the Third World War, just like not participating in the Second World War, that is impossible. Now that Kirigakure has recuperated after the Second World War, its overall strength has been significantly improved. If we don't participate in the Third Ninja War and fight hard, then he, the third Mizukage, and the top leaders of Kirigakure will be very unwilling. So, after pondering for a moment, the third Mizukage put down the intelligence file in his hand, looked at the master, Yagura, and other Kirigakure executives in the office, and said in a deep voice, "Now that Konoha village has defeated Tsunagakure, we Kirigakure will take advantage of the geographical advantage to temporarily avoid the sharp edge, and let Konoha village, Iwagakure, and Cloud Shinobi village fight. Now let the Anbu, the Kizuna clan, the Yoryuaki clan, the Mizuno Tsuki clan and other bloodline limit families enter a state of war readiness, and by the way, let the 7 ninja swordsmen be on guard at the border temporarily, and don't act rashly." After hearing this, the master, Yagura, and other Kirigakure executives nodded silently. Anyway, Kirigakure has an advantageous position. As long as they hold back and choose a suitable time to join the 3 wars, they will definitely have a good chance of laughing to the end. As for Sand Shinobi village, the defeated enemy of Konoha village, Kirigakure no longer cares about it. At the same time, Ninja World, an unknown underground place. Cough cough. Cough cough. Accompanied by several violent coughs. An old man with pale hair and almost no vitality was sitting there weakly. Of course. He seemed to be dying, and only had his last breath left. In fact, this old man invisibly released a ray of arrogance, as if he was above everything. That's right. This old man was once the strongest of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara, who was called the legendary ninja together with Senju Hashirama. Lord Madara, something big has happened. Swish! A sound of drilling the ground sounded. And White Zetsu came out of the darkness and made an incredible sound. Haha! Uchiha Madara said weakly, "What big thing happened in the ninja world again?" "The decisive battle of Mount Kikyo has been decided." White Zetsu took a deep breath and said in an unbelievable tone, "Uchiha Union defeated more than 3,000 ninjas of the Sand Shinobi army alone, and even Luo Sha was beaten to surrender and fled." What? Uchiha Madara, who was originally very calm, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a rare look of surprise flashed on his old face. This Uchiha Union, how could he suddenly become so perverted? At the beginning, in order to find a successor, he also collected information about Uchiha Union. After discovering that he was an idiot in ninjutsu, did not open the Sharingan, and was only good at physical skills, he gave up. Now it's good, if he doesn't explode, it's amazing. Now he is not only no longer an idiot in ninjutsu, but he can also fight 3,000 on the battlefield. Unable to hold it any longer, Uchiha Madara felt for the first time that he could not control the overall situation. However, Uchiha Madara is worthy of being Uchiha Madara. Even though he was about to die, he quickly adjusted his mentality and ordered, "Add Uchiha Union to the list of observations. He is very likely to affect our plan." Understood. White Zetsu nodded and disappeared into the ground. The ninja world is finally starting to become a little more interesting. Uchiha Union, I hope you don't disrupt my plan, otherwise, I will let you know what the powerful oppression and deterrence of a legendary ninja is. After muttering to himself, Uchiha Madara closed his eyes calmly. And so on. The cave returned to deathly silence. P.S. The second update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I am begging for flowers and rewards with tears. I beg readers, I beg readers, I beg readers, I am a newbie. Thank you all readers. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 38 Orochimaru's Thoughts, Return to Konoha Village, third update, begging for flowers and comments. The ninja world was shaken, and the major ninja villages also began to surge. On Mount Kikyo, in the front camp of Konoha, this time, the Konoha shinobi army won a great victory. It took 8 days to clean up the mess, count the prisoners, and count the spoils. This did not include the subsequent series of negotiations and signing of the defeat agreement. It might take half a year or even a year to complete all the processing. Therefore, after the first stage of the mess was cleaned up, in order to celebrate the fact that the Konoha shinobi army won the decisive battle of Mount Kikyo without a single soldier, and won the opening of the Third Ninja World War, the Konoha shinobi army was holding a large celebration banquet. At this time, in the largest tent in the center of the camp, Uchiha Liunion and Orochimaru were eating and drinking there. Liunion, you have completely shaken the entire ninja world. Orochimaru took a sip of the wine glass and said meaningfully, you are now in the limelight. Even the Konoha high-level officials have chosen to compromise again and promote you as the new Konoha hero and an outstanding representative of the will of fire, in order to inspire the ninjas and civilians of Konoha village and enhance their self-confidence and cohesion. Hehe, it seems that the Konoha village high-level officials want to bind me with the title of hero, and let me be labeled as the will of fire. After hearing this, Uchiha Liunion understood it instantly and couldn't help grinning. Unfortunately, as long as I have no morals, morals can't kidnap me. Want to forcibly bind me to the will of fire? Let the 4 golden words of Konoha hero kidnap me morally, isn't that asking for trouble? Besides, when the ninja world was shaken these days, Uchiha Liunion was not idle. After Yekeng left with satisfaction, he was adapting to the new transformation brought by the 5 orange entries. With stronger strength, it is even less likely to be kidnapped by the will of fire. No way. Orochimaru showed a helpless look, chuckled and said, the old man's usual style is like this. He likes to control everything in Konoha village and believes that Konoha village can only prosper under his leadership. In fact, at the beginning, Orochimaru was very interested in Uchiha Liunion in his heart, and wanted to find an opportunity to obtain some Uchiha Liunion cells for research. But, after seeing the terrifying strength of Uchiha Liunion, the greed in his heart was extinguished instantly. Now, I just want to maintain a friendship with Uchiha Liunion. Haha. After hearing this, Uchiha Liunion smiled but said nothing. When he was young, Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed a ninja hero. But, as he got older, he sat in the position of Hokage for a long time, and his desire for control became stronger and stronger, and he gradually became a ninja bear. However, being able to turn a king account into a bronze account, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also a top high player. Liunion, you are now in the limelight. Orochimaru smiled and asked curiously, to be honest, are you interested in the position of 4th Hokage? No interest. Uchiha Liunion shook his head without hesitation and said, I have no interest in the so-called Hokage. Of course. Uchiha Liunion didn't say another word. That is, even if he is not interested, it does not mean that his girlfriend Suzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto are not interested. Anyway, I am the man behind the Hokage. And it is acceptable to support the Hokage. Really? Orochimaru showed a thoughtful expression, and then said meaningfully, I used to be very interested in the position of Hokage, but, after the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, I no longer have the obsession with the position of Hokage, and everything will go with the flow. Oh. Uchiha Union raised his eyebrows and did not say much. It seems that Orochimaru, this guy, should have the idea of developing the immortality technique to change the world in his heart. However, when he thought of Orochimaru changing from Uncle Snake to Aunt Snake, he couldn't help but think of the scene of Orochimaru being beaten by the Raikage. And he couldn't help but shudder. No. I really don't like this. I can't bite it. That's right. Orochimaru seemed to have thought of something and said, Union, you are the hero who defeated the Sand Shinobi army this time. What suggestions do you have on how to deal with some of the high-end combat power of the Sand Shinobi army? Since our Konoha Shinobi army has already won this time. Uchiha Union said without thinking, then after signing the surrender agreement and negotiating the terms, let's release them all back to Tsunagakure. Hey! Orochimaru showed a surprised look and nodded, okay, then follow your plan. Originally, the Konoha high-level officials meant to take the high-end combat power back to Konoha village. Now, Uchiha Union said so let's do it. Does the Konoha high-level officials have any other arrangements? Uchiha Union's eyes moved and asked curiously. No. Orochimaru shook his head and said, now the Third World War has just begun. Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and Rain Shinobi Village have not yet deployed on a large scale. There are only some local wars. At this point, Orochimaru continued to add, the Konoha high level meant that we should stay on standby while dealing with the follow-up in Kikyo Mountain. Okay. Uchiha Union spread his hands and said straightforwardly, then you stay in Kikyo Mountain, I will go back to Konoha village first. There is nothing to say. Now that I have the strength, I don't have to be as cautious as before, timid, and low-key. Besides, Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto are still in Konoha village. Their strength is still too weak. After returning, refresh and draw some entries for them. If you are lucky, their strength will surge. Is that so? A glimmer of expectation flashed across Orochimaru's snake eyes. And he didn't say anything more. The secret order from the top of Konoha village was hinting at him, asking Uchiha Union not to return to Konoha village so soon. And to let Uchiha Union go to other fronts after the other fronts were fully launched. Now, Uchiha Union took the initiative to ask to return to Konoha village. Teacher Sarutobi, I'm sorry, I don't want to be a knife in your hands. Okay, let's not talk about this, let's drink. After a few seconds, Orochimaru took a deep breath and took the initiative to change the subject. Next time we meet, I should also return to Konoha village. I hope everything can develop in a good direction. Okay. Uchiha Union's mouth corners slightly raised, picked up the wine glass, and drank it all. P.S. Here comes the third update. Are there any readers who are interested? I beg for flowers and rewards. Please, readers, please, readers. I am a newbie. Thank you, readers. Have fun reading every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 39, Nono and Yakushi Kabuto, first update. Begging for flowers and comments. 3 hours later, Uchiha Union glanced at the drunk Orochimaru, and shook his head, and left the tent without looking back. Regardless of whether Orochimaru was really drunk or pretending to be drunk. Now, his great power has been established, and many things are no longer so important. For example, before the system was awakened, if he had been stuck in the physical skill elite Jainin, he would use some familiar plots to find ways to become stronger. And if he did not work for himself, he would be punished by heaven and earth. Even if he was a little blackened, he would cooperate with Orochimaru, the Akatsuki organization, and other ninja villages. Now that the system has been awakened, he doesn't need to care about any plots or blacken himself. He just needs to do what he likes and do whatever he wants. It is really a wise decision to take the initiative to apply for reinforcements to the Kikyo Mountain battlefield this time. Uchiha Union murmured in his heart, and couldn't help but smile, and then walked out leisurely, intending to take a stroll. At this time, the celebration banquet was almost over. Except for a few Konoha shinobi who were still on guard, most of the Konoha shinobi ninjas were drunk and lying on the ground. Judging from the smiles on their cheeks, they were obviously very happy. After seeing Uchiha Union, the Konoha shinobi who were on guard all showed respectful expressions. Just when they were about to speak, Uchiha Union waved his hand to signal them. Seeing this scene, the Konoha shinobi who were on guard understood it immediately and entered a state of guard. Slow down. Be careful, don't disturb others. Eat some leftovers, and then we'll go back to the tent to rest. Suddenly. At this moment. In a corner not far away. A female ninja dressed in simple and elegant clothes, mature and with unique temperament, was seen with more than 30 children, carefully walking to the table with only leftovers, asking the children to find some leftovers to eat. The Konoha shinobi who was on guard in the distance seemed to be accustomed to it, and didn't say much. Uchiha Union glanced casually, and immediately showed an extremely surprised look. It turned out to be Yakushi Nono and Yakushi Kabuto, who almost changed the future of the ninja world when he grew up. The entries of the two are also the most prominent. Ninja, Yakushi Nono. Age, 27 years old. Identity, Director of the Orphanage. Attribute entries, Tragic Fate, Purple, Kind and Loving, Purple, Walking Shrine Maiden, Blue, Mature and Sexy, Blue, Proficient in Medical Ninjutsu, Blue, Proficient in Wind Style, Blue, Fire Style Entry, White, etc. Tragic Fate, Purple. Once a member of the Root, lived a life full of danger and darkness, and later became the director of the orphanage. He thought he could live a stable life, but was threatened by Danzo and was involved in the dispute again. Kind and Loving, Purple. Taking care of a group of orphans who lost their parents with all his heart and soul, he is loyal and compassionate. Walking Shrine Maiden, Blue. An elite ninja of the Root organization's intelligence department, good at intelligence exploration and undercover work, with excellent spy skills, and excellent performance in carrying out missions in various countries. So he is called Walking Shrine Maiden. Mature and Sexy, Blue likes to wear simple and elegant clothes, but is actually slim and tall, with big breasts. Ninja, Yakushi Kabuto. Age, 13 years old. Identity, Wandering Orphan. Attribute entries, Ninjutsu Genius, Orange, Gifted, Purple, Ill-fated, Purple, Meticulous, Green, Believer in Science, Green, Lucky, Green, etc. Exclusive Concept of Nothingness entry, Cautious Kabuto, Orange. If you are careful enough, you can change the entire ninja world. Ninjutsu Genius, Orange has a very high ability to learn ninjutsu. As long as you study any ninjutsu seriously, you can get twice the result with half the effort. Genius, Purple has a very high talent and learning ability. Ill-fated, Purple has been an orphan since childhood, has experienced amnesia, will be trained as a spy in the future, and will experience a series of tragic experiences such as accidentally killing his adoptive mother. His fate is rough and tortuous. Science Believer, Green subconsciously has a strong interest in the study of science and ninjutsu. Little Lucky, Green very lucky, even if you encounter a desperate situation, you have a chance to turn danger into safety. Yakushi Nono has 2 purple entries. His tragic fate and kindness are naturally in conflict. No wonder he was controlled by Danzo. I just don't know if his wave is as big as Tsunade's. Uchiha Union glanced at Yakushi Nono's entry, and then turned his eyes to look at Yakushi Kabuto's entry, revealing a thoughtful expression. As expected of Yakushi Kabuto. 1 orange entry, 2 purple entries and a green entry of little luck. No wonder he became one of the bosses in the later period. Even if he was defeated in the end. he was able to find himself again and become the new director of Konoha Orphanage. As for the exclusive concept of nothingness entry, cautious Kabuto, orange, Uchiha Union can understand it, but he has no idea. As if sensing Uchiha Union's gaze, Yakushi Nono, who was originally smiling faintly, turned his head and took a look. As a result, he happened to look at Uchiha Union. Buzz. The next second, Yakushi Nono, who already admired Uchiha Union, could no longer hold back under the invisible influence of the book Thunder entry. Without any signs, Yakushi Nono's cheeks flashed a blush, and his inner admiration surged to ultimate, his head buzzed, and he began to drool uncontrollably. Seeing Nono couldn't hold back, Uchiha Union smiled in astonishment and turned around and walked somewhere else. He really didn't mean it. It was really that the concept God entry of the book Thunder was too buggy. Even though it had been restrained a lot, it still made Nono sink. Teacher Nono, what's wrong with you? Yakushi Kabuto, who was holding a large chicken leg that was eaten to the bone, noticed that something was wrong with Nono and made a worried voice. It's okay. The blush on Yakushi Nono's cheeks had not yet faded, and he shuddered and hurriedly said, "Eat more, we'll go back to the tent area to rest later." Oh! Yakushi Kabuto pouted, gnawed a chicken bone with little meat, looked back, and suddenly widened his eyes. FK. It's Uchiha Union-sama. Just looking at his back, Yakushi Kabuto's inner admiration was beyond words. That's right. After seeing Uchiha Union's feat of fighting 3,000 alone, Yakushi Kabuto's heart was filled with heroic dreams, and he silently made up his mind, that is, he also wanted to become a powerful ninja like Uchiha Union-sama and protect Dean Nono well. Yakushi Kabuto is still quite positive without the evil. Uchiha Union, who had already left, felt the burning gaze of Yakushi Kabuto, and couldn't help stretching. He whispered to a ninja on guard in the distance, "Prepare some food and toiletries for Yakushi Nono and the orphans separately. In the future, plan every meal for them." Yes. The Konoha Jainin on guard didn't hesitate and nodded hurriedly. 10 minutes later. Wow! So many delicious foods. Is this for us? Looking at the table full of food in front of them, more than 30 orphans showed surprise, even Yakushi Kabuto swallowed carefully. Eat it. Yakushi Nono smiled slightly, waved his arm and said, "This is Uchiha Union ordered it personally. Everyone will have hot meals in the future. Okay. Let's eat." Before he finished speaking, more than 30 orphans picked up their bowls and chopsticks and started eating impatiently. Seeing this scene, Yakushi Nono's eyes flashed with happiness, but his heart was in a state of indecision. P.S. The first update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I beg for flowers and rewards with tears. Please, readers, please, readers, newbies. Thank you all readers. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 40, Destroy White Zetsu and Scare Off Black Zetsu. Seeing this scene, Yakushi Nono's eyes flashed with happiness, but her heart was unconsciously in a state of indecision. Yes. She was a little tangled in her heart. After just looking at Uchiha Union from a distance, she was actually excited. And somehow her heart began to sink. Now seeing that Uchiha Union took the initiative to order the logistics department to prepare a rich dinner for them, they no longer had to look for leftovers from others, and she was moved even more. Maybe this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The next second, Yakushi Nono took a deep breath and clenched her fists. She was once an excellent intelligence officer, and after leaving the route, she served as the director of the Konoha orphanage. This time, she came to Mount Kikyo to bring some homeless orphans back to Konoha village, but she didn't expect that she, who had already withdrawn from the route, received a secret order from the leader of the route, Shimura Dans, to adopt orphans as a cover to monitor the dynamics of Orochimaru and Uchiha Union, and report any abnormalities through the secret contact of the root. At first, she refused, but she didn't expect Danzo to play by the rules and directly threatened that if she didn't continue to work for him, he would no longer provide funds to the orphanage, and would also propose to the Konoha high-level officials to let the orphans in the orphanage go to the battlefield for training. This hit Yakushi Nono's soft spot, so even though the seal of the root of tongue disaster had been lifted, Yakushi Nono was still firmly controlled by Danzo and forced to secretly work for the root. Now, she seems to have a new choice. As a rising star of Konoha village, the biggest contributor to the decisive battle of Mount Kikyo, and a person who is at odds with Shimura Dan's, Uchiha Union may be a good choice to cling to. When she thought of this, a ray of determination flashed across Yakushi Nono's cheeks. She would go take a shower when she returned, and wash off her proud figure hidden under simple and elegant clothes. She didn't ask for anything, just hoped to be satisfied, and prayed that Uchiha Union could help her get out of Shimura Dan's control. At the same time, after wandering around the camp for a while, Uchiha Union seemed to sense it, and his brows frowned unconsciously. Damn it! Why do I feel like I'm being watched? So, Uchiha Union looked at the remaining 198762 entry experience points and without hesitation, silently ordered. System, upgrade the primary observation haki, white, to the purple entry for me. Ding! Host, are you sure you want to spend 111,000 entry experience points to upgrade the primary observation haki, white, to the purple entry? Sure. Ding! Congratulations host, you spent 111,000 entry experience points to upgrade the primary observation haki, white, to the advanced observation haki, purple. Entry, advanced observation haki, purple. Quality, purple. Effect, can detect the breath and emotional changes of surrounding creatures, and can also be used to predict and avoid danger. Buzz. At the moment when the advanced observation haki entry was successfully upgraded, Uchiha Union's 5 senses became extremely sharp and unconsciously derived super senses, especially under the blessing of chakra. Everything around him could not be hidden from his perception. On the other side, in a dark corner not far from the Konoha camp, White Zetsu carefully popped his head out and looked at Loyole standing at the edge of the camp, revealing a calm expression. Little Uchiha Union, easy to monitor, from now on, Uchiha Union's every move, will not be hidden from Lord Uchiha Madara. This Uchiha Union looks ordinary except for being handsome. After watching for a few seconds, White Zetsu showed a puzzled look. The sudden appearance of this Uchiha Union was completely beyond its expectations. If it had been forbearing all the time, waiting for the Third Ninja War to make a big splash, then this Uchiha Union must be an old coin. I sensed it. No wonder I feel like I'm being monitored. However, at this moment, with the help of the advanced observation haki, Uchiha Union, with his perception that had become several times stronger, instantly sensed White Zetsu who was perfectly hiding in the dark, and a cold color flashed in his eyes. Lao Zi did not take the initiative to provoke you, but now he came to monitor Lao Zi, Uchiha Madara. Believe it or not, Lao Zi will screw you at once, and then plunder your concept god entry of experience Madara. Not good. Sensing Uchiha Union's undisguised coldness, White Zetsu, who was extremely confident in his concealment skills, felt nervous, and did not have time to think about how he was exposed. He quickly sneaked into the underground and wanted to get away. Want to run? Uchiha Union's mouth curled up slightly, and as chakra surged, countless iron sands hidden underground quickly gathered together, and then he stretched out his right hand and suddenly raised it up. Clang! The next moment, White Zetsu, who was wrapped in iron sand, was caught from underground. How is it possible? After being caught from underground, White Zetsu was completely dumbfounded. He was about to escape. But he was caught by countless iron sand. More importantly, how could Uchiha Union be magnet style? It was totally unreasonable. The only good news. Maybe this body is just a clone. Hehe. Uchiha Union didn't care so much, and said coldly, if there is a next time, you will bear the consequences. Magnet style. Iron sand burial. Puff. After this sentence, a bursting sound was heard. White Zetsu's body was crushed alive. Why, do you still want to hide in the dark? After dealing with White Zetsu, Uchiha Union's mouth showed a trace of arc, and said calmly. How is it possible? Black Zetsu, who was still secretly frightened, was completely dumbfounded. Even Uchiha Madara didn't notice his ability to hide. How did Uchiha Union find out? However, since he had been discovered, he didn't have time to think about it and had to leave quickly. Buzz. Accompanied by a wave of space, Black Zetsu's body flashed a few times and disappeared in a dark corner. No. Don't leave. We can cooperate well. Swish. A sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Uchiha Union appeared where Black Zetsu was just now, showing a very speechless expression. Black Zetsu of Dogecoin, his ability to hide is absolutely top-notch, but he was still deceived. The only pity is that he didn't even open his mouth, and Black Zetsu ran away. If Black Zetsu agrees to cooperate, Uchiha Union doesn't mind helping him rescue his mother, Satsuki Kagaya. In any case, in front of the concept god entries in the book, even Satsuki Kagaya has to kneel down and sing Conquer, without any need to be vain. So, Black Zetsu missed a chance to recognize his father and change his fate. P.S. The second update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I beg for flowers and rewards with tears. Please readers, Mensin. Thank you readers. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 41, Nono reports on work, Uchiha Madara's confidence. Please give me flowers and comments for the third update. It's boring. Uchiha Union carefully sensed it, and then shook his head with a sense of unfulfilled desire. This Black Zetsu, no wonder he could do things under the nose of the Sage of Six Paths. He would run away without hesitation at the slightest sign of trouble. Forget it. Go back and rest first, and return to Konoha village tomorrow. Uchiha Union showed a teasing smile, and his body disappeared in a flash. 5 minutes later, in a luxurious tent in the central area of Konoha camp, after a simple wash, Uchiha Union planned to rest, but seemed to sense something, so he sat on a chair and picked up a teacup to drink water. Master Uchiha Union, I have important information to report to you. The next second, a gentle voice sounded, and then, before Uchiha Union could react, Yakushi Nono, wearing black glasses and a tight black combat uniform, pushed the door open. Seeing Nono in this outfit, Uchiha Union showed a very surprised look. I didn't expect that. The god-level entry was true? Although Nono usually wears the dean's uniform to show off. But, putting on a black tight combat uniform, directly shows her slender and tall figure with big breasts to the fullest, right? Gulp. Seeing Uchiha Union up close again, Yakushi Nono's face flashed a blush, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. That's the feeling. As if the body is out of control, the soul is trembling. Both addictive, fascinating and infatuated, as if he is stuck in a quagmire and can't get out. No. Uchiha Union raised his eyebrows, and then said slowly, what information do you need to report now? This information is very urgent. After hearing this, Yakushi Nono took a deep breath, suppressed his restless heart, and said, Master Uchiha Union, Shimura Dans of the Root asked me to secretly monitor you and Master Orochimaru. Okay, I got it. Uchiha Union nodded and said calmly, I believe you have your own difficulties, and I will not blame you. What? Yakushi Nono exclaimed, and at the same time as he breathed a sigh of relief, a glimmer of tears appeared in his slightly red eyes. Master Uchiha Union is really too good. And he took the initiative to ask people to prepare meals for them, and he did not blame her. However, what Yakushi Nono did not know was that Uchiha Union was mentally prepared for her to be threatened and controlled by Shimura Dan's. In the original work, Nono was completely taken advantage of by Danzo, and was arranged to fight with Yakushi Kabuto. Because of the sentence "Who are you?", the young heart of Kabuto was deeply hurt, prompting Yakushi Kabuto to completely turn evil. I know what you are worried about. Uchiha Union glanced at Nono and chuckled, you don't have to take Shimura Dan's threat to heart at all. From now on, be the director of the orphanage. Tisk. Tisk. Before the voice fell, there was a sound of clothes being torn. Yakushi Nono, who had already drooled, could no longer restrain himself. He used a kunao to tear his black tight combat uniform, revealing his fair skin. Then, Yakushi Nono put on golden glasses, stretched out his hand to tie up his long hair, and looked at Uchiha Union with affection. No. Which cotter can withstand such a test? Facing the Shaobai who was delivered to his door, Uchiha Union, who wanted to rest, was too lazy to hesitate, and stood up directly. And did it. At the same time, in the ninja world, a mysterious place, accompanied by a space fluctuation, Black Zetsu's body appeared here, looking up at the moon suspended in the air, his eyes changing. What is going on with this Uchiha Union? Suddenly rising, not only is he not an idiot in ninjutsu, but he has also become a monster-level combat force comparable to the Third Raikage, and even mastered the magnet style, completely out of his control? Especially that amazing perception, not only did he perceive White Zetsu, but he also seemed to perceive his existence. More importantly, he didn't dare to bet whether Uchiha Union actually sensed him, so he could only evacuate immediately. Alas! After a few seconds, Black Zetsu couldn't help but sigh, and his eyes were once again filled with a resolute look. Just kidding, he has been forbearing for so many years, playing with Uchiha Madara, he will not admit defeat or be afraid. In a word, no one can stop him from rescuing his mother, not even the Uchiha Union who suddenly appeared. On the other side, in that unknown underground cave, Lord Madara. I'm sorry, the mission to monitor Uchiha Union failed. Accompanied by a trembling voice, White Zetsu's body emerged from underground. Hey! Uchiha Madara, who was resting with his eyes closed, frowned, and said in a low voice, did Uchiha Union find you? Yes. White Zetsu nodded and said in doubt, his perception is very strong, it seems that he can sense my existence. Really? The old Uchiha Madara closed his eyes and said without any fluctuation, it seems that we still underestimated Uchiha Union. Lord Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Union can actually use magnet style. White Zetsu hesitated for a moment, then said slowly, he used magnet style to pull my clone out of the ground, and warned me that if I monitor him again, I will bear the consequences. What? Uchiha's ninja has mastered magnet style. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. Uchiha Madara, who had been maintaining his strong demeanor, suddenly opened his ordinary Sharingan and stood up from the chair in disbelief. What is the situation with this Uchiha Union? Isn't he a bit weird? I always feel, he seems to know my existence. White Zetsu seemed to have thought of something, and said surprisingly, from beginning to end, he was very calm, and he was not curious about my White Zetsu clone at all. Silence. This made Uchiha Madara fall into doubt. Is there a problem in any link? But, after thinking about all the plans from beginning to end, Uchiha Madara still couldn't find the problem. It stands to reason that Uchiha Union couldn't know it, right? After an unknown amount of time, Uchiha Madara regained his proud look, revealed a confident smile, and muttered to himself, "It's so interesting, it seems that the Uchiha clan has really appeared a monster, with secrets that even I don't know. Madara-sama, what should we do now?" White Zetsu thought for a moment, and said slowly, "Do I still need to send a clone to monitor Uchiha Union now?" "Hehe, there is no need." Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered a few times, and there was no fear on his old face. Instead, he said with arrogance, "Everything is going according to the original plan. When the time is right, I will personally meet this rising star of the Uchiha clan." "Yes." White Zetsu nodded in understanding, and then dived underground. Ah! After White Zetsu left, Uchiha Madara sighed with regret. Another monster appeared in the Uchiha clan, but unfortunately, they will eventually go to the opposite side. Now he just wants to find a suitable substitute as his successor, and by the way, let the successor of Rinnegan, Nagato, completely become a tool man. I just hope that nothing will happen in the future. Otherwise, even the coffin lid can't hold him, this legendary ninja. P.S. The third update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I beg for flowers and rewards with tears. Please readers, I am a newbie. Thank you all readers. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 42, Full Level Medical Ninjutsu, Exciting Nanoyu, First Update, Begging for Flowers and Comments. The next day. Early in the morning. Yakushi Nanoyu resisted the discomfort of her body and put on a set of spare clothes. She wanted to get up and leave. She felt comfortable. But, there were more than 30 orphans waiting for her. However, when she thought of the complete indulgence last night, even now, Yakushi Nanoyu felt that she could not restrain herself. And the invisible charm exuded by Lord Uchiha Union was simply poison to her. But she could not stop. Of course. What made Yakushi Nanoyu even more excited was that, from now on, she would no longer be threatened by Danzo. Lord Uchiha Union had promised that she only needed to be a good orphanage in the future, and no one in Konoha village would dare to trouble her. As for becoming Uchiha Union's girlfriend in a legitimate way, that's better forget it. On the one hand, she is not the kind of person who is high profile. On the other hand, she wants to concentrate on being the director of the orphanage, and keep a connection with Uchiha Union, and just have fun secretly. Hehe. Looking at Nono, whose expression was changing, Uchiha Union stood up with his bare chest and said in a light voice, "What are you thinking about?" "Ah. Nothing." Due to extreme myopia, Yakushi Nono shook his head with a blush on his face, and hurriedly picked up the black-framed glasses next to him and put them on. The golden glasses were broken last night and could not be used. "Wait a minute before you leave." The next second, Uchiha Union seemed to think of something and said, "I will give you another opportunity, I hope you can take it." "Hey!" Yakushi Nono, who had been marked by the book Thunder, showed a puzzled expression, and then, he thought of something, and smiled knowingly. "What? Do you think I don't understand? He also gave me a chance. Isn't it just to let me eat some protein?" Then, ignoring the stunned Uchiha Union, he squatted down with a seductive look to pick up something. "No. I really don't mean that." Uchiha Union spread his hands, showing a helpless expression. He just wanted to refresh and draw an entry for Yakushi Nono. So, Uchiha Union looked at Yakushi Nono in a blink of an eye. As expected, under his strong support, the purple entry of Yakushi Nono's tragic fate, purple, has been broken and disappeared, making kindness and love, purple, burst into a more dazzling purple light. "I hope to get a good entry." The next second, Uchiha Liunian took a deep breath and silently ordered. System, give me the chance to draw Yakushi Nono's free entry. Ding. The entry is being randomly drawn, drawing. Ding. Congratulations host, Yakushi Nono has obtained a brand new orange entry Medical Ninjutsu Perfection, do you want her to merge? Medical Ninjutsu Perfection, the control of chakra has reached the pinnacle. With a clap of hands, you can perform perfect level medical ninjutsu at will. What? You actually drew medical ninjutsu perfection? As soon as the system prompt sounded, Uchiha Liunian showed a look of surprise. Is this a good luck? You know. Yakura also drew a blood limit magnet style. Now it's good. Yakushi Nono directly drew the orange entry of medical ninjutsu perfection, which is indeed a bit lucky. Looking at Yakushi Nono who was still working hard, Uchiha Liunian stood and closed his eyes. 1 second. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. As time passed by, until half an hour later, Uchiha Liunian's body trembled a few times. It was at this moment that Uchiha Liunian gave the order to merge. Buzz. Without any signs, green chakra waves surged from Yakushi Nono. Yakushi Nono, who was still swallowing, seemed to sense something. She suddenly opened her eyes wide with a look of horror, and she was disgusted that the storm could not be calmed down. It was amazing. It was as if she had practiced medical ninjutsu for decades, and it was perfected all of a sudden. It turned out that what Uchiha Liunian said about granting her wealth was true. Yakushi Nono was so happy that she wanted to cry. She had always felt that the skilled level of medical ninjutsu was not enough. For example, she had not yet cured the injuries of some orphans and could only treat them a little bit a day. Now, as long as the chakra was enough, she could use the pinnacle of medical ninjutsu to treat them all at once. Thinking of this, Yakushi Nono gritted her teeth, and gave, she wanted more gifts, only once a month. Uchiha Liunian saw this and said hurriedly, the orphans have woken up, why don't you leave? Ah! After hearing this, Yakushi Nono wiped the corner of his mouth, tidied his clothes and pants, and hurriedly left the tent. Ah! Women are all pigs. Starting tomorrow, go to bed early and get up early. After Nono left, Uchiha Liunian couldn't help but sigh, and then, Uchiha Liunian began to simply pack up and wash, preparing to return to Konoha village. At the same time, after Yakushi Nono returned to the large tent where more than 30 orphans lived, he found that under the command of Yakushi Kabuto, everyone was dressed neatly and had washed. Among them, some injured orphans had already lined up, ready to receive treatment. Teacher Nono, we can start today's treatment. Yakushi Kabuto grinned and chuckled, my injury has been temporarily stabilized, you treat others first. No need. Yakushi Nono reached out and touched Yakushi Kabuto's head, and said confidently, today, I will treat all of you by myself. What? Upon hearing this, not only Yakushi Kabuto, but even the orphans in the scene showed an extremely surprised look. Isn't it right? Can't Teacher Nono only treat a few people each time? However, Yakushi Nono didn't care so much. As the chakra surged, his hands were covered with green chakra, and he began to use the full-level medical ninjutsu to perform kamui. At the same time, sensing the fluctuation of chakra, the perception-type ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army all showed surprised expressions. They wanted to check it out, but were stopped by Orochimaru who was patrolling the Konoha camp. Liunian, how many secrets do you have? Orochimaru's eyes flickered a few times, and he licked his lips with his tongue. Yakushi Nono and Uchiha Liunian stayed together for one night, and the medical ninjutsu has achieved such a great improvement. It is really a bit unbelievable. If I stayed with Liunian for one night, would it be? Wait a minute, why would I have such a thought? Orochimaru hurriedly shook his head, suppressed his restless heart, and walked towards his tent. He had to change his research plan and couldn't be so radical. P.S. Here is the first update. Are there any readers who read it? I beg for flowers and rewards. Please, readers, please, readers. I am a newbie, thank you, readers. Chapter 43 Return, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Unhappiness, second update, begging for flowers and comments. At noon that day, after saying goodbye to Orochimaru, under the gaze of thousands of Konoha shinobi, Uchiha Union flew towards the direction of Konoha village. Of course, Orochimaru also mentioned Yakushi Nono, and wanted to know why her medical ninjutsu improved so quickly. Uchiha Union could only smile and attributed the transformation to Nono's desire to improve. After the candlelight talk, Nono was like an epiphany, and her talent in medical ninjutsu skyrocketed. Orochimaru was very curious and expressed his intention to have a candlelight talk, but was rejected by Uchiha Union. Well, I said the same thing. He really has no interest in Ant Snake. As for Orochimaru's report to the Konoha high-level officials about his return, Uchiha Union did not object. Anyway, he would definitely not be able to hide his return to Konoha village, so it would be better for him to leave openly in front of thousands of Konoha shinobi. Old man, Uchiha Union has completely changed. Looking at Uchiha Union's back, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a wicked smile, and muttered to himself, there will be a good show soon, and Konoha's sky may change. But, thinking of this, a trace of worry flashed across Orochimaru's brows. At this stage, the three wars have not ended yet. Tsunagakuer surrendered. But Iwagakuer, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakuer, Rain Shinobi Village are still gearing up. Once there is unrest in Konoha village, the problem may be serious. However, Orochimaru seemed to have thought of something and quickly relaxed. Haha. Anyway, the decisive battle of Mount Kikyo has been won. Next. He doesn't want to continue to participate in the third war. Uchiha Union has returned strongly. It depends on whether the Konoha high-level officials will continue to compromise. Konoha Village. The Hokage building in the central area. Inside the office of the third Hokage. Hey! Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe and looking at a latest intelligence document. He frowned unconsciously. Iwagakuer and Cloud Shinobi Village seem to have taken action. Kirigakuer seems to have not taken any action, but in fact it must be paying attention secretly and wants to wait for an opportunity to act. The only thing that makes Sarutobi Hiruzen feel better is that Konoha Village won the decisive battle of Mount Kikyo with almost no casualties. So, the third war has entered a white-hot stage, and Konoha Village does not need to panic too much. Third Tsuchikage and Third Reikage are not easy to deal with. A few seconds later, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a few large puffs of white smoke, and his eyes flickered. He didn't really take Kirigakuer seriously. Because, from the beginning to the end, Iwagakuer and Cloud Shinobi Village were the real opponents of Konoha Village. One Onoki and one Third Reikage were both very difficult to deal with. Ah! As if thinking of something, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily. If Uchiha Union could be branded with the will of fire, how great would that be? Konoha Village will have a perfect tool man comparable to Hotaki White Fang. At that time, team up with Namikaze Minato and become the twin stars of Konoha. Then give up Nine Tails Jinkriki Uzumaki Kushina and let Namikaze Minato marry him home, so that all parties will be happy. This time, he promoted Uchiha Yunin as the hero of Konoha Village and the inheritor of the Will of Fire. It is to put the tight ring of the Will of Fire on Uchiha Union, to make him have an idle burden, to see if he can do some preliminary pua. I don't know if it works. By the way, Uchiha's other genius Uchiha Fugaku seems to have awakened Manjiki Sharingan. The Uchiha clan doesn't seem to be very peaceful, and the two factions are afraid of being at loggerheads. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. The fortress can be broken from the inside. As the largest family in Konoha, if the Uchiha clan can be split into two families, it will be more beneficial than harmful to the entire Konoha village. Now the Konoha village high-level officials only need to remain neutral, and at the critical moment, they will add fuel to the fire, which should be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Bang! However, at this moment, a hurried knock on the door sounded. "Come in." Sarutobi Hiruzen collected his thoughts and said in a calm voice. Before he finished speaking, an Anbu-Janin pushed the door open, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "Third Hokage, there is an urgent report from Mount Kikyo." "Hey!" After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a surprised look. Wasn't the Mount Kikyo battlefield already dealing with various follow-ups and signing a surrender agreement with Sand Shinobi Village? Why is there an urgent report? Say. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little confused, but he still spoke. The Anbu-Janin didn't dare to hesitate and reported, "Lord Orochimaru has sent a message that Uchiha Union has left Mount Kikyo and returned to Konoha village." "What did you say?" Bang! Perhaps he was too shocked. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up, showing an unbelievable look, and roared, "Didn't I give the order to let Orochimaru and Uchiha Ryuin lead the Konoha shinobi army to stay in Kikyo Mountain temporarily? Why didn't he obey the order and just left Kikyo Mountain and returned to Konoha village?" He was no longer calm. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer remain calm. At this stage, he really didn't want Uchiha Ryuin to return to Konoha village. To be more precise, the Konoha village leaders were not ready to deal with Uchiha Ryuin, the new hero of Konoha. What was the result? Uchiha Ryuin did not ask the Konoha leaders for permission, and directly returned to Konoha village. This was a rhythm that completely ignored him, the third Hokage. Even if the general was away, he still had to obey orders. Otherwise, what was I, the third Hokage? What made Sarutobi Hiruzen even more dumbfounded was that Uchiha Ryuin, the hero of Konoha, had returned. How should the Konoha village leaders face him? Originally, they wanted to make Uchiha Ryuin the hero of Konoha. But now, Uchiha Ryuin did not follow the usual rules and returned, directly putting the Konoha leaders on the fire. After pondering for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand helplessly and said, "Pass my order, quickly let Shimura Dans, Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura come to the office." Yes. The Anbu-Janin did not dare to hesitate and turned around and left. "Uchiha Ryuin, what do you want to do?" After Anbu left, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned cold, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Konoha village can't afford a genius who doesn't obey at all. If you don't care about Hokage, then I won't treat you as my own. P.S. The second update is here. Are there any readers who can read it? I beg for flowers and rewards with tears. Please, readers, please, readers, I'm a newbie, thank you, readers. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 44, Fusion's Determination and the Confidence of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen. When he thought of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, and a kind smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As the hero of Konoha village, the genius of the Uchiha clan, since he has returned, the Uchiha clan should also know. In this case, I, the third Hokage, will tell the Uchiha clan the good news of Uchiha's return, which is also normal. Where Konoha dances, the fire will also continue. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the pipe and smoked it leisurely, his eyes returned to the look of everything being under control, and muttered to himself, "Uchiha Fusion, this time it depends on how you choose." The clan land of the Uchiha clan. The central area. The chief's lounge. What? Uchiha Union returned to Konoha village without permission. Even if the Battle of Kikyo Mountain was won, but, the Third War has just begun, why did he come back? Looking at the latest document in his hand, Uchiha Fugaku's whole body suddenly became a little red. Damn it! Now Uchiha Liunion returned with the title of Konoha Hero, and directly hit his soft spot. Because he was not fully prepared, Uchiha Fugaku was still adapting to the Mangeki Sharingan, and was caught off guard. It's uncomfortable. When he thought of Uchiha Liunion becoming the hero of Konoha village, and his reputation throughout the ninja world, Uchiha Fugaku's heart was full of envy and hatred. But, the same thing. He was unwilling and would not give up. And there was no word for surrender in Uchiha's dictionary. No matter what, he had to fight and fight. Seeing Uchiha Fusion's expression was a little ugly. A Jainin of the Uchiha clan who was reporting took a deep breath and said slowly, "Uchiha Fusion clan leader, the third Hokage also asked me to bring a message. He hopes that the Konoha guard force can maintain the peace and stability of Konoha village." When he heard this, a gleam of light flashed across Uchiha Fusion's eyes, and he sneered in his heart. Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, also had no good intentions. The return of Uchiha Liunion not only made him, the Uchiha clan leader, uncomfortable, but also the Konoha high-level officials. However, with the tacit support of Konoha's high-level officials, Uchiha Fusion felt relieved. Uchiha Liunion suddenly rose to power, did not give Shimuradan's face, and now violated the third Hokage's order to stay on Kikyo Mountain and be on standby. He was indeed a man of some merit, but he was arrogant and looked down on others. Haha. In that case, let's give it a try. In the end, Uchiha Fusion sneered a few times and ordered the Uchiha Jainin in front of him, "Let the Konoha security forces assemble. I want to hold a meeting." Understood. The Uchiha Jainin understood immediately and hurried away to convey the order. Of course, the actions of the Konoha guard force did not escape the notice of the Uchiha clan's chief elder, Uchiha Setsuna. At first, he was still a little confused. However, soon news came out from Konoha village that the Konoha hero, Uchiha Liunion, had returned from Mount Kikyo. Uchiha Setsuna was relieved and called a meeting with his confidants. Since Uchiha Liunion had returned, many things should be brought to the table. At the same time, Konoha village was also shaken. After learning that the new hero of Konoha, Uchiha Liunion had returned, the civilians, merchants, etc. were still a little excited and happy. After all, this was the hero of Konoha village who defeated the Sand Shinobi army by himself. But, the various families in Konoha village. But they were shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. If they remembered correctly, the third Hokage's order was that the Kikyo Mountain Konoha Shinobi army should stay on standby and be ready to go to other battlefields at any time. Now Uchiha Liunion is back. This is against the third Hokage's order, and it will cause big problems, right? In an instant, Konoha village presented a state of ice and fire. Some people cheered, some people were worried. At the same time, in the heart of the land of fire, swish, 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 with the sound of breaking through the air, 7 figures were seen sailing at high speed in the lush forest. If someone were here, they would be shocked, because they were the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakuer, Biwajozo, Zigwashin Pufferfish, Kurishi Kushimaru, Tonko Yaito, Mori Shinpeiki, Kurakurega, etc. It is rumored that the 7 people are not only the elite of Mist Shinobi, but also equipped with a ninja sword suitable for their own ninjutsu. The 7 people can conquer a small country overnight, and even cage-level ninjas have to avoid their edge. However, such 7 elite mist ninjas appeared in the heart of the land of fire, which is obviously abnormal. Ha ha ha. The land of fire is just like this. The third Mizukage is really too cautious. Let's kill some Konoha shinobi and then evacuate. Okay. What are you afraid of? The 7 of us will work together. Even if we can't win, we can still retreat safely. Accompanied by a series of extremely cold voices. The 7 people including Biwajozo, Zigwishan Pufferfish Ghost all grinned, revealing their sharp teeth, and their brows were undisguisedly cold. This time, they violated the 3rd Mizukij's order to guard the border and entered the Land of Fire privately. At the beginning, there were still some fear and caution. As a result, after killing some Konoha shinobi, they were not so afraid anymore. Instead, they had more fun killing more and more. Unknowingly, they came to the heart of Ueno Kuni. Suddenly, at this moment, the Tonko Yiran who was on the move seemed to sense something and said with murderous intent, "Let's go. I sense prey. We'll leave after we finish this job." Swish. After saying this, the Tonko Yiran flew to the left. Ha ha ha. Follow me, follow me. After our deeds in the Land of Fire spread, the names of our 7 ninja swordsmen will be famous throughout the ninja world. Biwajozo, Zigwishan Pufferfish Ghost, Kurishan Kushimaru, and others did not hesitate, all rushed up with teasing expressions on their faces. Their ninja swords were already thirsty. P.S. The 3rd update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I beg for flowers and rewards with tears. Please readers, I'm new, thank you readers. Reading is fun every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 45, Might Dai's Determination, first update, begging for flowers and comments. In the heart of the Land of Fire. In a lush forest. Wow! The young Might Guy grinned, revealing a glittering big white fang, and said in great surprise, "Dad, you are here." Youth is a hymn of passion. Might Dai, who had a kappa head and thick eyebrows, gave his thumbs up, laughed, and scolded, "Guy, you have gone too far, and you are about to pass the safe area, hurry back to Konoha village." Really? Might Guy touched his head and grinned, "Dad, youth cannot be timid, we also want to complete this task better." Ah! Really? Woo woo woo. The next second, without any signs, Might Guy and Might Dai looked at each other, then hugged each other and shed tears of youth. Seeing this scene, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu looked at each other, and each saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. What else can they say? They were already somewhat accustomed to this scene. Might Guy and Might Dai, the father and son, would hug each other and cry loudly for their youth whenever they were excited. However, this time they did go a little far. Then Shiranui Genma and Ebisu glanced around, their eyes fell on Might Dai, and the uneasiness in their hearts disappeared. Just kidding. Might Dai is now Konoha's Taijutsu Genin. Originally, Might Dai was just a Taijutsu Genin, but because he was familiar with Konoha's new hero, Uchiha Rainian, he learned the 6 ninja styles. And in just 2 years, he became a Taijutsu Genin from Konoha's 10,000 years Genin. With such a Genin who is good at Taijutsu, there shouldn't be any danger, right? Dad, why are you here? After crying for his youth, Might Guy said with some curiosity, "Aren't you practicing the 6 styles of ninja in seclusion?" Guy, Dad, my seclusion is over. Might Dai showed an extremely excited look, raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up and said loudly, "Dad, I have practiced the 6 styles of ninja to the level of Grandmaster." What? Wow! After hearing this, Might Guy covered his mouth and exclaimed in admiration, "Dad, then aren't you a Taijutsu Elite Genin now?" That's right. Might Dai nodded confidently. Of course. He still had one more thing to say. That is, after practicing the 6 styles of ninja to the level of Grandmaster, Uchiha Union will teach him chakra, armament color, haki. Thinking about it, Might Dai was a little excited. FK. Is he already an elite Genin? Shiranui Genma and Ebisu couldn't help but widen their eyes, looking at Might Guy with envy. Before, when Uncle Might was a genin, many people laughed at him. But they didn't expect that he would make a comeback now. A Taijutsu elite genin is definitely not to be underestimated, and is already a high-end combat force in Konoha village. Besides, as a Taijutsu elite genin, Lord Uchiha Liunion defeated the Sand Shinobi army on his own at the Kikyo Mountain battlefield. Now Uncle Might is also a Taijutsu elite genin, and they are excited and proud just thinking about it. Dad, I want to be an excellent Taijutsu ninja in the future. The next second, Might Guy also raised his right hand and raised his thumb, and shouted his youthful voice with enthusiasm. Okay, let's work hard together. Might was excited, and hugged his son Might Guy and cried excitedly. This made Shiranui Genma and Ebisu look at each other. And they could see the envy in each other's eyes. Always passionate, always young, forever youthful. This may be the secret of Uncle Might Guy's success. Guy, wait a minute. Suddenly, at this moment, with the amazing insight of the physical ninja, Might Guy seemed to sense something, and he was crying for the youth, but he became solemn directly. Dad. Might Guy was a little confused. Just when he was about to say something. Swish. 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 A series of air-breaking sounds rang out. The 7 ninja swordsmen, Biwajuzo, Zigwashin Pufferfish Ghost, Kurishi Kushimaru, Tonko Yabaran, Wulai Shinpeki, Kurakurega and other 7 people jumped and appeared on the towering trees around them, and surrounded them with a sneer on their faces. 3 little brats from Konoha village and a man with thick eyebrows. Hehe, let's fight quickly. This is the last vote, you must evacuate after you finish it. Listening to these murderous voices, Might Guy, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu widened their eyes, showing panic to the extreme. Only Might Guy frowned, and subconsciously blocked Might Guy and the other 2 behind him. He was no longer the 10,000 years genin, and if he guessed correctly, the 7 people in front of him should be the famous 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure. However, how could the 7 ninja swordsmen appear in the hinterland of the Land of Fire? Something is wrong? In an instant, Might Guy's forehead broke out in cold sweat. If there was only one person, he could evacuate even if he couldn't win. But Might Guy, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu are here. This is a bit troublesome, right? Damn it. I'm sorry, my friend, Uchiha Liunion, I failed you. Thinking of this, Might Guy suddenly laughed passionately, took a few steps forward, and chose to face the 7 ninja swordsmen. He was not afraid of a hammer. Just wanted to see how perverted he would be when using the 8 inner gates as a Taijutsu elite genin. P.S. The first update is here. Are there any readers to read it? I beg for flowers and rewards, please, 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 thank you, newbie. Thank you, readers. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 46, The Last Dance, The Power of Super Conqueror's Haki. First update, please subscribe. Might Guy was determined to use the 8 inner gates, and he was too lazy to ask Might Guy, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu to evacuate. He used the 8 inner gates for the last dance, and he could use his death to explain to Guy the mystery of youth as a father and give him a good last lesson. Aren't you afraid? The Biwajuzo, who had a large cross scar on his right face, showed a teasing look, jumped to the ground, clenched the beheading sword in his hand, and sneered, "We have killed many Konoha shinobi in the Land of Fire, and you are the first one who dares to confront us without fear." Hehe. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost with green stripes on his cheeks showed his sharp fangs and said viciously, "Thick-browed man, being a hero will pay a price, why are you not afraid of our 7 ninja swordsmen?" Ha ha ha. Might Guy raised his eyebrows and laughed, youth is a hymn to passion, and you are not afraid. Humph! The Kurishan Kushimaru, who had long fluffy yellow hair, snorted coldly and said, I will torture you to death later, and you will know how to be afraid. Don't talk nonsense. Youth is worthless. Now is our killing feast. We will slaughter those 20 or 80 little devils in front of him later. Tonko Yaito, Wolijinpachi, and Kurakurega were also a little angry. They surrounded Might Dai and others in a few flashes, with undisguised killing intent in their eyes. Perhaps it was because they killed too many people. The killing intent of the 7 people swept out without any concealment, making Might Dai look cautious. As for Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu were even more unbearable. Just like when Uchiha Sasuke faced Orochimaru for the first time, the invisible pressure made their bodies tremble unconsciously. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Might Dai reached out and patted Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu's shoulders, grinned and said, Don't worry, all 7 of them will die. Wait a minute. Dad, you want to. After hearing this, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu didn't know what would happen. Might Guy seemed to have thought of something, showing an unbelievable look, and tears soon filled his eyes. 8 inner gates. Dad is going to use the 8 inner gates formation? Okay. As the son of Might Dai, Might Guy also knows about the 8 inner gates that his father spent 20 years mastering. By unlocking the channels that bind the chakra in the human body, you can temporarily gain powerful strength, especially after opening the shock gate and the death gate. The strength can skyrocket several times, but there will also be serious side effects. Some people will die. Guy, youth doesn't believe in tears. Haven't you always wanted to know the 8 inner gates? Formation's power. Now Daddy will tell you through actual combat that even the 7 ninja swordsmen are trash in front of the 8 inner gates formation. Might Dai showed an extremely excited expression. You know. Now he is an elite Taijutsu Jainin. Using 8 inner gates. The power he bursts out is absolutely terrifying. Perhaps he doesn't even need to burst into the 8 inner gates formation to unilaterally sweep the 7 ninja swordsmen. Woo. Might Guy burst into tears all of a sudden. Then, Might Dai subconsciously hugged Might Guy and cried for youth. This scene saw the mouths of the 7 people, such as Biwajozo, Zigwashan Puffer Ghost, and Kakuzu, twitched slightly. 2 thick-browed men, one big and one small. You keep talking about passion and youth, and you hugged and cried excitedly in front of us, the 7 ninja swordsmen. Isn't it a bit too disrespectful to us? As for Might Dai, a Taijutsu elite Jainin. As members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, they didn't take it seriously at all. It just so happened that they had killed many elite Jainin, but hadn't killed any Taijutsu elite Jainin. More importantly, they were very dissatisfied with Uchiha Ryuunian, who had a great Kamui at the Kikyo Mountain battlefield. It just so happened that they encountered Might, a Taijutsu elite Jainin, and they had to punish him properly to let the ninja world know that the so-called Taijutsu elite Jainin was really not worth mentioning in front of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Buzz. 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 The next second, accompanied by 7 violent chakra fluctuations, the 7 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, including Biwajozo, Zigwashan Pufferfish, etc., all picked up their own ninja swords. That's right. They will not underestimate any opponent. And they will go all out when they start. Stand behind me. Might Dai's expression also became serious. He stretched out his hand to protect Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu behind him, and looked at the 7 ninja swordsmen with a burning gaze. There was no fear of insufficient firepower. Only excitement, uneasiness, and expectation. The Grandmaster level Ninja 6 styles cooperated with the 8 inner gates that maximized the explosive power. Even if you just think about it. Might Dai's body began to tremble with excitement. Do it. Biwajozo smiled coldly, suddenly tightened the beheading sword in his hand, and roared, send them on their way now. Okay. Do it! Do it! You are dead, no one can save you. Hearing this, Zigwashan Puffer Ghost, Kurishan Kushimaru, and the other 6 people showed extremely violent looks, and they all waved their ninja swords from different directions and launched attacks. 8 inner gates, give me! Sensing all this, 0145111015 Fila 1820101170. Might Dai took a deep breath without fear, and wanted to burst out completely and sway the blood of youth. Unfortunately, the next second Might Dai seemed to sense something, his body shook violently, and the sound stopped abruptly. To be more precise, even the 7 people who were launching the attack, including Biwajozo, Zigwashan Pufferfish Ghost, and Kurishan Kushimaru, stopped their bodies forcibly, and even the ninja swords in their hands were still suspended in the air, with a look of uncertainty and disbelief on their cheeks. What's wrong? Why are their bodies frozen in place? What happened? This sudden scene made Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu stare with wide eyes, revealing a look like seeing a ghost. Originally, they thought that a battle of life and death was about to begin, but they didn't expect that it was as if time had stopped, and the murderous ninja swordsmen of the 7 people kept their attacking postures and their bodies froze in place. Look! There are cracks on the ground. Suddenly, Shiranui Genma pointed at the wrinkled ground and cried out. The towering trees around also have cracks. Ebisu also pointed at the towering trees around him and looked horrified. Might Guy didn't say anything, because when he looked up, he saw that the clouds in the sky had dispersed through the gaps between the lush branches. Not only that, there was a figure that seemed to be floating in the air with his arms folded. Buzz! Before the Might Guys could react, an overwhelming and irresistible terrifying pressure burst down from the sky, and crushed in all directions. Then, under the incredulous gazes of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu, this terrifying pressure did not pose a substantial threat to any of them. But it caused the ground, which was already cracked, to begin to crack inch by inch, and the towering trees began to fall down one by one, as if they were pushed by an overwhelming force. Finally, when this pressure disappeared, all kinds of green plants and towering trees within a kilometer fell to the ground. In the vast sea of forests, forming a hole without any plants. And in the air, there stood a ninja wearing a black tight combat suit with the Uchiha clan fan pattern, and red layered armor on the outside. There is no doubt that this ninja who returned from Mount Kikyo Uchiha Rainen in Konoha village, without the obstruction of branches and leaves. The 7 ninja swordsmen and Might Dai all looked up slightly and saw Uchiha Rainen floating in the air on moonwalk. Might Dai's tense body relaxed all of a sudden, and he could no longer hold back his excited tears. He was so lucky. He actually met Lord Uchiha. This time, he finally didn't have to fight for his life. Wow! It's Lord Uchiha Rainen. Yes, it's almost exactly the same as the photo in the brochure. After seeing Uchiha Rainen, Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu were stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't hold back their tears anymore. Especially Might Guy, who cried so hard that his nose was running, and he was just a little bit away from losing his father. Now, don't worry at all. As the hero of Konoha village, Uchiha Rainen-sama defeated the Sand Shinobi army alone. The 7 ninja swordsmen should be able to defeat them easily. Is this the Uchiha Rainen who became famous for defeating the Sand Shinobi army at the Kikyo Mountain battlefield? That seemed to be aura just now. Isn't that right? Is Uchiha Rainen's aura so terrifying? As for the 7 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Biwajozo, Zigwashan Pufferfish, Kurishai Kushimaru, etc., they were shocked and horrified, and more of them were incredible. What's going on? A simple aura fixed the bodies of the 7 of them in place, and the earth was shaken and cracked, and all the towering trees within a kilometer fell to the ground. What kind of power is this? I'm afraid even the 3rd Mizu Cage can't do it. P.S. The first update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I shed tears and beg for flowers and rewards. Please, readers, please, readers, newbies. Thank you all readers. Chapter 47 Golden Entry, Kick Guy in the Head, 8 Inner Gates Open, Blow Up Everything, Second Update, Begging for Subscription. Silently. The Super Conqueror's Haki released by Uchiha Union disappeared without a trace. Between heaven and earth. The clouds were light and the wind was gentle. As if nothing had happened. But, judging from the expressions of Might Dai and the 7 ninja swordsmen, it was proved that what had just happened was definitely not a dream. The orange entry Super Conqueror's Haki, indeed, has some perverts, and the terrifying aura and pressure can already be used as a Shinra Tensei. In mid-air, Uchiha Union crossed his arms and looked down at everything in front of him, revealing a very satisfied look. Well, if you want to blame it, blame the 7 ninja swordsmen for being too high profile, burning, killing and looting in the heart of the land of fire. It just so happened that Uchiha Union passed by. So sorry, I can only do a little to save Might Dai. Swish. A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Uchiha Union's body turned into a residual shadow and appeared beside Might Dai in the blink of an eye. What a fast speed! The pupils of the 7 ninja swordsmen who had already reacted shrank slightly when they saw this scene. Their hearts, which were already trembling, could not help but stir up another storm. There was no chakra fluctuation. Is this the speed that the flesh can reach? Invisibly. The hands of the 7 ninja swordsmen, including Biwajozo, Zigwashan Pufferfish, and Kurishan Kushimaru, were all wet with sweat while holding the ninja swords. It seems that this time they have really hit a wall. All along, the 7 ninja swordsmen were very confident in their own strength, and they were not taken seriously even after Uchiha Ryuan became famous in the ninja world. However, after seeing it with their own eyes, they realized that they still underestimated Uchiha Ryuan's strength. They were scared and retreated before the fight even started, and the resentment in their hearts had long disappeared without a trace. Uchiha. Lord Uchiha Ryuan. At this time, seeing Uchiha Ryuan again, Might Dai was so excited and nervous that he was a little incoherent and looked a little nervous. When Uchiha Ryuan applied for reinforcements to Mount Kikyo, he also wanted to go, but was rejected by the 3rd Hokage, saying that the Third World War had just begun and there would be opportunities to go to the battlefield later. Therefore, he could only practice the 15th style of the 6 ninja styles in seclusion, but he did not expect that Uchiha Ryuan, who went to the battlefield, would rise directly and become the new hero of Konoha village. It would be a lie to say that he was not envious, but, for him, it was more of happiness and admiration. Uchiha Ryuan-sama, Uchiha Ryuan-sama, Uchiha Ryuan-sama. Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu secretly glanced at Uchiha Ryuan, and made timid sounds in order. Uchiha Ryuan nodded calmly. And glanced around naturally. As expected. The entries of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Might Dai, Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu appeared. Facing Uchiha Ryuan's gaze. The invisible pressure made the bodies of the 7 people, including Biwajozo, Zigwashan Fugigui, and Kurishai Kushimaru, tense up, and subconsciously clenched the ninja swords in their hands. However, what they saw was Uchiha Union looked disappointed. Their entries were nothing special. Biwajozo, Zigwashan Pufferfish, and the other 7 all had a common purple entry, the 7 ninja swordsmen. Other entries were basically very common and nothing special. Might Dai and Might Guy's entries were not as prominent as before. Ninja, Might Dai. Age, 36 years old. Identity, Konoha Village's Taijutsu Jainin. Attributes, 8 Inner Gates, Orange, Ninja 6 Styles Grandmaster, Purple, Passionate Soul, Blue, Hardworking, Blue, Fatherly Love, Blue, Average Talent, Green, etc. 8 Inner Gates, Orange when fully exerted, it can exert power beyond cage level. Ninja 6 Styles Grandmaster, Purple 6 Physical techniques that exceed the physical limits of human beings, including shave, iron body, paper arts, moonwalk, tempest kick, and finger pistol, can all be mastered by Grandmaster. Passionate Soul, Blue. Although he is a low-level ninja, he is a tough guy who insists on singing the praises of youth with his passionate soul. Fatherly Love, Blue. For the sake of his children, he would sacrifice his life. Ninja, Might Guy. Age, 12 years old. Identity, Konoha Village Taijutsu Genin. Attributes, hot-blooded, orange, tenacious, purple, loyal, blue, 8 inner gates, green, etc. Exclusive Void Concept God Item, Head Kick Guy, Gold. One day in the future, if you kick your opponent's head after the explosion, you may be able to kick a big ending. Hot-blooded, orange. Every word and every action exudes a breath of hot blood, like a burning flame, which can not only infect yourself, but also those around you. Tenacious, purple. With a steel-like will, you can carry out hard training day after day and year after year through continuous efforts and persistence. Loyal, blue. Attach great importance to friendship and teacher-student relationship. 8 inner gates, green. Initially learn 8 inner gates, but the improvement of strength is limited. Looking at Might Guy's empty golden concept divine entry, Uchiha Union couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. As expected of the Guy King who almost kicked out the Hokage in the finale. If he had this golden entry, and then used the 8 inner gates formation, he might really be able to kick Uchiha Madara's head. Unfortunately, now the plot is destined to change. 0145111015 Fila 182010330. In the future, Might Guy may not have the opportunity to fight Uchiha Madara. As for the change in Might's fate, it is also a normal thing. When his Ninja 6 styles and Might's 8 inner gates were exchanged, the gears of fate began to turn. The simplest example is that Might changed from 10,000 years Genin to Taijutsu Genin. No. Now the Ninja 6 styles have become Grandmasters, which can be regarded as Taijutsu Elite Genin. Uchiha Union looked at the entry. Only a few seconds had passed. But, for the 7 people of the 7 ninja swordsmen, it seemed as if several hours had passed. They were arrogant and unruly. Even the orders of the 3rd Mizukage were not taken seriously, but for the first time in history, they felt the pressure of Ryukai. Uchiha Union, aren't you at the Kikyo Mountain battlefield? The next second, Biwachozo suppressed his inner trembling, showed his sharp teeth, and said in a cold voice, "Why are you here?" That's right. After hearing this, Zigwashin Puffer Ghost seemed to have thought of something, and said in a deep voice, "From the information collected by the Mist Ninja Anbu, the chief representative Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have publicly ordered you and Orochimaru to stay on the battlefield of Kikyo Mountain. Haha. You're done, you're done. Uchiha Union, you actually disobeyed the order of the 3rd Hokage." Originally, there was still some cold sweat on the forehead of Kurishai Kushimaru, Tonko Yaito, Mori Shinpeki, Kurakurega, and others, whose eyes lit up, as if they had finally found a flaw, and hurriedly made an extremely excited voice, wanting to use this to boost their self-confidence. Haha. Uchiha Union's mouth slightly curved, and he said in a shocking tone, "Your presence in the heart of the Land of Fire also violates the 3rd Mizukage's orders, doesn't it?" Instantly, Kurishan Kushimaru, Tonkusa Yaito, Mori Shinpeki, Kurakurega, and others were stunned, with doubtful eyes flashing in their eyes. What's going on? How did Uchiha Union know that they also violated the 3rd Mizukage's orders? Leaked? The 3rd Mizukage didn't make it public, but the secret documents were leaked? Shit. Is there an enemy inside? How about we each take a step back and let this matter go? After a few seconds, Biwachozo took a deep breath and said, "We should pretend that we have never met each other, so that we can have an explanation to the 3rd Hokage and the 3rd Mizukage." Uchiha Union, we Kirigakure haven't yet met Konoha. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost looked serious and threatened. If you kill us, the consequences will be very serious. The third Mizukage will definitely avenge us and go to war with Konoha village directly. Haha. You all came to the heart of the land of fire to burn, kill, and plunder, and you still want to let it go. Uchiha Union shrugged and said disapprovingly, kill you. If the third Mizukage wants to declare war, then declare war. Who is afraid of who? Kr. Kurihei Kushimaru clenched his fists and said unwillingly, aren't you afraid of the third Hokage's district? Do you think I'm afraid? Uchiha Union looked at Kurihei Kushimaru with a deadly look, and said shockingly, now the news that I left Kikyo Mountain has already spread throughout the Konoha village, don't you know it yet? Ah! Biwachozo, Zigwashin Puffer Ghost, Kurihei Kushimaru, and the other 7 people were stunned for a moment, and then there was a burst of regret. If I had known, I would not have gone deep into the heart of the land of fire. Otherwise, I would have known that Uchiha Union had returned from Mount Kikyo. What should I do? What should I do now? Especially when I think of the slight move Uchiha Union made just now, his momentum alone shocked everything. Even the murderous, cold-blooded, arrogant 7 ninja swordsmen had cold sweat on their foreheads. Things were completely out of their control. To be more precise, Uchiha Union seemed to be an unscrupulous person. Judging from his tone of voice, he didn't even take the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was known as the strongest in history and a famous ninja hero in the ninja world, seriously. Gurgle. Listening to these conversations, Might Dai swallowed carefully, but didn't dare to say much. Although he didn't understand politics, he could tell from Uchiha Union's tone that he didn't admire or love the third Hokage. Can't think about it. Might Dai hurriedly shook his head. Youth is a hymn of passion, he only needs to rely on his passionate soul to insist on praising youth. As for Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu were a little confused and bewildered. They couldn't understand why the 7 ninja swordsmen didn't listen to Mizukage, and Lord Uchiha Union didn't seem to listen to Hokage either. This is the highest leader of Kirigakure and Konoha village? Might Dai, do you want to see the real power of 8 inner gates? At this time, Uchiha Union didn't care so much, and said in a calm voice. Master Uchiha Union, what do you mean? Might Dai showed an unbelievable look, and hurriedly said, with your strength, you should not need to open the 8 inner gates formation, right? Indeed, there is no need. Uchiha Union said with an unchanged expression, but I want to see if I can open the 8 gates without any damage in my current physical condition. What? Might Dai exclaimed, Master Uchiha Union, youth is not an adventure, you must be cautious. Don't worry, I know my limits. Uchiha Union turned his eyes and looked at the 7 ninja swordsmen, and said in a calm voice, next, let you see what despair is. Uchiha Union, do you really think you can beat us? At worst, we will die together. You are indeed very strong, but, we are not vegetarians either. Biwachozo, Zigwashin Puffer Ghost and others from the 7 ninja swordsmen gritted their teeth and made angry noises. They had never been looked down upon by anyone. Even clay figures have tempers. Does Shuelibolu Nianfei really have them? The fish will surely die, but the net will not break. Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Nian opened the door with a thought. Buzz. Perhaps Uchiha Nian's physical fitness was too perverted now. Even when he opened the first door, his aura surged. The rest gate opened. The life gate opened. The injury gate opened. Do gate open. Jing gate open. Boom. As the 6 gates opened in succession, Uchiha Union's chakra restrictions were lifted, and his aura became stronger and stronger, causing the entire area to tremble violently. 860 Especially after Jing gate was opened, a black energy coat comparable to the chakra of the tailed beasts appeared on his body. Of course, if someone could see through it, they would find that after the 6th gate was fully opened, Uchiha Union's Super Chakra Haki and Super Conqueror's Haki in his body were rapidly improving his body's defense and recovery capabilities, and he was unharmed. My body can still bear it. Jing gate open. Buzz. Accompanied by a terrifying aura fluctuation, Uchiha Union's aura soared several times, and his body began to emit black and gold steam generated by the evaporation of sweat. Perhaps because of his too strong power, the air began to distort faintly. No. What the hell is he doing? Looking at Uchiha Union, whose body was covered in black and gold steam and whose breath was suffocating, Biwajozo, Zigwashin Pufferfish and others of the 7 ninja swordsmen were completely dumbfounded. Too strong, really too strong. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Uchiha Union is too high of the 7 ninja swordsmen, right? Is the 7th gate so strong? Wouldn't the 8th gate's space explode? No. It's because Uchiha Union is already very strong, his body's defense and recovery are perverted, and now that the restrictions have been lifted, it's so terrifying. Might Dai widened his eyes, his heart was already boiling with blood, but his mind was frantically analyzing. Finally, he came to a frustrating conclusion. 0145111015 Fila 182010330. If he opens the 8 inner gates, his body can't bear it if the 5th gate is opened, and he is forced to open the 7th gate. Not only will it last for a short time, but the body will also be burned out. Wow! Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu exclaimed subconsciously without blinking. Day Tiger! Sensing the terrifying ultimate power on his body, Uchiha Union clenched his fist and suddenly punched straight ahead. I have a punch that can blow up everything. This is the sound of air exploding. Then, an air cannon shaped like a tiger flew out and blasted towards Biwajozo and Zigwashin Puffer Ghost in front of him at a speed faster than lightning. Not good. There is no way to avoid it. Facing death, Biwajozo and Zigwashin Puffer Ghost's chakras surged all over their bodies, and they hurriedly blocked the beheading broadsword and broadsword Samehada in front of them. Then, under the shocked gaze of Might Dai and others, at the moment of the bombardment, the beheading broadsword and broadsword Samehada twisted and shattered into countless pieces. Biwajozo and Zigwashin Pufferfish Ghost didn't even have time to react before they turned into ashes. At the same time, Zuhu still blasted out with his remaining power, causing the ground to suddenly crack open, and a huge fist mark crossed the entire field and spread all the way. P.S. The second update is here. I am begging for flowers and rewards with tears. Please readers, I thank all the readers for this newbie's help. Chapter 48, the 7 ninja swordsmen are annihilated, and Tsunade is cured of hemophobia with the help of a thunder book. First update, please subscribe. Dead. With one strike, Biwajozo and Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, who were one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, were killed. And their beheading sword and Saijao Hada were smashed to pieces. Perhaps until their death, Biwajozo and Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost never thought that the beheading sword and Samehada they were so proud of were like paper, and they would be so vulnerable. It was not that the Uchiha Union who opened the door of shock was too terrifying. They did not even have the chance to think about surrendering and died without a burial place. Of course, this scene was the most shocking to the remaining 5-7 ninja swordsmen. You know, Biwajozo holding the beheading sword and Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost holding the sword Samehada were the 2 strongest among the 7 ninja swordsmen. With the cooperation of the sword, they were already cage-level ninjas. They stood in front, just to give Uchiha Union a sense of oppression, so that the other 4 companions could attack better. Now, the sense of oppression was not given, but the first wave was ruthlessly killed. This kind of power is too terrible, right? Looking at the gully that spread to the sky, the cold-blooded Kurishan Kushimaru felt his scalp tingling, and his right hand holding the long sword and sewing needle was trembling slightly. Ding dong! A crisp sound rang out. This was the sound of the blunt sword and the knife in the hand of Tsuya Ito, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, falling to the ground. He was frightened by the day tiger that Uchiha Union hit, and the bell sword and the knife in his hand accidentally fell to the ground. However, no one paid attention to Tsuya Ito, who was scared and collapsed. Because the other few people were almost the same. The loss of composure reached the ultimate. This is, what a joke. Mirai Jinpachi was sweating profusely, his mind went blank, and his eardrums were buzzing. Kurojo Rega and another companion looked dazed, opened their mouths, and wanted to say something, but felt that their throats seemed to be blocked, and it was difficult to make a sound. Only Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu showed extremely excited expressions, looking at Uchiha Union, whose body was covered with black and gold steam, as if looking at some god, really too strong, too pervert. He is indeed the hero of Konoha village. Guy, you see, this is the power of 8 inner gates. The next second, Might Guy's passionate soul surged uncontrollably again, raised his right hand and raised his thumb and said loudly, "Youth is a hymn of passion, I will work harder to practice after I go back. Dad, I will also work hard." Might Guy also imitated Might Guy's actions, raised his right hand and raised his thumb, showing a big white fang, and said, "I will definitely not let you down." Guy. Dad. Youth and passion. Might Guy and Might Guy looked at each other, and couldn't help hugging each other, crying for the passion of youth after surviving the disaster. However, at such a moment, no one cared about Might Guy and Might Guy, who were crying and hugging each other. Even Uchiha Union, who opened the gate of shock. At this time, Uchiha Union felt the black and gold steam emitted from the body by the evaporation of sweat, and showed a helpless look. It was already the limit. Now his strength has increased several times. Unfortunately, even though he has excellent physical fitness and the blessing of 2 orange items, Super Chakra Haki and Super Conqueror's Haki, his body still cannot bear the burden. However, according to Uchiha Union's estimation, the power he can unleash when opening the 7th gate with his strength is comparable to or even exceeds the power of the Might Guy opening the 8th gate, Death Gate, in the original book. Forget it. There is no need to take the risk of opening the 8th gate, Death Gate. The next second, Uchiha Union shook his head and looked at the remaining 5 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Deaf. Just such an ordinary look. But it made the 5 people, including Kurishan Kushimaru, Tong Kusaya Ito, Mori Shinpeki, and Kuriko Rega, suddenly jump away like frightened rabbits with horrified faces. Then, the 5 people looked at each other, and they could see the determination in each other's eyes. There was no way out. Especially the death of Zigwashin Pufferfish Ghost and Biwajozo had dealt them a huge blow and shocked their minds. Now they had to flee when the disaster was imminent. That's right, the remaining 5 ninja swordsmen showed determination not to resist, but to escape. In order to increase the success rate, the 5 people also fled in 5 directions. Uchiha Union was amused by this. If they surrendered, he would not be bothered to do it and would just take them back to Konoha village. But they chose to escape. "I'm sorry, I will accept your entries. I will leave you some debris. If you are impure world reincarnation in the future, come and send me warmth." That's right, he asked the system. After impure world reincarnation is destroyed, you can still plunder the entries. Of course, in order to avoid the bug of Uchiha Union, a person who is impure world reincarnation only has 1 chance. If he is impure world reincarnation for the 2nd time, it will be no good. In this regard, Uchiha Union is already very satisfied. You can plunder the entries while you are alive, and you can also plunder the entries of impure world reincarnation. It is equivalent to being able to wool twice from a ninja, which is really a wonderful thing. So, under the dumbfounded gazes of Might Guy and others, Uchiha Union, who had opened the Jingmen, let his opponent run for more than 20 seconds. And Uchiha Union, whose body was emitting black and gold steam, suddenly disappeared from the spot. 3 seconds later. Boom! 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 5 consecutive deafening roars rang out. With a powerful force. This area shook 5 times in a row. And 5 extremely terrifying energy shock waves broke out, sweeping in all directions, raising dust all over the sky. Then, when Uchiha Liunian appeared in front of Might Dai again, he had already withdrawn from the Jingmen state. And his face was slightly pale. Cough cough. Without any signs. Uchiha Liunian coughed a few times, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was a bit pretentious. It took a long time to open the gate of shock. Fortunately, with his current recovery and vitality, especially with the blessing of the 2 orange entries, Super Armament Haki and Super Conqueror's Haki, it was just a trivial matter. He should be able to recover completely after a few hours of rest. System, plunder all the entries of the 7 ninja swordsmen for me. The next second, Uchiha Liunian did not forget the main thing. Anyway, the 7 ninja swordsmen were dead, and it would be a waste if he didn't plunder the entries. It would be better to add bricks and tiles to his entries. In an instant, the entries of Biwajozo, Zigwashan Puffer Ghost and others of the 7 ninja swordsmen began to flow into Uchiha Liunian's body. No useful entries were selected. All entries, including the purple entries of the 7 ninja swordsmen's bond, were crushed into entry experience. Perfect. Uchiha Liunian's face lit up. And he silently checked his latest attribute panel. Host, Uchiha Liunian. Age, 18 years old. Identity, Taijutsu Ninja of the Uchiha clan. Entry experience, 878762. Note, white, 1000, green, 10,000, blue, 100,000, purple, 10,000, orange, 10 million, gold, -1. Attribute entries, Book Thunder, black, 8 inner gates, gold, upgraded steel balloon, orange, Yindun Perfection, orange, Super Chakra, Armament Haki, orange, Ninja 6 Styles Perfection, orange, Super Conqueror's Haki, orange, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, orange, Advanced Observation Haki, purple, Fire Style Grandmaster, purple, Wind Style Grandmaster, purple, Magnet Style Gold Dust, purple, Illusion Skilled, blue, Lightning Style Skilled, blue, Shadow Clone Skilled, blue. Body Flicker Technique Proficiency, blue, Shuriken Proficiency, blue, Water Style Proficiency, blue, Earth Style Proficiency, blue, etc. The 7 ninja swordsmen have contributed nearly 700,000 experience points. Wait a minute. 8 inner gates has become a gold item. Yes. After a quick glance, Uchiha Liunian showed a surprised expression. However, when he thought of the terrifying strength he showed when he opened the Jingmen, it was normal. Because 8 inner gates has become a gold item. Which means that with his current strength, he can burst out the 8 inner gates formation and exert the 6 paths level calendar area. This is already another level of power. So, 8 inner gates has changed from orange to gold. Which is very reasonable. Mr. Uchiha Liunian, rich man, are you injured? Seeing Uchiha Liunian spitting blood from the corner of his mouth, Might Dai reacted belatedly, showing a very anxious expression, and said worriedly, once the door is opened, it will cause great harm to the body. What should I do? Wait a minute. Uchiha Liunian-sama, one of the 3, Tsunade-sama, is in a large commercial town 100 kilometers away. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Might Dai hurriedly patted his head and said excitedly, when I was completing the last mission, I met Tsunade-sama in that large commercial town. She seemed to be gambling while looking for various doctors to treat her illness. Tsunade. After hearing this, Uchiha Union was stunned for a moment, and a sentence from the book appeared in his mind. My strength is obvious to all, and you know my methods best. Damn. I have a concept god term like Book Thunder. Tsunade seems to be able to be controlled at will? No. It can be used to treat Tsunade's hemophobia at will. More importantly, only by taking down Tsunade forcefully. The Book Thunder term can become a real concept god term, Book Thunder. P.S. The first update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I am begging for flowers and rewards with tears. Please readers, newbie. Thank you all readers. Chapter 49, Going to Find Tsunade, Konoha's high-level meeting, the collapse of the Will of Fire, second update, begging for subscription. Master Uchiha Union, don't disbelieve it. Master Tsunade is really looking for someone to treat his illness. Seeing that Uchiha Union was lost in thought, Might Dai thought that Uchiha Union didn't believe it, and hurriedly added, I saw it with my own eyes. At this point, Might Dai also muttered, I really can't understand, with Master Tsunade's medical skills that are famous in the ninja world, does he still need to find a doctor for treatment? However, Might Dai didn't know that Tsunade is now in a semi-wasted state. After all, hemophobia is a very serious problem for a ninja who is famous for her medical ninjutsu. It seriously affects her ability and actions as a medical ninja. Therefore, when the Third World War broke out, it was normal for Tsunade, such a high-end combat force, to look for a way to treat hemophobia. Okay, I believe you. Uchiha Union smiled and waved his hand, saying, in this case, I will go to Tsunade to treat my body. Of course. Uchiha Union did not say another sentence. That is, his internal injuries will recover soon, and he will go to treat Tsunade's hemophobia, brand him with the mark of the Book Thunder, and move towards another peak in life. E.B. Might Dai showed an excited expression. If Uchiha Union suffered serious internal injuries because of opening the 8 inner gates to save him, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Now it is the wisest choice to go to Tsunade for treatment. In that case, I'll go first. Swish! A sound of breaking through the air was heard. Uchiha Union seemed to sense it, and was too lazy to care so much, so he flew in the direction pointed by Might Dai. That's right. The annihilation of the 7 ninja swordsmen is bound to be a super event that will shake the ninja world. With your personality, you will be found out even if you lie, so. Konoha's high-level officials asked, Might Dai, you just need to tell the truth. I will postpone my return to Konoha village for a few days. A second later, Uchiha Union's voice came from a distance. I will definitely report truthfully. Might Dai took a look at the scene full of ravines, took a deep breath, and then said, let's go, let's rush back to Konoha village. Okay. 480. Might Dai, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu also understood the seriousness and urgency of the situation. Nodded hurriedly. And so, the 4 of them hurried towards the direction of Konoha village. After a long time, in a ravine, a white head emerged cautiously. When he saw that the area of several kilometers had been broken, this white Zetsu's clone couldn't help but show a trembling and horrified look. I didn't expect that. In order to deal with the 7 ninja swordsmen, Uchiha Union actually used a big move directly. Opened the forbidden technique and killed the 7 ninja swordsmen in seconds. He should have discovered me, but he didn't attack me. White Zetsu seemed to have thought of something, and his expression was changing. It was White Zetsu's clone who was responsible for monitoring the movements of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but he did not expect to witness the scene of Uchiha Union killing the 7 ninja swordsmen. That's all. Collect some broken limbs. Return and report. Let Lord Uchiha Madara decide. Now Uchiha Union seems to be injured. Also, the 7 ninja swordsmen have been wiped out, and the layout of Kirigakure needs to be changed again. That afternoon, Konoha village. The Hokage building in the central area. The top floor. In a top-level conference room. At this time, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Dans, Yuditen Koharu, Midokado Homura all gathered here, looking very serious and solemn. Uchiha Union is leaving the Kikyo Mountain battlefield and is about to return. As Konoha's high-ranking officials, they are all very uncomfortable. Some are even helpless. Because Uchiha Union is now a hero of Konoha, and as Konoha's high-ranking officials, they are not ready to welcome this hero head-on. Sarutobi, this Uchiha Union left the Kikyo Mountain battlefield without permission, and did not take your order to heart at all. After an unknown amount of time, Shimura Dan sneered on his gloomy face and said, "I want to know what you think as a Hokage." Humph. After hearing this, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe, snorted coldly, and said, "How else can I see it? Of course, I see it with my eyes." After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen also exhaled a puff of white smoke and said, "I asked you to come to the meeting to discuss countermeasures. Nothing to say." Yuditen Koharu's wrinkled face showed a trace of dissatisfaction, saying, "Even though this Uchiha Union became a hero of Konoha, he has no gratitude at all, and he doesn't take our Konoha high-level officials seriously at all. Shame on him." Midokado Homura took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, "We can make him a hero of Konoha, or we can make him infamous like Hitaki White Fang, who was killed by the Pinkongwea of Konoha Village 1. Enough." Pa! A sound of slapping the table sounded. After hearing the name of Hitaki White Fang, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to lose his composure, and his expression became more ugly and cold. In response, Shimura Dans, Yuditen Koharu, and Midokado Homura looked at each other, and wisely did not say anything more. Because Hitaki White Fang was set up by the three of them, and fell from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. In the end, the companion who was rescued turned around and blamed him, and killed him, causing Hitaki White Fang to completely collapse under the public opinion and inner pain. The only thing that was beyond their expectations was that Hitaki White Fang finally chose to commit suicide. But hey! Sarutobi Hiruzen, who did this, took a tacit attitude, and now he is pretending to be a White Lotus. Which is indeed a bit of a double-faced. So, under such circumstances, none of the four people, each with their own thoughts, said anything, making the atmosphere even more depressing. Bang! Suddenly, at this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Sarutobi Hiruzen adjusted his tone and said in a calm voice, "3rd Hokage, Might has urgent information." An Anbu-janin pushed the door open, knelt on one knee and reported respectfully. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Dans, Yuditen Koharu, and Midokado Homura all frowned unconsciously. After learning the secret technique developed by Uchiha Reinen, the 6 styles of ninja, this 10,000 years genin broke the restrictions of genin, and in just 2 years, the world became Konoha's Taijutsu Genin. So, Konoha's high-level officials wanted Might Dai to quietly contribute the 6 styles of ninja. But they were slapped in the face. Might Dai, who clearly agreed with the will of fire, said righteously that youth cannot be treacherous. Konoha's high-level officials can ask for anything else, but not the 6 styles of ninja. This made the Konoha high-level officials feel as if they had eaten shit. They couldn't argue with a fool, right? In the end, they returned empty-handed. It was even harder to investigate the matter of Might Dai using 8 inner gates and Uchiha Union to exchange for Ninja 6 FP style. After all, forbidden technique 8 inner gates could be developed thanks to Might Dai as a test subject. Let him in. The next second, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression recovered a little, and he said in a calm voice, "Yes." The Anbu-janin bowed his head and retreated. So, when Might Dai hurried in, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuditen Koharu, Midokado Homura, Shimura-dans all showed a kind look on their faces, showing the expression control ability of 10 top politicians to the fullest. Might die, didn't you go to perform an A-level mission? Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and said amiably, did something happen to you? Third Hokage. Might die showed an extremely excited look and said loudly, youth is a hymn of blood. Kirigakuru's famous 7 ninja swordsmen have been wiped out in the heart of the land of fire. What? The 7 ninja swordsmen were wiped out? Might die, are you saying that the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakuru were wiped out? Before he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuditen Koharu, Mitokado Homura, and Shimura-dans could no longer remain calm, and all showed extremely surprised expressions. They must know about the 7 ninja swordsmen. Not only are the 7 people the elite of Mist Shinobi, but they are also equipped with a ninja sword that suits their own ninjutsu. When the 7 people unite, even cage-level strongmen are at risk of death. Now, Might Die said that all 7 people are dead. How is it possible? Wait a minute. The heart of the land of fire? Could it be that Might Die killed the 7 ninja swordsmen? But Might Die seems to be uninjured, and there is no sign of sequelae from opening the 8 inner gates? In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuditen Koharu, Mitokado Homura, Shimura-dans fell into a state of doubt. However, Might Die didn't care so much. A touch of excited tears appeared in his eyes, raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up and added, the 7 ninja swordsmen invaded the heartland of the land of fire and were about to attack me, Might Guy, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu, when Uchiha Liunion appeared at the critical moment. The 8 inner gates were opened, and the power of destruction broke out, almost killing the 7 ninja swordsmen in an instant. That scene was so shocking. Konoha's hero, Lord Uchiha Liunion is like a god, so powerful. Silence. Dead silence. Looking at the passionate soul bursting out, Might Die showed admiration for Uchiha Liunion. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuditen Koharu, Mitokado Homura, Shimura-dans looked at each other, and they could see the gloating in each other's eyes. Might Die actually met the returning Uchiha Liunion? Good. The 7 ninja swordsmen died. They had violent emotional fluctuations in their hearts. But, Uchiha Liunion opened the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates. But it made them feel happy, because, once the last few gates of the 8 inner gates were opened, life and death were almost unpredictable. DB. Might Die looked at the gloating look in the eyes of the Konoha high-level officials. But he was stunned. And the passionate soul in his heart was like being poured with a bucket of cold water. A Konoha hero like Uchiha Liunion opened the 8 inner gates. As a Konoha high-level official, shouldn't he show anger, regret, horror, regret, etc.? Why did he show a gloating look? Might Die couldn't figure it out, and couldn't figure out why. In a trance. The Konoha village high-level officials. Why are they different from what he usually sees? If he had known this, he shouldn't have rushed back so anxiously. You know, after he brought Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu to a safe area, he used the Grand Master level moonwalk and rushed on at full speed. However, what Might Die felt even more unfamiliar was that, as the leader of the route, Shimura-dans, seemed to stop pretending and said excitedly, Might Die, regardless of the annihilation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, I want to know if Uchiha Liunion is injured. Ah! Might Die trembled, and then, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but found that the usually amiable 3rd Hokage, completely ignored his gaze at this time, and just smoked his pipe expressionlessly. In an instant, Might Die felt that his faith seemed to be broken, and he began to doubt the so-called Will of Fire. 0145111015 Fila 182020100 It is not that young people are the hope of the future, and the older generation should trust and protect them. The sacrifice of the older generation is not meaningless, but will inspire young people to become the pillars of the future. Why is it completely wrong now? This Will of Fire is too difficult, it is really too difficult. P.S. Here is the first update. Are there any readers who would like to read it? I am begging for flowers and rewards with tears. Please, readers, please, readers, I am a newbie. Thank you, readers. Chapter 50, Excitement, Sensation in the Ninja World, Angry Mizukage, Uchiha Madara's Last Dance, 3 more chapters, begging for subscription. This will of fire is too difficult. Really too difficult. He just wanted to be a tough guy who insisted on praising youth with his passionate soul. But now, he is a little confused, and he doesn't know what is the real will of fire and what is the fake will of fire. Because in Might Dai's imagination, after he passed this news back, the top leaders of Konoha should be excited and happy, and they should show worried and anxious expressions. But the reality is a slap in the face. As Konoha's new hero, Uchiha Lion, who defeated the Sand Shinobi army in the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, does not seem to be the favorite of Konoha's top leaders. Uncomfortable. For the first time in history, Might Dai felt tired and had a headache. It's all my fault. If it wasn't to show me the true power of the 8 inner gates. With the strength of Lord Uchiha Lion, there should be no need to open the 8 inner gates to the Jingmen. On the other hand, Shimura Danz, a high-ranking member of Konoha, could no longer suppress the excitement, agitation, and relief on his face. He did not expect that Uchiha Lion would use the 8 inner gates to deal with the 7 ninja swordsmen, and even opened the second gate, which was the last one. This meant that while gaining great power, his body would definitely be seriously injured. In fact, the high-ranking members of Konoha all knew about the forbidden technique 8 inner gates, but no one went to learn it. Because, unlike some other forbidden techniques, the 8 inner gates required a very high level of physical strength, and required constant practice of physical skills and enduring pain that ordinary people could not bear before gradually learning the forbidden technique 8 inner gates that could kill 1,000 enemies and injure 800 of one's own. Now, the evil Uchiha was not in his right mind after all. I don't know if Uchiha Lion wanted to show off or was too confident in his body, but he actually opened the gate of shock. He must have suffered internal injuries. Yuditen Koharu and Mitokado Homura from the elders also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The annihilation of the 7 ninja swordsmen was a happy thing. Uchiha Reinen was also injured, which was a slight dampening of his spirit. This was undoubtedly a double blessing. As for the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression remained unchanged on the surface, but his heart was still agitated. It was really like someone brought a pillow when he was sleepy. Uchiha Reinen was injured, and there was no need for the Konoha high level to signal anything. The head of the Uchiha clan Uchiha Fusion might not be able to help it. Thinking of this, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen still pretended to be unbelievable and said, "You mean Uchiha Reinen opened the door of shock? Is he injured?" Might Dai showed a hesitant look, but suddenly remembered that the words left by Uchiha Reinen when he left, "Let him tell the truth." Could it be that Lord Uchiha Lion had already thought of it? And considering the conversation between Lord Uchiha Lion and the 7 ninja swordsmen, Might Dai vaguely guessed something. So, Might Dai nodded with a gloomy look, and said helplessly, "Third Hokage." Uchiha Lion spit out a mouthful of blood and went to find Tsunade, one of the Sunin. What? Went to find Tsunade? The next second, before Sarutobi Hiruzen could speak, Shimura Danz couldn't help but exclaimed, saying, "Doesn't he know that Tsunade is sick now?" Humph! Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Shimura Danz fiercely, snorted coldly, then looked at Might Dai, and said thoughtfully, "Okay, we know, you go down first. This time the 7 ninja swordsmen were wiped out, and you have a credit." "Okay, no more to say." Just as Might Dai was about to say something, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him and added, "Uchiha Ryuin is injured, and our Konoha village leaders are also worried. Now he goes to find Tsunade, it depends on his luck." "Oh." Might Dai showed a helpless expression, lowered his head and turned away. It's uncomfortable. It's really uncomfortable. For the first time. In front of Konoha's high-level officials. He felt that his passionate soul was so powerless. Even a hero seemed to be just a political toy. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Ryuin has internal injuries. Tsunade has hemophobia, so it's impossible to treat him with all his strength. After Might Dai left, Shimura Dans, Yudatan Koharu, and Mitokado Homura no longer had to pretend, and showed their undisguised joy. Now they didn't have to think about how to welcome the hero of Konoha, Uchiha Ryuin. But just had to watch the show. An injured Uchiha Ryuin would definitely make someone want to take action. Among them, Shimura Dan's eyes flickered a few times. If the Uchiha clan had an internal conflict and the two factions were fighting, the root might be able to add fuel to the fire. It just so happened that he was also very interested in Sharingan. This Uchiha Ryuin didn't give him face on the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, which ruined his reputation. Now it's time to regain the power of Konoha Dark and re-establish the lost face. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Dan's expression, and he obviously guessed something, but he didn't say much. There are some things that he, as a Hokage, is not suitable to say or do. But Danzo and Root can be the most direct and effective swords in his hands, and they can do all the dirty work. This time the 7 ninja swordsmen were wiped out, Kirigakure will definitely go berserk. The next second, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative to change the subject and said in a deep voice, "We need to be prepared for a full-scale war with Kirigakure, and we also need to prevent the Cloud Shinobi village and Iwagakure from launching an attack." That's right. Don't worry about Uchiha Ryunin for now, we have to focus on the third war. Then why don't we take the initiative to publicize that Uchiha Ryunin used the forbidden technique 8 inner gates to wipe out the 7 ninja swordsmen, and then enhance the confidence and cohesion of our Konoha village. It's also possible to mention Uchiha Ryunin's injury a little bit, which sets off the tragic hero of Konoha. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yudatan Koharu, Mitokado Homura, and Shimura Dans worked out an action plan one after another. With the flavor of trying to squeeze out the last bit of publicity value of Uchiha Ryunin. The next day, the news that Uchiha Ryunin had instantly wiped out the 7 ninja swordsmen who had entered the heart of the Land of Fire spread throughout the ninja world at lightning speed under the publicity of Konoha's high-level officials. As soon as the news came out, the ninja world, which was already in a state of undercurrent, was once again in turmoil. If Uchiha Ryunin had defeated the Sand Shinobi army on his own before and became a monster-level combat force comparable to the Third Raikage, then now that Uchiha Ryunin had instantly killed the 7 ninja swordsmen, it was enough to show that Uchiha Ryunin's strength had surpassed the Third Raikage. Generation Movie caused the shock of countless ninjas in the whole ninja world. After all, the 7 ninja swordsmen are well known in the whole ninja world. Even the Third Raikage cannot kill the 7 ninja swordsmen instantly. For a time, whether it is the 3rd Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, the 3rd Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village, or the 3rd Mizukage of Kirigakure, they are all shocked. Damn! Isn't Uchiha Ryuin's strength a bit too terrifying? It has only been a short time, and he has grown to the point where he can kill the 7 ninja swordsmen instantly. This is even more perverted than Hotaki White Fang back then, right? However, just when Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village were about to issue an order that no matter what mission they were performing, as long as they encountered Uchiha Ryuin, they could immediately abandon the mission and escape. Konoha Village released another message. That is, Uchiha Ryuin used the forbidden technique 8 inner gates to kill the 7 ninja swordsmen in seconds. Hey! When this news came out, the entire ninja world, many ninjas breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously. Especially the ninjas from Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Kirigakure, all of whom showed a look of wonder. No wonder he was able to kill the 7 ninja swordsmen in seconds. It turned out that he used the forbidden technique? And some ninjas with a little more knowledge thought more. Uchiha Ryuin used the forbidden technique, which must have side effects, and he might have been injured. So, under such circumstances, the atmosphere of the Third Ninja World War became more and more depressing and awe-inspiring. A building covered by thick fog in the central area of Kirigakure. Boom! Without any sign, a terrifying chakra wave swept out from the building. Perhaps it was too strong. It shook off the mist. The third Mizukage is angry. Sensing this breath, the civilians, ninjas, and merchants in Kirigakure all looked surprised. But when they thought of the news that the 7 ninja swordsmen were wiped out in the Land of Fire, which had been spreading in the ninja world, they were relieved. The 7 ninja swordsmen represented the high-end combat power of Kirigakure. And now they were wiped out. I'm afraid any Mizukage would be angry. At this time, inside the Mizukage building. Damn it! Didn't I ask them to be on guard at the border? Why did they go to the heart of the Land of Fire and get wiped out? Waste, a bunch of waste. Accompanied by a series of cold roars. The always polite third Mizukage showed an extremely angry look. Please give me flowers. The 7 ninja swordsmen were wiped out, which was a disgrace to the whole ninja world, and directly put Kirigakure into a passive state, and it was impossible to watch the fire from the other side of the river for the time being. To put it bluntly, the 7 ninja swordsmen died, but they left such a mess behind. Third Mizukage was really a little furious. And the elders in the office, Yuanji, Anbu's captain, Yagura, the head of the Hojumi clan, the head of the Yoryuaki clan, and other high-level Kirigakure officials all looked very ugly, and were secretly shocked by Uchiha Ryunin's strength. None of the 7 ninja swordsmen escaped. Uchiha Ryuin was really ruthless and left no room for mercy. The only good news, perhaps, is that Uchiha Ryuin used the forbidden technique. As the name suggests, after using the forbidden technique, there is a price to pay. Uchiha Ryuin should be injured. This is also the only good news left for everyone after the death of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen were wiped out. Quickly select some elite mist ninjas to inherit this title. After a while, the third Mizukage took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and ordered in a deep voice, Kirigakure enters combat readiness, and the mist ninjas gather at the border. Yes. Understood. Arrange it immediately. The Elder Master, Anbu's Captain Yagura, the head of the Hojiki clan and other high-level mist ninjas all nodded in no particular order. There is nothing to say. The destruction of the 7 ninja swordsmen is a slap in Kirigakure's face. Many people in the ninja world are probably laughing at Kirigakure. So, no matter what, they must show their attitude. The mist ninja army gathered at the border to tell the ninja world how to do it. Kigakure, one of the 5 major ninja villages, also has its own pride and dignity. It will definitely go to war with Konoha village and find a place where the 7 ninja swordsmen will be wiped out. At the same time, in an unknown dark underground, Uchiha Madara was sitting there with a solemn face, seemingly exhausted. There was a strange tube behind him. One end was inserted into the old body, and the other end was hidden in the depths of the darkness, connected to a huge golem that looked very strange and terrifying. Isn't this growth a little too fast? After a moment, Uchiha Ryunin showed a puzzled look. According to White Zetsu's report, after using the forbidden technique 8 inner gates, Uchiha Ryunin already has power close to the 6 paths level, and may be comparable to the power of the first 6 paths level. It's terrifying to think about it. This is a bit unbelievable. All along, the proud and confident Uchiha Ryunin didn't think that there would be geniuses like Senju Hashirama and him in the ninja world. He didn't take the third Raikage, the third Tsuchika Jonaki, and the strongest Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in history seriously. He didn't expect that Uchiha Ryunin of the Uchiha clan would rise in an invincible manner. The only good news may be that Uchiha Ryunin used the forbidden technique. Uchiha Ryunin seemed to be injured. Now it depends on whether some people can seize such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Uchiha Union, I don't understand you more and more. After a long while, Uchiha Madara's old face showed a trace of caution. Something is wrong. There must be something wrong here. Uchiha Union must have a backup plan. Otherwise he would not have rashly used the forbidden technique to injure himself and weaken his combat effectiveness. However, perhaps Uchiha Madara would not have thought that. 0145111015 Fila 1820202240. Uchiha Union had no backup plan, he was just a bold man with great skills. With the blessing of upgraded steel balloon, super armament haki, super conqueror's haki, and the entry of the book Thunder, Uchiha Union's body is not so easy to be injured now. It has been healed for a long time. Interesting. Uchiha Madara seemed to realize something, and ordered lightly, "Pay close attention to Konoha village, something big must have happened in the near future." Understood. After hearing this, White Zetsu, who had been silent all this time, nodded, and disappeared into the ground. Looks like I'm going to have my last dance. After White Zetsu left, Uchiha Madara closed his eyes. Buzz. Accompanied by several streams of energy, 5 more tubes appeared behind Uchiha Madara, sinking into the darkness and connecting to the Gedo statue. In this era, there is no need for the existence of such a powerful pervert as Uchiha Union. If you can't be a pawn, then you must be punished. P.S. The third update is here. Are there any readers who read it? I'm begging for flowers and rewards with tears. Please readers, newbies. Thank you all readers. You.